Chapter 1 I'm dressed as a villain? Grandpa, Kong Sung has received it, we're ready to go back now. Return quickly, don't delay too long. I know.
Sitting on a Rolls-Royce Phantom, Jang Chang was dumbfounded as he watched the stunning woman in front of him on the phone.
Aren't I going to hang up? How?
Where is this place?
Jang Chang's heart was filled with question marks. Wasn't he dying?
How is it that as soon as he opened his eyes, he was in an unfamiliar place?
Buzz.
Suddenly, there was a stirring in Jang Chang's mind as an unfamiliar memory hardened into his brain. It took a long time of being frozen in the car before he could adapt. The president of the Jang Group had failed to invest and was in a desperate situation.
Shocked.
The leading company with a market capitalization of $230 billion declared bankruptcy overnight.
John's group filed for bankruptcy, and the GUO family took over John's rotten bureau. Countless pieces of important information drilled into Jang Chang's mind. He sat stunned until this vast memory was digested.
A strand of shock was hidden deep within his eyes.
Not only did I not die here, but I traveled across. Or have I traveled to a Netflix novel that I read out of boredom back when I was a student at school? But Jang Chang did not feel happy.
Because the identity he traveled through was not to become the protagonist in this book.
Instead, he became the fiancé of a villainous female president. This shocking transformation made Jang Chang almost swallow his tongue.
You have to know that the villainous president's family in this book didn't end well at all in the later episodes. The $100 billion enterprise that had worked hard for 3 generations was wiped out by an orphan college student who went on a trip and fell into a cliff and accidentally obtained the inheritance of the god of medicine from the ancient times. It became the graft for the rise of the orphan protagonist. He also remembered that the name of the book was called Beautiful President's Almighty God of Medicine, a story about a male protagonist who obtained the inheritance and fell in love with a beautiful president. It was also the most common trope in novels. No matter how good-looking the villain was, he was all hot chicken in the eyes of the protagonist. The content of the story was actually very simple. It was a cool article that centered around a female president and a medical god male protagonist.
Jang Chang's current identity is just a $100 billion group president who just went bankrupt and is now penniless. He was taken back by the pre-villain female president's family and became a son-in-law. Suffering from the blank stares of the crowd. The more Jang Chang thought about it, the more horrified he felt. I am at least a successful person, at the time of death to cross into the world of fiction even if not to me as the main character also tolerated. But this son-in-law identity. Martyr. I can't bear it. Although he was able to relive his life, it doesn't mean that he will go along with the plot. Did he cross over just to be a stepping stone for others? The expression on his face kept changing. Jang Chang used the corner of his eye to lightly glance at the villainous president sitting on the other side. This was the woman who was going to be his fiancée. At this moment, Jang Chang felt his heart was so tired, he thought a lot while lying on the hospital bed. Thinking that he shouldn't be too busy and should enjoy life. As a result of crossing over, he still had to be busy with his life. Now that Jiang was bankrupt and he was penniless, trying to rise again was equivalent to starting from nothing. However, he was familiar with the various successful investment projects of the protagonist and heroine in the full text, so it wouldn't be too difficult. And now he was going to report to the Su family compound. According to the plot of the original, he would now be brought to the Su family, treated well by Master Su, and then shoved into this female president beside himself. Raised as a superfluous son-in-law. Jang Chang's gaze looked out the window, the corner of the city that flashed by as the car traveled. There was still a bit of a gap between the magic city and the real world. As he was thinking in a complicated way, a cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! The Great Villain system has been activated. The villain gift pack has arrived and has been deposited into the backpack, please check it yourself. As this voice rang out, what looked like an attribute panel of an online game character suddenly appeared in Jang Chang's mind. A bar of data was displayed on the panel. System, Big Villain System. Host, Jang Chang. Wealth, $66.29. Villain value, 0 points. Backpack, Villain Gift Pack. Attributes, Physique, 100. Strength, 104. Reaction, 109. Speed, 95. Charisma, 149. Note, normal adult male standard is 100, and charisma value is up to 149 full.
Skills: Cooking Intermediate, Shooting Introductory, Fighting Introductory, English Advanced.
It's a system? Jang Chang froze.
Then his heart shook wildly. Having read many system novels, he naturally knew that systems existed. As for whether the system would harm him, Jang Chang didn't have to worry about anything.
He was originally an ordinary person. What did the system see in him?
To harm himself.
However,
looking at this system's interface, it seemed that it could only display his own personal data and didn't have any other complete functions. Then, he placed his eyes on the system backpack. Seeing the villain gift pack icon that was flashing above, Jang Chang silently chanted.
Open.
Author's words.
Newcomer new book. The back is even more exciting. Oh. Chapter 2. The villain gift bag opened successfully. Ding. The villain's gift bag was opened successfully.
Congratulations to the host for receiving the following reward.
Congratulations on receiving the reward, 1.5 billion cash rewards. Note, the balance has been transferred into the host's name account through a secure channel and can be used without worry. Congratulations on receiving the reward, the skill Thug in a Suit. Note, skill Thug in a Suit introduction. Want to engage in a perfect aesthetic of violence? After putting on the suit, the host's own attributes are temporarily increased by 50%, Suit Thug is activated, opening up all the top skills regarding combat, such as Fighting Advanced, Chinese Martial Arts Advanced, and Firearms Proficiency Advanced, which is higher than the range of 149 charisma value, and automatically converts to temperament, which is so pleasing to the eyes that it transforms violence into a kind of aesthetics. After reading the system's introduction of the villain gift pack rewards, Jang Chang took a deep breath. Although the rewards were only two, they were too practical. Money, combat power. Ding. Big villain system prompt. The host can increase the villain value by plundering the chances in the original book, belonging to the protagonist and the female lead, or by ripping off his fiancée Su Yao, or by changing the plot already set in the book, etc., and by doing so, he can obtain the villain value reward. Villain value can enhance attribute points, can also be exchanged for skill leveling required experience points. 100 points of villain value can enhance 1 point attribute, can get 10,000 points of skill upgrading required experience points. The way to get the villain value is to plunder the protagonist's chance. This one made it very straightforward that Jang Chang had to go against the protagonist. He didn't resist much though. Jang Chang, get off, we're here. A cool voice rang out, pulling Jang Chang back. After understanding almost everything, Jang Chang retreated from the system. Jang Chang turned his head to look at Su Yao, whose face value was close to perfect, but the latter did not look at him. The driver parked the car and immediately came to the back row to open the door. Su Yao's feet moved out and got out of the car. The Su family compound, although it covered an area of up to 2,000 square feet, usually only Su Hanhai lived here. Jang Chang followed Su Yao and walked without a word. His mind was fighting. The process of him meeting Su Hanhai later would definitely have no deviation from what was written in the novel. Of course, the premise was that he didn't spoil the plot. Soon, Jang Chang followed Su Yao to a Chinese-style villa. Pushing open the door, the two of them walked inside. In the innermost part of the wide living room, an old man sat on the first seat, drinking a cup of tea. Holding a book in his hand, he was reading with great interest. The sound of the two entering did not pull him out of the book. Until Su Yao walked behind the old man and softly said, "Grandfather, Jang Chang is here." The voice was like a yellow warbler coming out of the valley, crisp and clear. Although Su Yao's stunning little face looked very high and cold, and her body's aura was intimidating. But Jang Chang had to admit that such a woman was very conducive to a man's sense of conquest, although the vast majority would be defeated by her aura before they even got close. Su Hanhai put down the books in his hands at the sound of his voice and looked up at the two men, a smile appearing on his wrinkled old face. "Both sit down." The two sniffed and sat on the wooden chairs opposite Su Hanhai. "Is Xiao Chang in a better mood these days?" Su Hanhai asked with some concern on his face. Jang Chang. "Good, your grandfather it, memory, several days without sleep, even with his bone-deep tiredness brought me." To Su Hanhai's thoughts, Jang Chang, who had seen the entire plot, naturally knew what he wanted to do. However, at this moment, he is the person concerned. He can't directly open his mouth to dislike him. After all, he will still have to live in the Su family for a period of time behind him. On Jang Chang's tired face, a touching color emerged. "Thank you, Grandpa Su, for your concern. My state is fine." "Well, that's good. I feel sorry for what happened to your family."
Su Hanhai nodded his head, seemingly very regretful, in regret that he was not able to help. Jang Chang looked at the old man in front of him acting, and felt a little amused in his heart. This if the average person who had suffered a major blow saw him like this, he might have really believed that he was truly sorry. Although the Su family didn't rush up to get a piece of the pie after Zhang's collapse. But some of the benefits Su's got behind it were definitely not small. Zhang's group held too many resources and talents, and as long as it collapsed, numerous big names and companies would benefit from it. Thank you Grandpa Su for your concern, it was my step that was too big, the foundations of my ancestors were all destroyed by me at once. Jang Chang was very remorseful, his fists quietly clenched. Don't feel bad, every business has the risk of closing down all the time, you don't have to blame yourself, just work hard in the future. Su Hanhai comforted. Next, Xiao Cheng, you have any plans? Seeing him get to the point, Jang Chang also did not want to be bored with him to pull off topic. At that moment, spread his hands, said in a bitter tone, at present, I don't know what to do, I'm penniless, it's hard to move forward. Zhang's collapse did not leave him half a bit of wealth, but did not let him carry a huge debt is also considered very good. Xiao Chang, do you remember one thing? Seeing Jang Chang enter his trap, Su Hanhai immediately asked. Jang Chang was puzzled, what is it? The marriage contract between you and Xiao Yao, I think it's time to fulfill it. Chapter 3 must be lowered. Marriage contract? I don't think it's necessary, after all, I'm no longer worthy of Miss Su. Jang Chang shook his head and refused. Su Hanhai seemed to have anticipated Jang Chang's reaction and his old face bloomed into a smile like a chrysanthemum. Your father and I set a marriage contract for the two of you, old man still wanna break the contract? Su Hanhai pretended to be serious and glared at Jang Chang. Jang Chang scratched his head at his words, a little embarrassed, and continued along with his words, then what do you mean, Grandpa Su? Xiao Cheng, you can first live at Yaoer's place, the two of you can wear out your feelings, and you can try to start a business again. If there is an upturn, then you and Yaoer will have a wedding, Yaoer will continue to manage Su's until a suitable successor appears. If it doesn't work out, then also continue to hold the wedding, at that time you will live in my Su family, and Yaoer together to manage the Su family group. Su Hanhai said in an organized manner. Jang Chang smacked his lips a little bit, up, marry Su Yao by himself, not up, enter the Su family by himself. The conditions looked very moving. But in his opinion, it was actually just like that. When he got up, he also married Su Yao, and she still managed the Su family. If you can't get up, you'll become a son-in-law? He became a pawn of his Su family. In the original book, Su Yao didn't want to marry, so she accepted Jiang Chang under Su Hanhai's arrangement, and Jiang Chang gradually fell under the daily companionship of a beautiful woman, and later really became a flunky. As for why he looked at him, that was entirely because of his own status as the president of a top-tier group sequence at one time as well. The connections that one knows are all top-notch. Once a person was down and out, these connections were naturally useless. However, after he combined with the Su family, these connections saw the Su family behind him again, and naturally became a chain of relationships again. For Su Yao to find a random person to be her husband, the result would be completely different. What connections could an ordinary person have? What benefits could he bring to Su? Could it bring Su to the next level? A more secure position? It can't. Let Su Yao marry? She's the president, or the president of $100 billion group. How many people are good enough for her? Besides, would Su give away such a talented woman with great business talent? No. Therefore, Jiang Chang became a son-in-law of the Su family not by chance, but by necessity. Su Hanhai's plan was very subtle. If he lost the bet, Su Hanhai had no loss, and if he won the bet, he made a huge profit. Jiang Chang glanced at Su Yao on the side with the rest of his gaze. He found that she did not change because of Su Hanhai's words. It seemed that she had also acquiesced to this matter. After pretending to meditate for a while, Jiang Chang exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Grandpa Su, with your words having come to this, I have absolutely no room for refusal. Since you are willing to place a bet on me, then I can't let you down. I agree. As the last four words fell, the light in Su Hanhai's eyes softened a little. The first step was a success. As long as Jiang Chang agreed to his request, then half of his plan would be successful. If it was possible, Su Hanhai did not want his granddaughter to suffer. But of his own children and grandchildren in the two generations, only Su Yao was capable of doing a great job, and for the rest, if he were to hand Su clan over to them, I'm afraid that it wouldn't last for more than 3 years before it collapsed.
Just like what Jang Chang said, Jang's collapse is not because he is poor, on the contrary, he is very talented, just step too big, the company's capital deficit, this huge group will collapse. Good. Su Hanhai nodded excitedly. Then, Su Hanhai turned his head to look at Su Yao, and kindly said, Yaoer, you take Xiao Cheng to pack up his things, and move to your villa today. Su Yao nodded and responded, I know. Looking at Su Yao's reaction, Jang Chang was a little sweaty. This woman really didn't care about this kind of life matter at all. Equals. Coming out from the villa compound where Su Hanhai lived, the two returned to the car. Silence all the way, directly to Su Yao's villa. As soon as they entered, Su Yao sat on the leather sofa and coldly opened her mouth. Your room is on the second floor, the first on the left hand upstairs. Jang Chang nodded, not caring. Also, just like what Grandpa said earlier, you belong to me now. If there is anything you want to do, you must report to me. Jang Chang was confused at that moment. He meowed, the two of us aren't on equal footing? I'm your person, what does that mean? Wait, I think we should belong to an equal relationship, right? Su Yao arrogantly cocked her little head. If Zhang clan hadn't collapsed, then of course it would be an equal relationship, but now you're just a flunky. Although you've fallen from the altar, I'll still respect you, and you can continue to try to start your own business during the days we're grinding, so that you and I are still equals. As for now, this head you'd better bow down for me. Jang Cheng quietly sized up Su Yao. High and cold, strong and proud. Su Yao's figure is tall and slim, a head of black long straight hair was tied into a ponytail by her light and cold makeup, her aura is intimidating, even if she is sitting quietly on the sofa, Jang Cheng can feel the strong and high cold from her. The two stared at each other for 10 seconds, then, Su Yao's body suddenly erupted with an intimidating aura. Jang Chang, you have to be clear about the status quo, even if you and I used to be equal in status, but now, being under my Su Yao's roof, this head you have to bow down. Chapter 4 At least smooth eyes. Very domineering. The tone of his voice was filled with absolute strength and could not be questioned. Su Yao's absolutely beautiful face was full of smiles, but the sharpness hidden in it was clearly felt by Jang Chang. Then what if I don't bow my head? What can you do to me? Jang Chang sat on the sofa and grinned. Su Yao's head lightly raised, directly said, then I will force you to bow your head. On your own turf, Jang Chang has been willing to join the family, is there any room for you to refuse? Jang Chang looked at her sideways like this, and after a moment, he suddenly laughed. Me so. Suddenly, Jang Chang moved, sprang up and rushed to Su Yao, pinning her down. His head lowered, coming close to Su Yao, the warm breath of his breath impacting on her pretty face. His eyes narrowed, emitting a dangerous light. Ah! What are you doing? Su Yao was startled by his action and hurriedly shouted. Reaching out, she pushed towards Jang Chang, but his strength was just too great, no matter how hard Su Yao pushed, she couldn't push Jang Chang's body away. Su Yao's villa did not have a nanny or bodyguard. In other words, the current her was at Jang Chang's mercy. Jang Chang lowered his head and looked at Su Yao, who was pressed down on the sofa by himself. The two of their faces were less than 5 centimeters apart. Miss Su Yao, are you forgetting what my name is and what I used to do? The words just fell. On Jang Chang's body, a domineering aura that was even stronger than hers quietly erupted. The strong aura and the manly aura on Jang Chang's body caused Su Yao to feel a wisp of fear rise from deep within. What do you want to do? A little throbbing inside, Su Yao suppressed her inexplicable emotions towards Jang Chang and said very forcefully with her mouth. Guess, now that I'm alone, what will I do? Jang Chang said quietly. Su Yao. I advise you better not to do anything stupid. Now you and I have the name of unmarried couple, but if you mess around, I can still let you go to jail for the rest of your life. Jang Chang pulled a strand of hair with his hand, released her and sat back on the sofa. Don't be so nervous, can we talk about things properly now? Su Yao's tension that had just disappeared was again upset by his words. However, in the way of the current situation being unfavorable to her, she endured. Jang Chang returned to the single sofa, crossed his legs and propped his elbows on the sofa, his handsome face slightly tilted as he slowly said. Let's run through what happened first. First of all, what Grandpa Su and I talked about was about your marriage contract marriage. I can choose to start a business during this period of time, and if I succeed, it's me marrying you, not entering into a marriage. Unless I achieve nothing, only then will I be considered as a member of your Su family, right? Then again, you didn't refute Grandpa Su's arrangement in the first place, which means you agree to this condition, so? The relationship between the two of us should now belong to equality, Miss Su Yao, it seems that you have no right to make me submit to you. After hearing what Jang Chang said, Su Yao's embroidered brows furrowed. Equality? Don't forget, you are now surviving under my patronage, shouldn't it be a superior-subordinate relationship? Jang Chang spread his hands and said he, it's fine, how about I go down and you go up? Good, since it's like this then. Su Yao was just about to say something when she suddenly felt that something wasn't quite right. Wait. He shouldn't be talking about. Ugh. Nasty. Su Yao instantly understood what Jang Chang meant, and her nearly flawless pretty face suddenly reddened and spat. Look, you don't even want to be up and down, so we're on equal terms, right? Of course, if you're not convinced, you can also explain to Grandpa Su and ask him to cancel the marriage contract between the two of us, I won't object. Jang Chang shrugged his shoulders, casually pulling some double entendre words. You are still not unwilling, thus I have given you the opportunity, an upper and lower class relationship, it is you who are unwilling. Su Yao raised an eyebrow, but quickly figured it out and compromised, then as you said, get along as equals. Once she thought of her grandfather's intention to set her up with Jang Chang, Su Yao also bowed her head and gave in. She also didn't want to marry someone else, compared to that, it was better to marry Jang Chang. At the very least, it was smooth. Seeing her compromise, Jang Chang couldn't help but smile brightly. In this fictional world, the golden finger he possessed was not a system, but rather he was familiar with the development of various plots, and the character weaknesses of every important character. For every female companion and character that had appeared in Female President's Omnipotent Medical God, their personalities, settings, families, weaknesses, and so on, Jang Chang knew them like the back of his hand. For example, the Su Yao in front of her. Her heart loved men who were stronger and smarter than her. In response to this, as long as Jang Chang showed that he was stronger and more proactive, Su Yao would subconsciously step back. At the very least, his current progress was still very successful. Jang Chang stood up again and walked over to Su Yao's side to sit down. A large hand suddenly rested against Su Yao's head. Be good and obedient, sooner or later you will fall one day, Miss Su Yao, I'm going to eat it. Jang Chang's tone was very soft, but aggressive. Su Yao's cheeks miso reddened. Turning her head, she looked at Jang Chang's face that was somewhat vicissitudes and with a little bit of scruff, even though there was haggardness hanging on it, the face and temperament that made countless women unable to refuse, even for her who had little interest in men. That powerful yet cold heart couldn't help but beat a little. Don't touch my head, don't I want face? Chapter 5 This woman is good to cheat. Sorry, occupational disease. Jang Chang's left hand rubbing Su Yao's head couldn't help but stiffen. Then he smiled sarcastically, he was used to touching it. Every time he saw her little head, his own habit of jerking off the cat in the first place always couldn't help but kick in. Come with me to the company tomorrow, I will arrange a position for you. Patting Jang Chang's salty pig hand away, Su Yao added. No, I don't have time tomorrow. Seeing his refusal, Su Yao was a bit puzzled. You're a loner, what else do you have to be busy with? Make money. Jang Chang said with a straight face. As a traveler, it's hard not to really want to eat soft food and be a flabby son-in-law. I now even open a room on the body of the money or not, do not make money waiting to die? Jang Chang now all cash on the body is only $66. Jang's collapse, his funds, real estate, these are taken by the court according to the law to auction against the debt. The Jang family 3 generations of accumulated wealth overnight empty, even so, but also as barely pay off the debt. And the Jang family, because his grandfather is an orphan, and is starting from scratch. So it has always been a single lineage, his grandfather only had his father as a child, and his father only had him as an only child. And Jang Chang's parents, in the previous 2 years, died because of a plane crash. So he was the only one left in the Jang family. When Jang fell, he didn't leave half a cloud behind. But the system had rewarded him with 1.5 billion in cash before, so Jang Chang could save a lot of effort to earn money, and with this 1.5 billion in his hand, it was enough for him to do a lot of things. At this time, Su Yao suddenly snorted. No money and you were so strong just now? In the end you still have to fight for money? Su Yao didn't say anything, took out her cell phone from the limited edition LV bag, 2 slender fingers tapped on the screen. Buzz. Not long after, the cell phone in Jang Chang's pocket suddenly vibrated, took it out and found it was a text message reminder. Your bank card account with the tail number 3341 has transferred a large amount of money through online banking, earning plus $52,000,000.00. Jang Chang looked up with some consternation, and then he saw Su Yao putting away her cell phone, her fair and flawless, very moving little face hung with condescension.
At this time, she is like a proud phoenix raised its head, the voice is light and melodious, haughty, other I lack, but I just do not lack of money, so you give me to sit down. This money as I lent you, half a year later, you must return me 52.1 million with interest. Jang Chang looked closely at Su Yao's face, a little speechless.
Chick, that's not what brother meant.
What I mean by making money is earning back a jiang.
Understand? Now I would love to ask you, what do you mean by transferring $52 million to me? Do you know the meaning of that number? Do you know? Nope.
Suddenly, Jang Chang remembered that in the original book, the female president's omnipotent medical god, this female president's emotional quotient should have belonged to 0, or else she wouldn't have accepted him so quickly.
In other words, this woman is very good at fooling.
Jang Chang shook his head as he had a bold idea. Alright, I'm going to rest, you can play by yourself tomorrow, I still have to go to the company to deal with some things. Su Yao waved her hand, then stood up and headed upstairs to her room. Once she left, only Jang Chang was left alone in this large living room. Sweeping a glance at the empty living room, Jang Chang naturally didn't have the heart to stay here and watch TV, and immediately also got up and returned to his room. Closing the door, Jang Chang immediately made a silent chant.
Open the personal panel. In the next second, a transparent light screen appeared in front of Jang Chang's eyes. System, Big Villain System. Host, Jang Chang.
Wealth, $1,552,066.29.
Villain value, 0 points. Backpack? Attributes, physique, 100. Strength, 104. Reaction, 109. Speed, 95. Charisma, 149.
Note, normal adult male standard is 100, charisma value is up to 149 full. Skills, intermediate cooking 4,399 6,000, shooting introductory 2,100 4,000, fighting introductory 3,700 4,000, English advanced max, piano master max.
Special skill, suit thug.
This time, Jang Chang carefully surveyed the system interface and realized that it was indeed different. Jang Chang also had some understanding of the system's functions. This is a system that robs the novel protagonist of his chi and chance, allowing himself to rewrite the positive and negative factions only. His current identity was the fiancée of the villain's president, but what about after he plundered the protagonist's karma and chi, he would change from villain to protagonist?
After all, no matter if it was positive or negative, or history, it was written by the victor, and if he won, wouldn't he be the positive? Pretty good. The challenge was high.
After all, he himself was originally the one who was going to die, and he was considered a good person in his previous life.
In this life, anyway, it was the world of fiction, so what if he became a villain for once and robbed other people's chances?
Being able to live 2 lives, it is always impossible to walk the same path.
The next day, 10 o'clock at night. Outside a mysterious membership club in Magic City.
Dressed in a privately customized black suit, Jang Chang wore a multi-million-dollar limited edition Patek Philippe on his left wrist as he looked up at the signboard hanging across the building.
A touch of a strange smile appeared on his handsome, angular face.
Retracting his gaze, he took a step inside the club.
Chapter 6. Try another line of nonsense.
As soon as he entered the door, an attendant quickly walked up to him. Seeing the attendant walking towards him, Jang Chang took out a black printed special color gold VLP card from his suit pocket and said indifferently, "This is my membership card." Receiving the card, the waiter's face instantly changed, bowed and said, "Honored black card members, hello, please follow me this way." For the waiter's attitude, Jang Chang is not surprised. This card in his hand is the top black card of this noble club. In the entire Magic City, there are no more than 20 people who own it.
And those who own these cards are undoubtedly the top families in Magic City. Well, go to the auction house and take a look.
Jang Chang retrieved the card and nodded with a bland expression. In fact, in the original book Jang Chang possessed this black card, but he rarely set foot in such venues. This time he came here with certain purposes in mind. Jang Chang allowed the attendant to lead the way in front of him, and when he arrived at the auction house and just entered the place, his appearance attracted the astonished gazes of the people present.
No wonder they were surprised.
It was because the era that belonged to Jang Chang had already passed, and the current him had long since lost the qualification to sit on an equal footing with the people present. He was just a loser, reduced to the status of an ordinary loser. However, since his black card hadn't been cancelled by the founders here, there still seemed to be a bit of a hidden agenda. Jang Chang did not pay much attention to the gazes of this group of people who were sizing him up. His eyes looked around before he walked to the center front row and sat down. Although Jang Chang was no longer the president of the Jang clan group and was no longer the top-ranking rich third generation with a fortune of $100 billion, he still had the $1.5 billion in cash rewarded by the system. Even if he had fallen from the altar at this moment, he was still richer than everyone present, and even those rich second generation whose families had tens of billions of market capitalization didn't dare to say that they could utilize more funds than Jang Chang. Therefore, he was still qualified to sit in the front row seats. When Jang Chang had just taken his seat, immediately two waiters who were here at all times came up and took champagne and fruit plates and set them on the small round table in front of him. Jang Chang took a sip of the champagne poured by the waiters and looked around. As a matter of fact, this auction house was also called the Golden Cave. Most of the items auctioned here were precious antiques, valuable paintings and calligraphy, etc. Most of these treasures came from the private sector. The source of these treasures were mostly purchased from the private sector, but of course, there were also some wealthy merchants who were short of money who brought their own treasures to sell here. Apart from that, there were also certain special items for sale here. Jang Chang came here today to see the treasures that would appear, and if they were suitable, he would take them. By the way, he would take the property rights of the Jang's villa compound house today.
Isn't that Mr. Jang in the front? Why would you come here to play today? Oh, forgot, you are no longer the president. Our group of uneducated rich second generation can't afford to climb up to Mr. Jang.
A voice with a strong sense of mockery resounded in this lavishly decorated auction hall. Jang Chang glanced back at the person who made the voice, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, disdainfully said, "This person of mine has a habit, that is, he does not like to talk to the poor." I would like to ask, what kind of theater are you coming here to watch as an unimpressive commodity without a few dollars? Can you afford any of the things here? The tone of his voice was very calm, but it was full of disdain and contempt, not hiding it in the slightest. For this kind of person, there are not many things that he can afford to buy here, purely come in to watch the fun, where there is his qualification to speak. For Jang Chang, he was clearly looking down on the person who had just vocalized his mockery. Even though his status had plummeted and he was no longer the president of the 100 billion group, he still had 1.5 billion in cash at his disposal. People like this, Jang Chang would not look at them at all. You? What do you have to be so godly about? Don't forget, you're not the president of the 100 billion group right now. When the young man heard Jang Chang's mockery, his pockmarked face instantly reddened. Jang Chang wasn't wrong, his family was just a family with billions of assets, counting real estate. In this circle full of second-generation rich people, it completely belonged to the bottom of the hierarchy. You what you? Suddenly, Jang Chang let out an explosive shout. Even if I'm not the president of Jang's group, but more than $1 billion I can still take out, you give me one more beep try? Give me one more word of nonsense, believe it or not you can't get out of this door tonight? Jang Chang's voice suddenly became cold. He didn't have a weak heart. For this kind of small person, you just have to give him a severe beating before he would know his position clearly. Moreover, if he really wanted to make a move here, there was no problem at all. Even if he beat this person half to death, nothing would happen. The backstage of this noble club was not something that such a small person could offend. Moreover, the family behind this person, to put it politely, Jang Chang did not put it in his eyes at all. Shocking some of the guys whose gazes carried dark sarcasm, the entire auction house cleared up.
Soon, the auction began. Chapter 7, Just Add Money.
A bald middle-aged man in a suit walked onto the auction stage with a smile on his face. The bald middle-aged man stood on the stage, his eyes looked down to the crowd, and said aloud, "Today's auction items are more, so do not introduce yourself, you all understand, then we will directly enter the auction process. Today's first item is a bit of a head start, is the Jang family mortgaged villa compound, its value I do not need to say more, the starting price, 180 million. The bald middle-aged man did not have the slightest bit of procrastination, and directly reported a starting price.
Jang's villa compound is the largest and most luxurious one in Magic City. Its area is close to the size of a soccer field. Jang's can be said to have put a lot of effort into this villa. There is no other villa in the whole of Magic City that can be compared to it, and its value is at least $300 million or more. And the $180 million starting price given by the bald head, this was a complete underestimation of the auction price. However, even so, in this auction house, those who were qualified to bid for this compound were those top families with strong financial resources, and ordinary people with money couldn't take it down. Of course, there was also the possibility of seeing Jang Chang here and wanting to see how he would react. In the original book,
female president's all-purpose medical god, his villa was eventually taken by the heroine's brother, Jang Chang, and gifted to the protagonist, Yi Tian, later on.
200 million.
In the middle of Jang Chang's thoughts, the voice of a young man with dyed yellow hair leisurely sounded. Someone led the way, and the number of people bidding in the back began to grow.
$230 million. Soon, another person opened his mouth to bid. $250 million. $300 million. When it reached 4 people, the bidding call was actually raised upwards by $50 million at a time by this person. In this wide auction room, there were nearly 50 people sitting. These people were all genuine second-generation rich people. Of course, some were just barely stepping into the circle of second-generation rich people. However, their families' assets were at least over $100 million.
Those who possessed the ability to bid were only a handful of 10 people in this auction house. Finally, a young man sitting in the corner of the front row, nibbling on an apple, lazily opened his mouth. As soon as he opened his mouth, the entire auction house fell silent. Jang Chang glanced sideways at the sound, and then, the corner of his mouth inexplicably curved up in an arc, $370 million. As soon as Jang Chang reported the bidding price, the silent auction room was lively again in an instant.
Fake it, not that Jang Chang is bankrupt, penniless? He can still take out $370 million? Nonsense, it must be true. You also do not look at this field as who dares to indiscriminate auction price. Who wouldn't be afraid of getting screwed? Sure enough, the big man is still the big man. Even if he fell from the altar, Jang Chang's value is still out of reach for us. The level is not the same. Just like our family's assets are just 1 or 200 million, for these $100 billion groups, it is just a small target. For the group's discussion, Jang Chang seemed to not hear it and took a sip of the champagne in his glass. Mr. Jang deserves to be Mr. Jang. Even after falling from grace, going to the Su family can still be valued by them. So much money can be at your disposal. At this time, Song Ching suddenly smiled and opened his mouth. Right, you're not going to be a member of the family, right? Song Ching's words fell on the ears of the crowd, and at this moment, it dawned on them a little, so the money in Jang Chang's hand was given by the Su family. For Song Ching's words, the people present did not have much doubt. Although the Song family was not as good as the former Jiang clan, it was a top family of the same caliber as the Su family, and the two families were still arch rivals, so what he knew, he definitely knew more than them. Jang Chang's gaze glanced at him and said lightly, "Not bad." Song Ching wrapped his arms around his side of the young voluptuous woman, smiled, "Well, I do not know how much money in the hands of Mr. Jiang can still take out the bidding, so that I put out 400 million. After all, this is the Magic City. Jiang's once house may not be very good feng shui, but at least it is the first villa of the Magic City. To buy back do not live, collection is also a good choice." For Song Ching's mind, of course, Jang Chang knows, this guy is completely disgusting himself. Jang Chang's previous attitude towards Song Ching was not friendly. Now that he was favored by the Su family, and their Song family and the Su family had always been at loggerheads, they would naturally try to find a way to add some blockage to themselves. The most important thing was that this $300 to $500 million really wasn't too much in Song Ching's eyes. $450 million. Jang Chang's face remained unchanged and his tone was flat. Song Ching added $10 million the first time after Jang Chang's offer, $460 million. $500 million. When Jang Chang pulled the price directly to $500 million, Song Ching lightly laughed. "It seems that Mr. Jiang is still a bit capable. Su Yao, that woman, quite willing to spend money for you. I won't fight with Mr. Jiang for this house, I'll let Mr. Jiang have it." He raised the price for no reason, just to let Jang Chang out some blood. "You want the house back? You can. Just raise the money." Song Ching's cynicism didn't make Jang Chang angry. Jang Chang squinted his eyes and smiled lightly. Fortunately, just a while ago, I went to see a doctor for bankruptcy. He told me that my stomach and intestines are not very good, and I have to eat more soft food, and there is still a lot of small money." The eyes of the crowd watching the show froze, and a thought rose in their own minds. Fuck. Chapter 8, the grand finale. Simply don't billion. Hearing Jiang Chang's light sentence, the eunuchs and young ladies present couldn't help but curse in secret. But after cursing, those eunuchs still envied him. To be able to eat Su Yao's woman's soft rice, it was estimated that he was the only one in the entire Devil's capital. Although the families of these young men were not comparable to the Su family and Song family, they were not too bad either. Over $100 million in assets was enough for them to live a very nourishing life. If they really wanted to let this group of people go into the family, they would refuse without even thinking about it. Their own hardware strength was pretty okay, so why would they want to go and be a door-to-door loser? Is it that the food at home doesn't smell good anymore, or is it that the girls outside aren't beautiful? Suya was beautiful, yes, but getting them to join the family was completely impossible. One can completely rely on the strong financial strength to play a few school flower level goddesses, perhaps not as good as Su Yao, but rely on the number of piles up. Who can appreciate their happiness? Only Jang Chang, a downtrodden aristocrat, would choose to join the family, right? As for Song Ching, after hearing Jang Chang quoting the sky-high price of 500 million, the smile on his face became bright, and with his own face value, which was also quite handsome, he immediately attracted the attention of many $1,000 ladies. Although he had his arm around a voluptuous young woman, everyone knew that it was just for fun. It was really too common in high society. 500 million for the third time. This bidding item goes to Mr. Jiang. 3 times the hammer struck down, and the bald middle-aged man's voice was crisp. The door was open. They had only taken this villa compound for $350 million, and now they had directly earned $1.5 million. When the bald middle-aged man's voice fell, there was soon a staff member walking to Jiang Chang with a transaction sheet. Jiang Chang casually wrote a check and handed it to the attendant, and the transaction was completed. The rest of his eyes swept towards Song Ching, who was sitting in the corner smiling. Jiang Chang sneered in his heart. Making me lose $100 million for nothing, very good. Originally, I was still wondering if it would be a bit bad if I were to drive your Song family too far into extinction, but now it seems that there is absolutely no such burdensome mentality. Jiang Chang, who was familiar with the plot of the female president's omnipotent medical god, was naturally no stranger to Song Ching's setting. This person was a gentle gentry on the surface, but behind his back, he was definitely a shady bastard, and he had also done the underground DU field. If he wasn't saved in time by the protagonist Yi Tian, this guy would have gone to jail long ago. The first item was successfully traded, and the bald middle-aged man started to auction the next item. This time, there were as many as 30 items in the auction, among which there was also a second-tier actress for one night, which was later taken down by Song Cheng with a high price of $900,000. With regards to the special commodities that were auctioned at this auction house, this group of people had long since seen it all before. This world was beautiful and very dark at the same time. What ordinary people could see was all on the surface. In the eyes of stargazers, those high and mighty goddesses that could only be viewed from afar could not be blasphemed, but they could be found everywhere in the circles of the top high society. It might be this male's companion tonight, and the next day it would be someone else's. It was the same whether it was an actress or one of those top female netizens. It was realistic and ironic, but that was how the world was. Soon, it came to the final auction. 2 men in suits and white gloves carefully walked up holding an exquisite plate. After they went down, the bald man then turned towards the crowd and smiled. The auction item for this finale was a handwritten work by Huang Tingjian, one of the 4 schools of Song, the famous calligrapher of the northern Song dynasty. This hand scroll is 11 meters long, with a heart of 8 meters, and contains the inscription on the mainstay written by Wei Zhang, the prime minister of the Tang dynasty, whom Huang Tingjian held in the highest esteem during his lifetime, with more than 600 words. On the scroll, there are a lot of inscriptions by Jia Sadao in Song dynasty, Xiang Yuanbian in Ming dynasty, and Republic of China collectors in Qing dynasty. It is a well-deserved treasure. Without further ado, the starting price is 100 million. Every time you participate in the bidding must not be less than $10 million. After the bald auctioneer finished introducing the grand finale, the room fell silent for a moment. Immediately afterward, every single person's gaze became very eager. The mainstay inscription. If this was taken down and given to the elders in their family who liked to collect calligraphy and paintings, it would undoubtedly raise a wave of goodwill. In the upper class, those valuable paintings and calligraphy, exotic curiosities and other exotic treasures were the favorite things of those elders. However, the starting price of $100 million still made most people shrivel down. No other cannot afford the starting price of $100 million. Those who didn't have more than $2 or $3 billion wouldn't dare to touch this thing. However, when the starting price was reported out, there were still quite a few people who were still eager to move. $150 million. $180 million. $200 million. The price soared all the way up. Among these dozens of people, there were still quite a few who met the criteria if their family's worth was more than $2 to $3 billion. This time, the bids were all competed by those sitting at the front of the room. At this time, a flat voice suddenly spread across the auction house. $350 million. Chapter 9A Painting. $350 million. Hearing this offer, everyone couldn't help but change color. Throwing away $350 million for a painting. A top rich family really has a lot of money. Such a huge amount made them all a little desperate, not because of anything else, but because buying a painting was all most of them had. Everyone looked at Song Ching differently. If it was said that he had bid against Jang Chang earlier, it was still nothing. After all, the Jiang clan compound was still really worth the price. But now it was just for a painting. My old man likes to collect these antiques and paintings, and when I see a masterpiece in front of me, as a junior, I still want to take it down for my old man. Song Ching's faint smile contained arrogance. Since young Song has made a move, then I will not compete with young Song for this painting. That's right, after all, cannot compete. Song Young financial strength, we these ordinary people will not compete, lest in the end to Song Young fall bad impression. Those great young men who still had the strength to compete a bit, after seeing Song Ching open his mouth, they responded with smiles. Although this painting was really expensive, those old men who loved paintings and calligraphy would definitely use a big price to take it down. But when Song Ching opened his mouth, they knew that they couldn't compete. The Song family was financially strong, and if Song Ching was really determined to get it, then they wouldn't be able to take it down. Instead of ending up with a bad impression, it would be better to back off now and still have some goodwill. Thank you all very much then. However, Song Ching was happy, but the bald auctioneer didn't think so. They had taken this top-notch painting and calligraphy out for no other reason than to have a good time, but the price of this painting and calligraphy was much more than $350 million. Their auction house had spent around $400 million to collect it. Now that it was spoiled by Song Chang, one could imagine how they felt. However, the rules could not be broken, and although the bald auctioneer was upset, he still followed the rules. $350 million once. $350 million twice. $350 million three. $450 million. Just when the bald auctioneer thought that no one would bid, in the middle of the front row, a calm voice suddenly rang out. Gazing at it, he only saw Jang Chang sitting there very calmly. Song Chang, who had already revealed a smile, had thought that he would be allowed to take the painting and calligraphy at a low price when the sound of Jang Chang's voice appeared. The smile on his face froze. He turned his head and looked at Jang Chang and said coldly, "It seems that Mr. Jiang still has quite a bit of spare money, I just don't know how much he can offer?" As soon as the words fell, Jang Chang mercilessly mocked back. "Nonsense, so much for what? Have money you continue to shoot, no money on the flash aside to watch, okay? You." Song Chang, who always puts a smile on his face, when he heard Jang Chang's unceremonious mockery, his face, which is still quite handsome, suddenly showed indignation. He wanted to open his mouth to curse, but still held back. Let himself give up this calligraphy and painting? Couldn't do it. Not to mention that he needed this painting to give to the old master. Even if he didn't need it, being taunted by a downtrodden Jang Chang like this, he couldn't swallow this breath. He was the youngest member of the Song clan. Would he still be compared to him in terms of financial strength? $470 million. In a very unhappy mood, Song Ching put away his smile and spoke coldly. $500 million. When Song Ching's bid came out, Jang Chang did not hesitate to add on. This action naturally caused the crowd present to look sideways. Martyr, didn't he say that Jang Chang was bankrupt? How did he still have so much money? Could it be that it was all given to him by the Su family? Someone asked with great curiosity. His curiosity just exported. At the sight of the body, immediately someone voiced explanation. Don't think about it, even if he is very by the Su family. Old man optimistic, but more than $1 billion or more is not possible to give him. This is Jang Chang's own money. But even so, what can he, a bankrupt person, take to fight with Song Chang? Not afraid of being screwed by Song Ching in the back? A hammer. The Su family and the Song family don't deal with each other. Jang Chang is targeting the Song family. The Su family will definitely protect him. In the original book, Female President's Super Medical God, Song Ching did spend $350 million just to take this top-notch painting and calligraphy. The reason why he had taken a look at this mainstay inscription was because he wanted to give it to his grandfather. After all, Song Ching had opened casinos and had screwed over many rich people. Of course, all of them were those thugs without any hard backstage. However, an entertainment club run under his banner had involved quite a few upper-class celebrities and rich gentry, as well as some Guan members, and had alarmed the top. The above has already started investigating a few months ago. According to Jang Chang's memory of the original book, it is estimated that it will not take long to close the net. This matter was very big and very serious. That is why Song Ching panicked and collected himself after learning of this inside story.
However, if he wanted to completely set things right, he still had to rely on his grandfather, Song Yunqing, to operate the closing. Otherwise, the only result waiting for Song Qing is imprisonment. Now the auction of this painting is the only way for Song Qing to please Song Yunqing. In the original book, after Song Qing was saved by the protagonist, Yi Tian, and his grandfather, he gifted the Zhang's compound that he had auctioned off to Yi Tian. However, since Jang Chang was here, and when he bid on the Zhang clan's compound earlier, he had his price raised by Song Qing, making him pay more than $100 million more. Jang Chang wouldn't just let Song Qing take this mainstay inscription so easily.
Jang Chang, you're determined to have your way with me, aren't you?
At this moment, Song Qing also put away his smile and looked at Jang Chang with a gloomy face.
Chapter 10 700 million.
However, how could Jang Chang take his threat seriously?
How can you say that, second youngest Song? Aren't the auction items at the auction house always awarded to the highest bidder? Does it mean that you, second young master Song, can't let others bid normally?
Jang Chang said with a smile on his face.
Or does it mean that you, second young master Song, don't take the rules set by this club into consideration? Hearing that latter sentence, Song Qing's anger suddenly diminished a little.
The identity of the founder of this club was much more terrifying than him, and his status and financial power was a huge cut above his own family. If he offended this person, he wouldn't be able to inherit the Song clan for the rest of his life.
Humph.
Coldly humming, Song Chang no longer fought with Jang Chang and continued to call for the price, $530 million. But as soon as he quoted, Jang Chang immediately followed suit, $580 million.
Ka Ching.
The veins on Song Qing's forehead were hidden. The cash he could use in his hand right now was around 700 million, and he hadn't even bothered to shoot a few favorite items he met earlier, which meant he spent a few $100,000 to take down that actress.
He left all the money behind for the grand finale of the mainstay inscription.
Now that there was Jang Chang messing things up, Song Qing felt very angry. The voluptuous woman who was bird-like beside him couldn't help but shrink in his arms at the moment and didn't dare to make a sound to interfere.
600 million.
Song Chang held back his anger and directly shouted out 600 million. The current him was truly harboring a grudge against Jang Chang.
$650 million.
The moment Song Qing shouted out, Jang Chang raised another $50 million upwards.
Jang Chang now cool, I care about you Song family what, anyway, now he is alone, behind a Su family top. He also really do not believe that you Song Qing can let the Song family set fire against the Su family not.
Hearing that Jang Chang had come to raise the price again, Song Qing couldn't help but force his hand on the woman. Although the colorful woman was in pain, she still didn't dare to make a sound. She was afraid that Song Chang would rise up and give herself a slap. She didn't have any big name, she was just a college flower who was spotted by Song Qing and spent $200,000 to smash open those legs of hers.
700 million.
At this point, Song Qing didn't make any reservations and directly shouted out the bottom line price. If Jang Chang continued to fight with him, then he didn't want it. But he would definitely target Jang Chang until he died later. Once the 700 million heavenly price came out, the entire room that had banned the sound was in an uproar. Although this painting was precious, its highest price was around 400 million. Now that it was raised to 700 million, it was already twice its own value. At this time Jang Chang also did not open his mouth, smilingly drank a mouthful of champagne, waiting for the auctioneer's hammer to fall.
Soon, 3 hammers sounded. The mainstay inscription was sold for $700 million. The winner is number 5, Song Qing, Mr. Song.
The bald auctioneer's voice traveled into Song Qing's ears. Song Qing only felt like a taunt, satirizing himself for being stupid. Although he had a lot of money, this was not how to use it. If it wasn't for the fact that he had really gone overboard this time around, he wouldn't have auctioned this piece of calligraphy and painting at all. After auctioning the item, Song Qing did not have any joy, his face was as gloomy as water, and there was a chill in his gaze towards Jang Chang. For this change in him, Jang Chang did not care. Originally, if you didn't come to me about things, I wouldn't even bother to target you. Now everyone has a loss. You cost me 1.500 million, and now it's only 400 million more for you. You still owe me a debt of 1.1 billion. Pay it back slowly. Yes, since we haven't gone toe-to-toe with the protagonist yet, let's take you Song Qing first. Anyway, this guy has quite a lot of black material, spend some time on yourself to get you Song Qing, just as a way to collect some bills.
The finale was auctioned off and the crowd dispersed.
Song Qing paid the bill, received a room card handed over by the waiter with both hands, without a trace of color on his face. Before leaving, Song Chang looked back at Jang Chang, then wrapped his arms around the enchanting and voluptuous schoolgirl and entered the elevator. It seemed like he wanted to find some presents on these two women and have a good time. Jang Chang left the hall of the auction house. As for the property rights formalities of his villa compound, these were all handled by the people from the Noble Club to help, he just needed to wait. Just outside the doorway, a middle-aged man suddenly stopped his way. "Mr. Jang, our boss has an invitation." The middle-aged man stood in front of Jang Chang and said in a respectful voice. "Which person?" Jang Chang said indifferently. "Mr. Qin." "Qin Ming? What is he looking for me for?" Jang Chang smiled and asked. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "Mr. Jiang will know in the past." "Lead the way." Following the middle-aged man's footsteps, Jang Chang took the exclusive elevator to the top floor of the club. Standing at the door of an office, the middle-aged man pushed open the door for him and made a gesture. "Mr. Jiang, please come in." Without hesitation, Jang Chang stepped directly into the office, and when he entered, the man closed the door. This office was very wide in area, and there were quite a few precious items placed in it. Outside the entire floor-to-ceiling window was a bustling urban night scene. In front of a desk, there sat a handsome young man. When Jang Chang walked up, the handsome youth turned around, looked at him and smiled. "Jang Chang, long time no see." Chapter 11. That's impossible. The youth sitting in front of Jang Chang was named Qin Ming, who was also the founder of this Magic City Noble Club. Qin Ming's identity was very amazing, and there were few people in Magic City who could compare to him. Even the behemoths like the Song and Su families were a little less than half a step behind. In the original book, when Jang Chang hadn't gone bankrupt yet, he had been on pretty good terms with him. Very realistic. In Female President's Super Medical God, Qin Ming had been put on the spot by the protagonist Yi Tian when he was competing for the interests of a certain party, thus holding a grudge against the protagonist Yi Tian. Later on, when Yi Tian's wings were full, the unclean things Qin Ming had done were dug up by Yi Tian, so much so that Qin Ming was also jailed in the end. "I didn't think that you would actually agree to be a door-to-door son-in-law for the Su family. This is not like your style." Qin Ming sighed as he sized up Jang Chang. Jang Chang looked closely at Qin Ming and acted really well. He will not believe what Qin Ming said. Originally in the Zhangs on the verge of bankruptcy, he can pull the Zhangs a hand, but Qin Ming did not do that, but watched Jang Chang bankruptcy. In the end, to divide the huge cake left behind by the Zhangs, Qin Ming can be said to eat a mouthful of oil. But well, in the world of supreme interests, no one is the eternal enemy. If there is, it is just the value is not in place. As long as the interests are the same, in the world of capital, mortal enemies can also be turned into hardcore allies. There is nothing wrong with being a son-in-law. Besides, being able to eat the soft rice of the first beautiful president of Magic City, I think it is quite good. Jang Chang said leisurely. Qin Ming was choked by his words. Others might believe this when he said it, but he didn't. In his eyes, Jang Chang was extremely proud of himself. Would he be willing to be a son-in-law? He might be holding something bad in his heart. "Well, have something to say, don't hide all day. What character you I don't know?" "I know your character, don't I? You just come up here and give me all the emotions." After casually pulling a few sentences, Jang Chang waved his hand and directly let Qin Ming cut to the chase. Qin Ming put away his smile, and a serious color appeared on his face. "Then let's get straight to the point. What is your current status, and what is your position in the Su family?" The only person of the Su clan's generation who deserves Qin Ming's attention is Su Yao, and the rest of the first family are nothing but a bunch of drunken losers with no value whatsoever. "Ha? What, does young Master Qin have some business to talk about?" Jang Chang sniffed and asked with some curiosity. According to reason, the financial power he had shown today was only at the level of 1 billion or so, and it could not enter Qin Ming's eyes at all. Could it be that he had guessed something? It shouldn't be. "Yes, there is a big business. Are you interested?" Qin Ming nodded solemnly. Jang Chang shrugged his shoulders and casually said, "Talk about business, you go to find Su Yao. Find me what? I am now a white boy." In Jang Chang's opinion, the big business Qin Ming was talking about was nothing more than the ones in the plot. If you were someone else, when you see Qin Ming, who is known as the first young man in the Magic City, looking for his own business, I am afraid that he could not wait to agree to it. But who was Jang Chang? A traveler, familiar with the plot of this world, really want to do business? These people still want to have a living? Only he has no backstage now. It is impossible to do it overnight. He has to think it through before he can get off the ground. No, this business of mine can only be eaten by you." Qin Ming immediately shook his head. He had a big news. If it came to fruition, that would make him eat a horrifying figure of profit, a figure that was enough to make all the top consortiums red in the eyes. However, his identity was somewhat sensitive and he couldn't appear in front of the public, so he had been looking for a suitable candidate. Obviously, in Qin Ming's opinion, the current Jang Chang was undoubtedly the most suitable. Qin Ming paused, then leaned forward, his eyes staring tightly at Jang Chang, and said seriously, "If you accept, the former Jiang will reappear, and perhaps go on to a higher level, and this time, there will also be someone behind you to back you up." "No need, I feel that the current identity is living a good life, there is no need to change anything," Jang Chang said flatly. After saying that, Jang Chang gave him a deep look. "I know what the business you are talking about is, not only do I know, but I am also planning to go and receive it over." "Qin Ming, you can think of farts to eat at ease." Jang Chang wouldn't personally go on stage, he was planning to train a puppet to step in for him, creating a sense of mystery as if it came out of nowhere. Working with Qin Ming? Being his pawn? That was absolutely impossible. Hearing that Jang Chang had rejected him, Qin Ming thought he had heard wrongly and froze for a while before reacting. "Are you sure you want to reject me? You have to realize that this is the last chance to bring you back to the top." In his opinion, shouldn't Jang Chang be very excited when he said this condition? How could it be so flat? Chapter 12, Carrying It All. "Yes, I'm sure, if you don't have anything else I'll leave first. Suyao is still waiting for me to go back to warm her blanket." Jang Chang smiled and stood up from the sofa. "I'm sorry, Xiao Ming, although you are also the protagonist's enemy, but then, I'll eat your business for you first, so just hold your farts. I'm also doing this for your own good. Lest you be made to cry by Yi Tian's pit." Jang Chang thought in his heart. "I'm such a good guy. Carrying it all hard to keep others from starting a conflict. You really don't think about it anymore?" Qin Ming was all confused by Jang Chang, and after holding his tongue for a while, he muffled his voice. "This is a chance to return to the sequence of the $100 billion group. How dare you not want it? No need to consider." After saying this, Jang Chang directly left without stopping. Qin Ming sat on the chair, looking at the already empty sofa in front of him, somewhat skeptical. Did Jang Chang really not care anymore? Not long after Jang Chang left, the office door opened again. The middle-aged man who brought Jang Chang over walked in, came close to Qin Ming, and asked in a respectful voice, "Young Qin, do you want my subordinates to send someone to check?" "No need, it's possible that he was approached by others first. You won't be able to find out anything of value." Qin Ming returned to his senses. The gentle elegance he had displayed in front of Jang Chang instantly internalized and disappeared, his face as flat as water. In his suspicion, Jang Chang was definitely approached by someone else first. He just didn't know which one's pawn it was. However, he had overthought it. Was that old man from the Song family really cured of his persistent disease by a young man? In the Song family's courtyard. Inside a large, wide room, there were two figures sitting cross-legged on a bed. Behind the old man, a youth with a resolute and handsome look plucked a silver needle from his body. When the last silver needle was removed, the old man exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath and slowly opened his eyes. A ray of essence flickered in those pale, cloudy eyes, but they quickly dimmed. Song Yunsheng clenched his fists, feeling the body that had been weak and powerless for more than 10 years, now it actually became powerful. It gave him a feeling as if he was 10 years younger. Even the cells on his body became energized. The youth sitting behind him touched the sweat hanging on his forehead and said, "Master, your stubborn disease has been completely eradicated. In the next month, you only need to consume more qi replenishing food to nourish your body." When Song Yunqing heard this, his wrinkled old face instantly revealed a satisfied smile. "Yi Xiaoyu, thank you very much. If it wasn't for you coming to help me apply needles every few days for the past month, this malady that has been tormenting me for more than a decade would have been eradicated." The stubborn disease he was suffering from would cause Song Yunqing excruciating pain every time it flared up, and there was no pattern to it. Many times it would strike while he was eating, followed by a coma. Even his personal physician was unable to do anything about it. The disease that had been with him for more than 10 years was finally eliminated, which made Song Yunqing very happy. The one who had helped him cure his stubborn disease was none other than the protagonist who had already obtained the inheritance of the god of healing, Yi Tian. Yi Tian packed up the silver needles as he laughed. "Master, you don't have to be polite, I also got my due reward." He helped Song Yunqing cure this disease and made a full $10 million. In one fell swoop, he had evolved from a penniless loser student to a multi-millionaire. The most important thing was that he had also befriended this top Magic City family, the Song family. And also gained their favor. This alone is more valuable than a $10 million fortune. You're not arrogant or impatient at such a young age, and you're not proud of possessing this kind of superior medical skill. Your achievements in the future are unlimited. Song Yunqing nodded with satisfaction. He was very appreciative of Yi Tian's attitude. In this world, the top powerful tycoons valued their own health in particular. A medical genius like Yi Tian would definitely be able to quickly blossom in the future when he came into contact with the levels above, and would be courted by countless celebrity bigwigs.
Master, you are too kind, I have only learned the skinny today. Yi Tian scratched his head, looking very modest. Even if he only grasped the skinny of the medical nerves, it was still enough to make the world's doctors look up to him. Ha ha, let's not talk about this, let's go out to eat. Song Yunqing laughed, put on his clothes, stood up and walked out of the room. As soon as the room door opened, a beautiful young woman sitting on the sofa in the living room on the first floor of the villa looked up. When the two of them walked downstairs, the pretty-looking woman immediately went forward and asked, "Grandfather, how is your body? Is it better?" The woman looked very mature and dressed fashionably. In terms of face value, it was about the same as Su Yao, but slightly inferior by 1 point, but her natural charm was what made her a bit more attractive. She was Song Yue, the female president in the book Female President's Super Medical God. Yue, Grandpa's body is not in serious trouble anymore, this time thanks to you finding a little god doctor like Yi Tian for Grandpa.
Song Yunqing narrowed his eyes and smiled with satisfaction. Seeing her grandfather praising Yi Tian so much, Song Yue's beautiful eyes couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Yi Tian's face was calm and expressionless, blithely accepting the gaze's casual scrutiny. Ever since he fell off the cliff last time and accidentally obtained the inheritance of the god of medicine, his mindset had slowly changed. When he was worried about finding a job after graduation, but now with the healing god inheritance in his hands, he was able to remain absolutely calm when facing those once unattainable big shots. Possessing the bottom card that could change his life and give him the chance to become the top big shot in this world as well.
Yi Tian would definitely not be as humble as he was back then. Chapter 13 wants to go with you.
Jang Chang did not know about what happened in the Song family tonight. After Jang Chang left the Noble Club, he drove the McLaren 720s back to the villa.
After parking the car, as soon as he entered the door, Su Yao's cool voice rang out.
Getting money and running outside to dash around, Jiang Shao really has the qualifications to be the next time manager.
Su Yao's voice drilled into Jang Chang's ears. From her voice, Jang Chang heard some dissatisfaction.
Smiled and didn't answer. He didn't come back until almost 12 o'clock this time, as the nominal fiancé Su Yao was upset, that's for sure. But the title of time manager Jang Chang didn't dare to take it. Of course, no matter what Su Yao thought, he wouldn't care. Only, when Jiang Chang changed his shoes and came to the sofa to sit next to Su Yao, his body just had a touch of contact with Su Yao. This woman was like a scared cat, quickly exploded and flashed to the side, pulling away from him.
What, not convinced? What would you do if I really went out and fooled around? Now that you think about it, I'm having an orgy tonight with my arms around a dozen beautiful women. Are you feeling a sourness in your heart and a feeling of jealousy? As the only son of a top family, Jiang Chang was exposed to the most elite education since childhood. No one in sight? Unstoppable? Impossible. The vast majority of rich second-generation kids would not be at all like what the urban white literature depicted. If you analyze carefully, you will find that this is like a kind of hatred of the rich mentality. The real second generation of rich people will never do that kind of brain-dead thing. People like them who had gone through elite education understood the big picture and saw further than most people. Jealous? Are you still not sober? I just want to remind you that your current status is that of my fiancé. If you lose face, it would be a loss of face for me. Su Yao disdainfully skimmed her mouth, a pair of lotus root arms encircling her. Not to mention, the way this woman got proud was really irritating. However, in Jiang Chang's eyes, he felt that this woman was a little bit cute and was more easily irritated. Of course, it was limited to the stimulation given to her by people with better relationships. Those like Jiang Chang who had pulled in a little bit of a relationship with her only needed to stimulate her with words like jealousy, and Su Yao wouldn't take this matter seriously. Yes, my fiancé, I'm thirsty, pour me a glass of water. Jiang Chang lost his smile and shook his head. Su Yao's eyes instantly widened, her voice couldn't help but grow a few decibels louder. You won't pour it yourself? It's only been a few days and you've started to call on me? Is it true that if I live with you for a little longer, you're going to climb on top of me and become the emperor of the earth? You have to be clear about your identity. You're a son-in-law. You can't be that arrogant. You'll get beaten up. The kettle is closer to you, why can't you pour it for me? Don't forget, we're husband and wife.
Jang Chang spread his hands and said in a serious manner.
Su Yao. Is it great to be a son-in-law?
Why do you suddenly feel like you're more like the head of the family? This is still my home right.
But
why does it feel like what you said is also somewhat reasonable? After thinking about it, Su Yao took the kettle and cup and really poured a cup of water for Jang Chang. Jang Chang beautifully took the cup of water and took a sip. The bottom of his eyes flashed with a smirk.
Say it, what did you go for tonight?
After pouring the water, Su Yao began to torture Jang Chang.
It was now 12 o'clock in the morning. She usually went to bed at 11 o'clock, and this time, if it wasn't for the fact that she saw Jang Chang go out and didn't come back, she would have gone to bed early. However, why did she wait for him to come back? It always felt a bit strange. I went out to buy something.
Jang Chang carried a cup of water and answered casually.
Where are the things? It hasn't arrived yet. Su Yao wants to curse. What kind of attitude do you have? What kind of attitude is that? You've become a poor man, why are you still pretending to be so arrogant?
But Jang Chang wasn't pretending to be arrogant, he was just calm.
He's not Su Yao's subordinate, why should he obey her?
If he really did that, then Su Yao would not put himself in her eyes.
Either you are stronger than her and conquer her. Either you are stronger than her and then conquer her. Otherwise, don't expect this woman to give you a good face. Oh yeah, Fiancée asked you something.
After the two were silent for a moment, Kong Sung spoke.
Speak. Su Yao looked at him coldly, sparing no words. Pretend to be cold? Who wouldn't be the same? Do you still plan to go to the Song family's reception next week? Hearing these words, Su Yao's eyes instantly condensed. Go. If the Song family dares to send me an invitation, why don't I go?
If I don't go, I don't know what these people will say.
When Song Yunqing's illness got better, the Song family started making big moves. I'd like to see what they're up to. The Su family and the Song family have been at odds since their grandfather's generation.
Even if the two families have great interests, they will never shake hands and make peace, they are always at loggerheads.
Why are you suddenly asking about this?
The stern eyes converged back, Su Yao asked with some doubt.
Nothing, just want to go with you.
Jang Chang thought about it and laughed.
Chapter 14 Growing Up in an Orphanage. You want to go with me? Are you sure? Su Yao hesitated and asked.
If Jang Chang went with him, then there would definitely be some bad rumors spreading out. The marriage contract between herself and Jang Chang was currently not publicized, even within the Su clan, not many people knew about it, except for her parents and Su Hanhai, basically no one else was informed about it. Su Hanhai wanted to give Jang Chang a psychological preparation, entrepreneurial success and whatnot, basically not much hope.
In Su Yao's mind, Jang Chang's status is that of a fiancé who has been appointed as a son-in-law.
As for the so-called engagement, it is just to give him a little buffer time.
Of course, I also want to meet the young divine doctor who cured Song Yunqing's persistent illness.
Jang Chang nodded and said. Wanting to collide with the protagonist, he wouldn't wait until the protagonist had some small success in his strength and let Yi Tian personally find himself.
Good, since you want to go with me next week. Hearing Jang Chang's reply, Su Yao hesitated for a split second and quickly agreed with him.
It's getting late, I should go to bed, the company still has some things to deal with tomorrow.
Su Yao yawned and stood up from the sofa in her pajamas, wanting to walk upstairs. Wait a minute. What are you doing in my room? What else can I do? Sleep. Jang Chang responded as a matter of course. Please get the hell out of here. Just go. Snap.
Jang Chang dabbed a bit of oil and water and quickly walked towards his room, quickly opened the door and walked in, closing it heavily. Su Yao was stunned, and when Jang Chang disappeared, her stunningly beautiful cheeks were covered by a blush, looking very delicate.
Damned rascal. The night was silent. The next morning at 7 o'clock. Su Yao got up and ate breakfast before going to work at the company.
As the president of a $100 billion group, Su Yao's daily schedule was either talking about business or on the way to talk about business.
A lot of the time it was flying around.
In the entire villa, it was Jang Chang who didn't have anything left for him to do. Last night, when he came back from the aristocrat club, it was already 12 in the morning, and then he dragged himself to sleep until close to 2 o'clock. It wasn't until 9 o'clock in the morning that Jang Chang woke up with sleepy eyes.
Ding! The sign-in gift pack has arrived, is it opened? Just after waking up, Jang Chang heard a beep coming from the depths of his mind. With regards to the mechanism of this system, Jang Chang was a bit confused. Having studied it himself for an hour last night, he didn't really find a pattern to it. Without thinking too much on it, Jang Chang silently chanted, "Open." Weekly signature gift pack opened successfully, congratulations on your reward. Attribute points plus 5, free to upgrade at your disposal. Cash plus 1 billion, safe source, free to use. Seeing the reward props given by opening the weekly signature gift packet in his mind, a slight surprise climbed on Jang Chang's face. The disposable cash on his body was finally a large amount, and together with the 1 billion left over from earlier, he just happened to have 2 billion whole on his body. Next, Jang Chang opened his personal attribute panel. System, Big Villain System. Host, Jang Chang. Wealth, $2,052,066.29. Luck value, 0 points. Backpack, Villain Gift Bag. Attributes, Physique, 100, Strength, 104, Reaction, 109, Speed, 95, Charisma, 149. Note, normal adult male standard is 100, Charisma value is 149 at the most, no need to raise it. Skills, Cooking Intermediate, Shooting Introductory, Skills, Cooking Intermediate, Shooting Introductory, Fighting Introductory, English Advanced. Special Skills, Suit Thug. Disposable attribute points, 5. Seeing that his attributes were all at the normal adult level, Jang Chang contemplated for a while and added 5 attribute points to physique. The reason why he chose to increase his physique was because if his body's physique couldn't keep up, even if his strength and speed were high, he wouldn't be able to explode for as long as he did, and he had to build a solid foundation first before he could build a higher building on top of it. His face value was already the highest, 149, adding more would only convert it into an aura. Useless. After getting up, Jang Chang found something in the refrigerator to fill his stomach, and then he went out. Magic City University of Finance and Economics. At this time, inside the school's counselor's office, a woman aged around 25 or 26 with a very mature and beautiful look was frowning, looking at the report in front of her. Being named 3 times and not arriving, this Etian was really not letting people worry about him. Ju Ting pinched her brows inside. Teacher Ju, you're talking about class 2 Etian, right? He skipped class, also started this semester. Maybe he wants to go out early and find a job. A woman in her 30s heard Ju Ting sigh and couldn't help but come over and said. Ju Ting let out a bitter smile. If he could really find one, I would be happy for him, but I heard from my classmates that they all bumped into Etian going in and out of some places a few days ago. By the way, Ms. Wei, you'll be in the second class next period, right? If you see Etian, please call him over for me. I'll talk to him about something. Regarding Etian's life, Ju Ting was aware of it. Growing up in an orphanage, fatherless and motherless, for him, Ju Ting was a bit sympathetic. Chapter 15. Be My Inside Man. Around 10 o'clock in the evening. Inside the parking lot of Magic City's top entertainment club, a man with a slab of hair holding a thermos cup, filled with the smell of alcohol, came down from the Audi A6 car. Buzz. The cell phone in his pants pocket vibrated twice, and the man with a flat inch reached out and took out his cell phone to look at it, then pressed the answer button. Hello, Song Xiao. I just parked the car ready to go up. In the phone, a calm voice came. Good, remember to let the 2 dogs, they are honest this time. Song Xiao, rest assured, everything has been ordered down. The man in the plate inch answered. The man in the plate was answered. Okay, hurry up and come up to the meeting. Hanging up the phone, the slab man opened the thermos cup in his hand, drank a mouthful of tea to sober up, shaking his body in the direction of the elevator entrance. He walked on the driveway. Suddenly, a pair of car lights lit up, directly shaking to his eyes, so that the plate inch man could not help but squint. Fuck. Driving a Ferrari is a big deal? Being shaken in the eyes like this, the slab-sided man cursed lowly with great displeasure. Boom. Suddenly, the Ferrari 458 roared, and then the car directly accelerated towards himself. I hang, stupid X. Bored Inchman was startled, and hurriedly ran to an empty parking space. The Ferrari rushed to a violent stop in front of him. The car turned off the engine. The sound of a car door opening came, and the Slattern's eyes widened, wanting to see which guy it was. Soon, from the driver's seat, a man in a black suit stepped down, a suit that he knew by the style was customized, and one of those customized by a top designer starting in the hundreds of thousands. The young man was wearing a Jaya Kopko triple gravity celestial tourbillon watch on his hand,
which was a luxury watch that was a must for billionaires. A watch that could only be customized by those with money and power and status, and although the brand was very young, it had become a must-have plaything for the rich and powerful. And what this handsome man was wearing on his hand was obviously a customized model, worth millions of dollars. And his incomparable handsome face added to its recognizability. In Magic City, it could be said that there were not many people who did not recognize him. The fallen tycoon, Jang Chang. You are Leroy? Jang Chang stepped elegantly and arrived in front of the borderman, smiled lightly and opened his mouth. Leroy's 7 points of drunkenness had long disappeared when he saw the face of the visitor clearly, and at this moment, he was only slightly surprised and wary.
Jiang Shao. I wonder what you intend to do by stopping me.
Jang Chang smiled, his right hand touched the cosmic tourbillon wristwatch he wore on his left hand, and lightly said, there is naturally something to find you. $30 million, as long as you promise to do something for me, $30 million is yours.
$30 million.
This huge astronomical figure fell in Leroy's ears, immediately made his eyes round, subconsciously swallowed his saliva.
After the shock, Leroy calmly said, I don't know what favor young John wants me to do.
Although he was shocked at Jang Chang's handiwork, after calming down, Leroy still asked a clear question first.
Song Chang is your boss, right?
Jang Chang looked around, just in time. There are no cameras in this corner, don't think about lying to me. I know, far more than you think.
Leroy was stunned, then nodded, yes.
He also understood that in front of Jang Chang, he could not hide himself from him. Although he was down and out, his identity was still not comparable to his own mud-legged origins.
Then,
Jang Chang narrowed his eyes and smiled.
The plot was right.
In the original book Female President's Super Medical God, Song Ching supported an entertainment club in Magic City and very quickly made this club one of the top. But Song Ching left quite a few traces in this clubhouse and did quite a few unseemly things. Like opening underground casinos and pitting those tycoons without backstage.
Or maybe using love.
Color mastered the secrets of some important big shots and officials. This kind of thing doesn't have much impact if it's hidden. Only that he was exposed, and Song Ching also learned that the top had launched an investigation months ago, scaring him into shutting down and cleaning up these underground casinos and certain transactions. Just like the night before last, when Jiang Chang went to the auction house to give him a hard time, the reason why Song Ching had to use a big price to take the mainstay inscription was to dedicate it to his grandfather Song Yunxing, and by doing so, gain Song Yunxing's protection. Although Song Chang managed to get away under the maneuvers of Song Yunxing and protagonist Yi Tian, Leroy, who was in front of Jiang Chang's eyes, wasn't so lucky. He was thrown out by Song Ching, taking the place of Song Ching's biggest crime and sentenced to 15 years in prison. But Song Ching also compensated him for his loss, giving Leroy's parents $10 million in compensation. And Jiang Chang, who knew about these episodes, found Leroy at this moment in order to ask him to do something for him. Leroy was a bit shocked. His eyes flickered as he looked at Jiang Chang and asked, what does young Jiang want me to do? He was a little unclear about Jiang Chang's attitude. Looking at this, it seemed like nothing good was going to happen. Jiang Chang retrieved his thoughts and looked at Leroy with a smile, then, a light tone fell on his ears. It's very simple, I only need you to be my mole on Song Ching's side.
Chapter 16. What do you want me to do?
Jiang Chang unabashedly stated his true purpose. Leroy was Song Ching's right-hand man, managing this top club in Magic City for him, and a lot of the hookups were done under Leroy's operation. For him, Song Ching was also adhering to the principle of paying less and working more. Leroy had done many unseemly things for Song Ching, but Song Ching had only paid him a little bit of oil and water.
$5 million a year.
Although it seemed like a lot, it was actually just that. After all, the profits that Leroy had created for Song Ching were all over $1 billion. Not to mention all the secrets of the rich and powerful Haiguan he held.
Impossible. Let me betray young Song? Can't be done. Leroy's face changed horribly.
If he agreed to Jiang Chang's request, there was absolutely no way he could survive if the incident happened.
In Magic City, Song's power was simply too great.
It wouldn't take much effort at all to get himself killed. Moreover, even if he was able to escape from the Magic City, but with Song Xiao's character, he definitely wouldn't let himself go just like that. After all, he held too many of Song Ching's unseen secrets. Once these secrets broke out, the entire Song family would have to take a huge hit for it. In comparison, killing him was something that the Song family would definitely do. Leroy turned around and then intended to leave. He didn't want to talk to Jiang Chang any further because it wouldn't work out.
Then, have you ever thought about the fact that you slept with Song Ching's woman? If you tell Song Chang, will he throw you into the Huangpu River to feed the fish? Just before taking 2 steps, Jang Chang's light tone was like a fixing spell, making Li Rui's footsteps deadlocked. Li Rui turned back violently, looking at Jang Chang with a deadly gaze, his eyes full of unbelief. You. How do you know all this? The knots in his throat rolled, and I don't know if it was because of the sweltering heat of the underground parking lot, but drops of sweat began to appear on Li Rui's forehead. He didn't think that Jang Chang was guessing, because when he went to get a room with one of Song Ching's women, it was at a hotel owned by Zhang's group. Only then would Song Chang not find out his whereabouts. In the past, when Jang Chang wasn't down and out, he was very upset with Song Chang, and if Song Chang tried to reach out to his hotel to check his records, he would definitely be thrown out. That's why Li Rui and a certain woman Song Chang liked went out to a room so many times, and Song Chang didn't find out. How am I supposed to know? Jiang Cheng smiled faintly, his hands in his suit pants pockets, his body leaning against the car body. You don't need to know how I know, you only need to know that if Song Cheng knows about this, and then goes over to that woman's side to check, I think he will make the two of you a pair of dead lovebirds, right? In Female President's super medical god, Li Rui and Song Ching's woman hooked up for a few years without being discovered, but then at one point Yi Tian bumped into him and told him. Song Cheng was furious, and directly got someone to pull the woman out and chop her up, even though it was the sexy departmental flower that Song Cheng had his eye on in college, and under his monetary attack, the departmental woman submitted and became the queen of Song Cheng's. The woman is a woman who has been in love with Song Cheng since he was in college. After a year, Song Cheng got tired of playing with her and left her alone, not seeing her once every 3 to 5 months. But Song Cheng is a clean person, he does not want to own Shang woman in other people's crotch, so also has been raised, every month to give 50,000, and a set of 200 square feet of the big house. But the Department of Flowers are not willing to be lonely. In a certain time, Li Rui for her to send something, was the Department of Flowers to eat. The two people also know Song Cheng's perverted temper, every time to sneak see are very careful. After being exposed, Song Cheng's this department flower schoolmate was chopped up by him and dunked in cement and sunk into the Huangpu River, and Li Rui was thrown out by Song Cheng to replace him in jail, 15 years imprisonment. However, under the persuasion of Yi Tian, Li Rui saved his life, and his family was also treated well by Song Cheng, who gave him $10 million and a house. In fact, if it is not Li Rui to take the place of Song Cheng's crime, he certainly could not escape on that day, and will certainly be sunk in the river together. If you then let Song Cheng know that you not only screwed his woman behind his back, but also let this woman give birth to a child for you, you say? Should Song Cheng kill you alone, or? Speaking here, Jiang Chang did not continue. Because it was tantamount to a threat, but it is also true that if Song Cheng had learned about this in advance, Li Rui would definitely not have lived to take the blame for him that day. You? Li Rui staggered back a few steps, nearly falling to the ground. He could not imagine what kind of posture he would die in if this matter was revealed. In an instant, Li Rui's eyes widened as he looked at Jiang Chang as if he had seen an evil spirit. At this moment, he felt as if he had no secrets left. In front of this group of people from the top circles, no matter how careful he was doing, it seemed that there was no point in covering it up. The last line of defense within Li Rui finally collapsed at this moment. You? What exactly do you want me to do? Chapter 17. What does he count for? Li Rui had lowered his head, his voice somewhat terrified. By the looks of it, it was choosing to submit. Seeing this, a bright smile surfaced on Jiang Cheng's face. I said, be my insider. May. But if I let young Song know, I will be equally dead. Li Rui was very torn. He didn't want to betray Song Cheng, but likewise, he didn't want Jiang Cheng to go and say this matter. If he did, he'd be dead all the same. You have to understand one thing, if Song Cheng knows that you betrayed him, at most you die, but once this matter is set out, it is not only you who will die. Jiang Cheng said meaningfully. Besides, who says Song Cheng will definitely find out? Hearing the last sentence, Li Rui lifted his head in shock, looking at Jiang Cheng's face that is full of charm that makes women unable to resist, he said in a daze, but that's Song Shao. After holding his tongue for half a day, he could only stifle this sentence. Song Cheng's power was simply too great, and the intimidation it gave him was too strong. He had personally seen his own boss being done away with by Song Chang without a word, and finally took the throne himself. During the 3 years of helping Song Cheng, Li Rui simply didn't mean anything else. Thumbs down. What was he? Jiang Chang snorted.
Don't worry, Song Ching to death will not find out that you betrayed him, and after the matter is accomplished $30 million belong to you. I can also let you and your beloved person together in a bright and honorable way. If you are not careful to be found out, you die, your family is unharmed, the child is unharmed. In addition to the $30 million, I give another $20 million of pension to your parents and their parents. The temptation of the conditions given by Jang Chang is too great. A moment later, no longer entangled, nodded heavily, and said in a deep voice, I believe that Jiang Xiao is a person. Either way is death, rather than die in vain, it is better to accept Jang Chang's conditions. Into this pool of water, Li Rui has long looked away. His own death can actually be, but there has to be that value. Jang Chang nodded and smiled, your decision will not let you down. With Li Rui as an insider, he brought down Song Chang, now only missing a moment. For Song Ching to offend himself at the auction house and give himself a hard time, Jang Chang has always remembered it. When the time comes, by virtue of his own energy operation, Song Chang will have to spend decades in jail without dying. And don't forget about those rich and famous people he offended, their energy added together, the Song family can't afford to eat as well. And Li Rui, this person is very good to control. As long as that department flower is kept, basically he won't betray. Being obsessed with a woman is often the deadliest weakness of these half-black, half-white guys. There is $10 million in this card. After the matter is accomplished, the rest will be transferred to your card. Jang Chang handed out a bank card, then returned to the Ferrari and took out a box. Inside this was a cell phone, which was used to contact on weekdays. He wasn't stupid enough to directly transfer money to Li Rui's account. That would be checked by Song Chang, who was monitoring his account, and in the end, he didn't need to think about it, so he took a card and gave it to him directly. Li Rui took the item, nodded, and responded, okay Mr. Jang. Ding bell. Just after the words fell, Li Rui's cell phone rang. Taking it out, he found that it was Song Ching calling. He glanced at it, then his gaze carried an inquiry. Jang Chang nodded and signaled for him to answer. Hello, young Song. Li Rui pressed answer and immediately said respectfully. On the other end of the phone immediately came Song Ching's disgruntled reproach, Li Rui, what are you up to? Why have you dawdled for so long and still not come up? Because of the delay here, inside the clubhouse, Song Ching impatiently called him. Song Xiao, I got into an argument with a rich second generation in the parking lot. I just finished dealing with it, and I'm in the elevator now. Good, hurry up. When the phone hung up, Jang Chang returned to the car, stretched out his head, and looked at him and said, remember that any important news must be sent to me. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Saw Jang Chang's car slowly drive out of the underground garage, Li Rui a little melancholy. This horse is also called the altar of falling rich second generation? Looking at Jiang Xiao's situation, he is completely going to screw Song Ching to death. However, once he thought of Jiang Chang's promise, Li Rui adjusted his state, walked to the elevator entrance, took the exclusive elevator, and went straight to the conference room on the 4th floor. Watching the time pass little by little, soon, the hour hand went to the 11th position. Retracting her gaze, Suyao looked at the movie being played on TV with some annoyance. Although it was a funny blockbuster, she couldn't watch it at all. Damn Jiang Chang, going out every night to sneak around, getting money and squandering it like this. Suyao cursed Jiang Chang in her heart as an asshole. After scolding and then a little depressed, spend it, when your money is finished, I see what you take to dash. Definitely won't give you another dollar. A little thirsty, Suyao picked up the already cold hot milk on the table and took a sip. Today, she was a bit disillusioned in the business world. I don't know why, deep down Suyao's heart actually wanted Jiang Chang to comfort her a bit. She who usually gets off work at 10 o'clock, today she was in a hurry, and she didn't finish the matter, so she came back at 8:30. But as soon as she came back she realized Jiang Chang had disappeared again. Just as Suyao was watching the TV in depression, the front door rang. Suyao hurriedly looked back, and when she saw the person who came in, her little temper instantly came up. Where have you double dashed off to again? Chapter 18 Love to Say No. Looking at the blandly self-contained Jiang Chang, Suyao Xiao was a little bit upset. If I had known, I wouldn't have given him any money. Now it's good. During the day, he nestles in the house and sleeps, and at night, this guy immediately runs away without a trace. But I don't take the blame myself. It's all because Jiang Chang is too much of an asshole. He gave him the money to start his own business. It's not for him to have a good time. Aha! Everything is his fault. Of course he went out to talk business. What's wrong? It's only been 2 days, and you're starting to treat yourself like a hostess? Jiang Chang walked to the water dispenser, poured himself a glass of water, smiled and said, but I'm not ready to accept you so quickly.
Jang Chang didn't care too much about Su Yao's attitude. It seemed to be a bit high and cold, but in reality, she was also considered to be the type that was cold on the outside and hot on the inside. But it was also relative to the people she was familiar with, like people in general. Her side was often that high cold president side. Is all your business in the dark? Do you have to talk at night? Are you living in the netherworld? Su Yao glared at him, coldly mocking. Jang Chang also did not get angry, put down the water cup, quietly looked at her cheeks, and asked, "Say, did you meet something?" According to the plot he understood, Su Yao should have encountered a bit of trouble. Su Yao saw him digressing from the topic and didn't continue to taunt him, sighed, "It's a bit of a matter. Over in the demon capital, there was originally a company that had negotiated a cooperation, but it didn't occur to me that the Song family had intervened and come in. They seemed to want to sign with the Song family. In Demon City, Su Clan's power wasn't there, but as a $100 billion super enterprise, it basically did some industries out across the country. Su Yao had already negotiated a cooperative real estate development project in Demon Capital, where they would fund the project and the other party would develop it. In a few days, she could fly over the Demon City to sign a formal strategic contract with them, but Song's temporary insertion of a foot. And Song's was willing to provide capital higher than 20% of their SUs, and as long as the same shares were available. With such favorable conditions, every business is expected to be moved. I only have one thing to tell you, do you want to listen? Jang Chang listened and said mysteriously. Su Yao gave him a blank look, love to say it or not. Next, the two were silent for several minutes. Finally Su Yao couldn't hold back and took the lead. Then tell me, what is it? It couldn't be helped, today she was indeed stimulated and was in a bit of an uncomfortable mood. At this moment, Jang Chang was whetting her appetite again. Su Yao was indeed a little agitated. I don't want to say it again now, unless... Speaking here, Jang Chang paused for a moment, then he smiled, unless you kiss me. Su Yao's eyes froze, then shouted, roll na. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. For this piece of land in Demon Capital, I can only tell you not to touch it. This is the Song family and the Demon City Guangchen Real Estate Joint Picture Bureau, you directly and they cancel on it. Seeing that teasing Su Yao was unsuccessful, Jang Chang had no interest in continuing to flirt with her and said with a serious face. Are you sure? Su Yao heard this and instantly became serious, asking in a deep voice. Jang Chang nodded his head. Of course. If Su Yao raised the price and signed this contract and became the majority shareholder, the only ones who would lose money in the end would be them. In the end, it was built, and because the quality of the main foundation material was substandard, there were major safety hazards, and there would be foundation settlement at the back, and 4 or 5 people died at that time. This also happened later, because this matter was exposed out. Yi Tian and Songs only had the opportunity to bring down Su's and annexed. Su Clan collapsed, Su Yao was imprisoned, and Jang Chang did the same. For these things, Jang Chang didn't want it to happen to him. But that place is planned to be a university city area. If we can take it, we can at least create $10 billion of profit. Su Yao was still a bit unconvinced. Jang Chang was speechless, waved his hand, and then said, you can't know if you arrange for professionals to sneak over tomorrow to inspect it? Will I still lie to you? Good. Seeing how sure Jang Chang was, Su Yao no longer hesitated and agreed. If that's really the case, then let it go to Song. Jang Chang secretly said, how nice to let it go to Song. This way, if something goes wrong, it will be their pot, and it will be convenient for me to swallow them when the time comes. However, this matter came out. Jang Chang felt the need to start laying out in advance. For the plot, he also understand almost. It is also time to do their own business to do, otherwise the power is not big enough. To subdue this woman, he still needs to put in more effort himself. Jang Chang, are you free the day after tomorrow? After thinking a lot, Su Yao came back to her senses and looked at Jang Chang. What? What for? Jang Chang froze and asked. Can you accompany me to go out for a stroll? Su Yao hesitated and said in a thin mosquito voice. Saying her request, Su Yao's pink neck had a touch of crimson crawling up. Jang Chang couldn't help but be stunned, then pretended to be difficult. Since you want to pursue me so much, then I will reluctantly accompany you to go out for a stroll. Jang Chang was also a bit confused about the request made by Su Yao. Although he had already arranged all the processes before the Song family reception was held. Chapter 19, Just have consistent interests. Early the next morning, Su Yao headed to the company early. Although she was handpicked by Su Hanhai to be the heir, it didn't mean she wasn't under pressure.
Many of the Su clan's children were working as executives in certain departments of the group, or working in the branch offices, in order to ensure that the group would be firmly in the hands of the Su clan. This was the case for the direct descendants of the big families, who more or less had some achievements in a certain industry. Heirs like Su Yao, they couldn't decide on many things in life. What to learn, what to do, and even their future significant other had all been planned out the moment they were born. All they had to do was follow the plan step by step.
As for what they really want,
there was no one in the entire family who cared except for themselves. The family gave them a superior life, but at the same time, it would also make them lose something. Because of this, Su Yao did not have much resistance to Su Hanhai's arrangements and decisions. Although she knew that this was a life that had been planned, Su Yao didn't care. She only cared about the Su clan in her heart.
Or maybe, for Jang Chang's current emotion, it was a different kind of emotion? Compassion for the same disease?
Su Yao stood in the best position of Su's building. With a glance, the bustling scenery of the magic city was in her eyes. Her gaze was stunned.
Knock knock.
At this time, the knock on the door sounded. Su Yao retracted her gaze. Her beautiful face resumed its coolness. Come in. Ding. Changing the first plot task within 7 days is completed. The reward pack has been issued. Waking up with a start, Jang Chang was slightly surprised when he heard the voice coming from his mind. Without much thought, Jang Chang directly said, "Open it."
The mission gift pack has been opened successfully. Congratulations on receiving the following rewards. Attribute points +5 at your disposal.
Obtain the skill Master Piano. Looking at the rewards given by the system, Jang Chang felt that it was not bad and put all of these extra 5 attribute points on strength.
At 11:30 in the morning, inside the Magic City University of Finance and Economics,
a red Ferrari 488 drove into the school. Wow, Xiaoxi, look at that handsome guy coming down from the car in front, he is so handsome.
Really, there is a kind of vicissitude of handsome, can't do it.
This kind of man has too much charm.
Ha!
Our focus is not the same, only I noticed that he is the chairman of Zhang's group, Jang Chang.
Didn't Zhang's group close down?
Why did Jang Chang come to our school?
Is he here to be a teacher? No way. I'm going to his class.
As Jang Chang walked down the path, many people whispered after he walked by. The girls were going crazy because of their face value, and the boys, for the most part, were focusing on the fact that he was the president of the bankrupt Zhang clan. Before Zhang's group went out of business, there weren't many in the whole of Magic City that could be pressed down by half a chip. Jang Chang, and as a student of the Magic City University of Finance and Economics, naturally no one in the school knows.
This should be the right place. Jang Chang walked to a dormitory building and looked up. Building 3, dormitory 406.
4 men were shaking the sieve cup to spar for a drink.
8 threes, not enough, drink.
A man with a slab of hair with a cigarette in his mouth, 1 foot on the bed, drank loudly.
The 4 color cups banged and rattled. Boom!
Suddenly, a loud bang startled a few people. Turning back in a hurry, they only saw that the dormitory door had been kicked open.
Who is it, FCK? Don't you know that this is my territory?
The man with his back to the door stood up and yelled angrily. However, when the slab-inch man looked clearly at the person standing at the door, the huazi he was holding in his mouth directly spat out and drank. "Donzi, sit down for me, don't yell blindly."
This is not Jiang Shao? What? There is something wrong?
The bored-inch man narrowed his eyes and smiled. The person who came was Jang Chang. The autumn day was still a bit hot in Mordor. Jang Chang put his hands in the pockets of his pants and swept the dormitory with a bland look, his eyes resting on the man with the plate inch.
Lu Feng, come out with me.
The voice was calm, without the slightest fluctuation. After saying that, he turned around and left. Inside the dormitory, a few people looked at each other in disbelief. 3 people came together in front of Lu Feng and whispered, "Brother Feng, who is this person?" "Jang Chang, nothing big, you guys drink, I'll go talk to him." Lu Feng picked up his jacket and put it on and casually said.
Lu Feng went out of the dormitory and followed Jang Chang's back to the rooftop of the top floor. "Say it, what is it that you are looking for me?"
Lu Feng leaned his back against the doorway, felt out a cigarette and lit it, and threw another one to Jang Chang.
"I want to talk business with you." Lu Feng was stunned, took the cigarette out of his mouth and said lightly, "Talk business? What are you looking for me for? I am just a student. Besides, the two of us don't have much dealings, right? There is even less to say in the business world."
He was 2 years younger than Jang Chang, and was now in his 4th year of college, in the same class as the male lead Yi Tian.
There are dealings when there are aligned interests.
Jang Chang let out a light laugh, took out his DuPont Prestige Series diamond rainlighter, lit the cigarette and took a drag.
Chapter 20, Lying Down and Counting Money Can.
Lu Feng sniffed and looked at him with interest.
Interests are aligned? Did not all say that Jang Chang is bankrupt? Where does he have the capital to talk to himself about interests?
However, although his family is not considered to be a businessman, he has invested in a number of businesses, and his family has the money to be able to spend for him to play. Lu Feng inhaled deeply and spat out thick smoke. See if I am really interested. Lu Feng's tone is a bit wild, but he does have this capital. His family has several buildings in Magic City. A year just to collect rent is also hundreds of millions of start.
And this is just a side business. The main thing is that the Lu family used to have a gangster background, these years, just whitewashed.
Now the Lu family also began to learn to do business, to have contacts. Lu may not have hundreds of billions, but tens of billions of bottoms still have.
If you really want to talk about identity, Lu Feng family is definitely a lot stronger than a tens of billions of family businesses. Remember that piece of land you bought some years ago?
The project that was developed into a rotten building. Jang Chang flicked the ashes of his cigarette and said unhurriedly.
You say that money-losing thing?
Of course I remember. What kind of business is that? I invested 500 million into it. The result is because the upper head has no voice. Waste.
Lu Feng shrugged his shoulders, not wanting to talk more on this failed investment.
Then, he turned his eyes and smiled cheaply. Do you know something?
You Jang Chang is not because you want a real estate and high-tech new energy a piece to go?
The results of the funds cannot keep up,
completely bankrupt, and now will not be trying to buy my rotten project to fight it?
In this way, I invested about 7 or 800 million, you give me 500 million, I sell to you.
Jang Chang's face is odd. What are you excited about?
However, on the surface he still smiled and scolded. How else can I say that you are a ghostly ghost? This rotten project can be said to be a great momentum, the results of 2 years down, froze, not a fart out. Finally, Lu Feng also because his old man scolded all over, do not settle. Now want to change hands, I guess even 200 million no one buy. Money they have, but it has to be spent where it should be spent. For super enterprises, there is never enough money, and they have to make sure that every dollar is spent in the right place.
But in a month or two it will be different.
This place will turn into a pot of treasure.
Lu Feng saw that he seemed to really want to buy it and quickly said, You don't really want to buy it, do you? Let me tell you, this building really won't work.
Although he was a bit mocking, he still didn't want to pit Jang Chang.
Jang Chang waved his hand and said seriously, I am not buying, I just want to cooperate with you.
Hearing Jang Chang's words, Lu Feng was mesmerized.
Damn, you are not buying my rotten project, but also said you want to cooperate with me? What does that mean? Lu Feng's confused look fell in Jang Chang's eyes, and he couldn't help but feel a little funny.
In fact, he has the money to take over all the rotten projects, but there is no need. And the benefits of cooperating with Lu Feng can be much greater. Now that he was all alone, it was really too hard to turn over, and quite a few people wouldn't allow him to do so. As of right now, Jang Chang felt that he wasn't fit to be too flashy yet. He seemed to be more inclined to be the big man behind the scenes than throwing his weight around in front of him. He stood behind it, pulling on a family with a strong background and not wimpy Qin Ming more or less allies.
Lu Feng, the family used to mix with the mob, is undoubtedly more suitable.
In some ways, even Qin Ming had to give Lu Feng a little face.
Moreover, if there is no accident, Lu Feng this now looks like a money-losing unlucky land. In 2 months will be upgraded to a let all the capital are red in the eyes of the huge benefits of the cake. Are you really stupid? This money-losing thing what is worth cooperation, you really want, 400 million out to you? Lu Feng is a bit puzzled. I was scolded by my father for buying this piece of land, and now even my pocket money is restricted, I don't dare to invest anymore. Compared to what Jang Chang said about cooperation, he would prefer someone to be able to buy it outright. Letting himself back a few hundred million would be fine. Now his pocket money is only a pitiful 500,000 a month, not enough to spend. Jang Chang looked at him and smiled without saying anything. In Jang Chang's opinion, Lu Feng is nothing but pit scared. Moreover, even if he didn't come to Lu Feng to negotiate, Yi Tian would come to him later to buy this piece of land. In the original book Female President's All-Purpose Medical God, after the protagonist Yi Tian cured a Guan-faced bigwig, the bigwig's grandson revealed a bit of information to him. Later, he borrowed $200 million from the Song family and bought the land from Lu Feng at a low price. Not long after buying it, after the policy above came down, the place was directly speculated to sky-high prices. Tens of billions and hundreds of billions of dollars of investment is nothing. You think I'm going to screw you? You buy this piece of land, spent 500 million, I give you 300 million, the land to my name, and then give you 25 shares. Jang Chang pondered for a while and said, if he could, he would like to take it at a low price, but unfortunately there is no need for that. With a person like Lu Feng coming in, his future path is a little better, and this place is just the beginning, there is no need to care too much. Do you guys really know some information, always clinging to this piece of land? Lu Feng looked at Jang Chang with a wary face. Do I have any information that is important? Even if there is, to me still let you lose not? Do you know how to develop the Lu family to get the maximum benefit? I'm the professional. Listen to me. I'll give you $300 million for 75% of the shares. If this works out, you don't have to do anything in the future, just lie down and count your money. What's all this nonsense? Chapter 21, Can Handsome Eat? Lu Feng was shocked by his madness, froze for a while, then quickly asked, Jang Chang, no, brother, do you know something else? Quickly tell me. At this moment, Lu Feng felt that Jang Chang must know something, and immediately glued himself to it and asked. Said you also do not understand, this piece of land is your grant, you find a time and I handle the equity allocation problem, and then there is nothing for you. Of course, after the news came out, there are still some things you have to do. Lu Feng stood in place and thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, good, but that 300 million you have to give me first. Although he felt that Jang Chang knew something about the inside story, it certainly wasn't accurate. If it was really accurate, why would he still go bankrupt? He might as well take advantage of the money now. First stingy point out, give himself back to the blood is also good. Jang Chang smiled, did not care. Yes, go with me to the bank, now transfer the money to you. Lu Feng heard the words of joy, good to say, good to say. At this moment, the two have also reached a preliminary consensus. As for the places that need Lu Feng in the back, there are also still more, which is why Jang Chang is willing to give up 25%. Jang Chang is also not worried that he will tell his father is completely loose for Lu Feng. Even if the news comes out later, his father knows, I think he will not say anything more, their family is not the material to do this business, get the hands of the cell anyway. Put on your clothes, go out with the old man, today the master is happy, please eat a good meal. Back to the dormitory, Lu Feng directly kicked open the dormitory door and shouted. Ow! Brother Feng is bullish. Brother Feng, what else is there besides a big meal? Is the clubhouse one dragon enough? There is a saying that Lu Feng, although said to be defined as a villain, the body also carries a gangster, completely without the rich second-generation connotation. But also did not do anything to bully the weak. The reason why he was defined as a villain was because he couldn't stand the protagonist and was pitted by the protagonist, then he looked for trouble with the protagonist. And then reconciled with the protagonist afterward. For Jang Chang, these were completely unimportant, he himself was the one who was going to be the villain. Doing bad things, he was fine. A few people had just left the school's east gate entrance when they were greeted by a plainly dressed girl with a very thin figure and a stunning face. She kept her head down and brushed past Jang Chang. Jang Chang's gaze paused on her face for a moment, and his afterglow looked at the girl's departing shadow and thought. Lu Feng, who is this girl? Lu Feng turned back and looked at the girl's back as she hurriedly left, stimming his lips, he said, this seems to be the pure schoolgirl from class 3 of our same department, what's her name? Well, Zhou Evening Chang. Why do you ask? Do you have a crush on her? Hearing Lu Feng answer, Jang Chang pondered. Zhou Wanqing. Her brother wouldn't be the one who started a business several times but failed, right? However, although every business venture ultimately fails. However, Zhou Evening Qing's brother was able to quickly pay off the debts he owed and then had the capital to continue his business. He was also a man with a story. Although he failed every time, his sister, who was dependent on him, was able to live a good life. Because after he succeeded, he would give Zhou Evening Qing a sum of money. Zhou Evening Chang wouldn't spend the money when she got it, instead, she would save it up a little bit. Of course, her small amount of money was not worth mentioning in Jang Chang's eyes. What he cared about was not her, but Zhou Evening Qing's brother. Perhaps the puppet candidate, that brother of Zhou Evening Qing's, would be suitable. You don't have to look at her all the time, there's no shortage of rich people pursuing her at school, but she's never given a damn about anyone. Lu Feng saw that Jang Chang had been staring at Zhou Evening Chang, smiled and said, do you think there is a woman I can't take down if I step in? Jang Chang glanced at him and said with a smile. A handsome one like me, how many can you find out in Magic City? Lu Feng? He meowed, handsome can be a meal? Well, it can. He also chased after Zhou Evening Ching, only to be rejected, and Lu Feng didn't insist on pestering her in the back. In his opinion, it's just a good-looking tree. In front of himself, there is still such a large forest waiting for him. Is it necessary to give up the scenery of the whole forest for a tree? There is no need. How did I not know that you are so shameless? Lu Feng gritted his teeth. Behind him, the three little brothers also nodded seriously. Get lost, hurry to the bank, you let the lawyer draw up an equity transfer contract for me in the next 2 days. Jang Chang shook his head. Came to the bank building, Jang Chang. As soon as they entered the door and reported their identity, they were politely welcomed into the VIP room by the bank manager to entertain. Transferring $300 million, signing a contract and making a fingerprint was completed. Although the transfer of this money to the bank manager is very heartbreaking, but he still have to smile for Jiang Chang their services. After all, this is a big customer. To lose billions of dollars later for a few $100 million, it would be more than worth it. After Lu Feng received the money, he took his three little brothers and went to celebrate with a meat feast with gusto. After strolling outside for a while, Jiang Chang also returned to the villa. Just after returning home, Li Rui sent him a text message. Chapter 22. Sorry, I'm waiting for someone. Taking a look at the content of the text message on his cell phone, Jiang Chang was dumbfounded. Zhang Xiao, today Song Chang brought a young man over, called Yi Tian, seems to have a good relationship with Song Chang, suspected to have a big origin. The content of the text message was very concise. But Jiang Chang didn't care, it was all expected. Yi Tian had helped Song Yunsheng get rid of his stubborn disease, and Song Chang had a flexible brain and naturally knew how valuable Yi Tian was. In order to get on good terms with Yi Tian, Song Chang also invited him to come and hang out with him in a self-satisfied manner. But because of this, Yi Tian also saved Song Chang's life at a critical moment, avoiding him going in for a prison sentence. Therefore, for this pawn of Li Rui, if used well, it wouldn't be a problem to make the Song family's vitality suffer. After thinking about it, Jiang Chang sent a message back to Li Rui. Very good, good job, try to get as close as possible to Yi Tian, but don't let him find out what's going on. Putting away his cell phone, the corner of Jiang Chang's mouth pulled out a handsome smile. Looks like it's going to be another late night tonight. 11 o'clock at night. Magic City Dream Bar. The music in the bar was deafening, and the group of demons were dancing their bodies. At this moment, it was the moment when the atmosphere of the bar was at its peak. Men and women of all shapes and sizes hook up with each other and drink together. Women drink and vomit on the spot, men are drunk, there is no restraint at all, everything is wantonly indulgent. Jiang Chang sat alone at the bar and took a bottle of wine to drink alone. For the atmosphere of the bar, he did not like. Every time he entered the bar, it was like watching a clown show. He did not understand why these people just listen to some noisy songs, but can be so soulful. The cervical cavity was shaken by the noisy sounds, causing his brows to furrow slightly. Tonight he was dressed in a dark gray casual suit outfit, his hair neatly combed. The scruff that had grown out of that chin had also never been cleaned up, and under the light, no one could recognize him as the president of Jiang. He sat in the corner of the bar, unobtrusive, but despite this, his outstanding temperament still attracted the attention of many women. Handsome guy, alone? Can I buy you a drink? A woman with heavy makeup on her face, who looked quite good, came up to talk to him. Jiang Chang put down his glass and smiled lightly. Sorry, I'm waiting for someone. The woman left in disappointment. He was also indeed waiting for someone. One of the female counterparts in a book. Lin Qingyan. The persona is a female lead from a poor family who works odd jobs at a bar. A junior at the Magic City University of Finance and Economics, because of her family's poverty, she takes time out of school every day to do odd jobs outside to earn money to support herself, and even sends some money home to subsidize her family. There are actually too many such persona heroines in the real world. Only Lin Qingyan was a bit more miserable. Because of her own face value, which belonged to the level of the red-faced scourge, some of the punks and dirt bosses who often hung out at the bar would often use the name of ordering alcohol to try to take advantage of her. If not for the bar owner is a powerful and quite good to her woman, she would have long been forced on by some assholes. And tonight, there was also a small gangster leader who came over, and after getting drunk, he tried to bully Lin Qingyan by virtue of the fact that there were so many people. However, he was beaten away by Yi Tian, who had followed Song Cheng here for entertainment behind him. Although Lin Qingyan's family was average, her brother was not an ordinary person, but a retired king of the special forces. After retiring due to injuries, he was cured by Yi Tian in the back and became Yi Tian's bodyguard. Right in the middle of Jang Chang's thoughts, the door of the bar opened and an incomparably pure figure walked in.
This figure was none other than Lin Xingyan, one of the female matches. As she walked through the crowd and hurried to the bar, Jang Chang, who was sitting at the edge, also secretly sized her up. A white shirt, with a pair of light blue jeans, and a pair of small white shoes, very simple, but Lin Xingyan's face value support, but also looks very pure and durable. After coming to the bar, she greeted the female bartender and began to familiarize herself with today's work. Jang Chang looked at her busy back and smiled slightly. A beauty indeed. Not long after, three figures once again walked in the doorway of the bar. Jang Chang was sitting in a position where he could see the bar's entrance clearly. Brother Yi, this is the first time you come to this kind of place, right? I'm telling you, don't be restrained in this kind of place, you have to let go to have fun here. Li Rui followed behind them in silence. Song Chang and Yi Tian hooked shoulders, talking and laughing to find a card seat to sit down. He was very happy now. The old man and his family was very happy after receiving the famous painting he offered to him, and he also knew a young medical expert like Yi Tian, and the mood that was ruined by Jang Chang that day had been flung to nowhere. Yi Tian was a bit pleased with himself. He had gone from being mediocre to being courted by a top family that he once needed to look up to. This transformation made him enjoy himself. Yi Tian knew that all this was just the starting point. Young Song, I am not familiar with this kind of place, let's just drink some wine. Yi Tian shook his head and said. He didn't think that there could be any good-looking women in the bar. What he wanted was the kind of woman Song Yiwei. Author's words. I implore the readers who see here to be able to waste a drop of time. Please review the book and give a rating. New book. All sorts of begging for data. Chapter 23 are all mediocre. Song Ching smiled heartily at the words. Understand, Li Rui, go to order wine. Li Rui, who was standing on the side, immediately answered, yes, Song Shao. Then, Li Rui directly greeted a waiter over and directly reported a bunch of wines. He had been following behind Song Chang, and naturally knew Song Ching's preferences. The ace of spades directly ordered 6 bottles to wash his hands. Regardless of whether he drank it or not, 6 bottles must be ordered anyway. With his financial strength, he didn't care about this consumption at all. Just as Li Rui finished ordering the wine, several young men and women dressed in luxury brands came over one after another. Young Song, we're not late, are we? No, the time is just right. Song Ching smiled, and then gave up his body, introduced to this group of young men and women with extraordinary status. Come on, I'll introduce to you, this is Brother Yi. Hearing Song Ching introduce the man sitting in the center but somewhat inconspicuous, a few people were obviously stunned, then reacted, and even said. Yi is a good man. Where is Brother Yi from? Yi Tian nodded and smiled. I am from Demon City, currently studying in Magic City. Demon capital. Hearing his self-introduction, a few youths could not help but be stunned, and inwardly could not help but say. From the demon capital. It couldn't be someone from that family, right? No wonder even young Song had to call him brother. Not long after, those wines ordered by Song Ching were brought up one after another, and the group of people who were already fun-loving rich youngsters naturally quickly blended into the atmosphere of the bar. Only Yi Tian was alone, pouring a glass of beer alone. His quiet and withdrawn appearance was the opposite of the bustle beside him. He swept a glance at the bar dance floor, all kinds of men and women, body-free friction, even do not need you deliberately to mooch, certain women see the right eyes, directly to send the door for you to mooch. Yi Tian slightly shook his head, are some vulgar powder. If it was in the past, he may be the same as them, go up to find their own hunting object, but now he does not have the slightest interest. Hello, this is a free fruit plate and a bottle of red wine from the bar for consumption above $100,000. At this time, a very light and extremely pleasant voice suddenly drilled into Yi Tian's mind. Yi Tian turned his head and was shocked to find that in front of him stood a girl that he couldn't help but admire. Clear and bright eyes, curved willow eyebrows, fair and flawless skin with a light reddish pink, thin lips like rose petals delicate. A slightly wide white shirt with a pair of jeans, such an ordinary girl, surprisingly, his heart could not help but beat a little. However, people with the same mindset as him were also like this. A few youths stared straight at the girl with their eyes. Lin Xingyan seemed to have noticed their fiery gazes as well, and hurriedly put down the fruit plate and red wine in her hands before leaving in a hurry. This group of people knew at a glance that she wasn't an ordinary person. The 6 bottles of Ace of Spades casually placed on the table spoke volumes. 8,800 a bottle of champagne, this was not something that ordinary people could consume. It wasn't until she returned to the bar that Song Ching and the others came back to their senses and smacked their lips. This girl is so pure. A rich second generation marveled.
Song Chang also smiled, this kind of woman that can't be fixed with money at first glance, don't think about it. As an expert in love affairs, he knew as soon as he saw Lin Xingyan's reaction. He turned his head to look at Yi Tian, who was still lost in thought, and poked him with his elbow. Brother Yi, fancy it? Why don't you just go for it? With your face value you can definitely make it. Although Yi Tian was dressed in ordinary clothes, but that face was still worthy of recognition, young and handsome, because he obtained the inheritance of the god of healing, which also contained the body refining method. Now he was changing more and more day by day. Yi Tian sniffed, helplessly smiled. What to think, this kind of girl, you can't give her happiness or don't go to wreak havoc on people. Looking aside at Song Chang, who had a bad smile hanging on his face, Yi Tian secretly said, what I am looking at is your sister. Yes, what Yi said. With regards to what was happening here, Jang Chang, who was at the bar, naturally saw it clearly. Just then, a faint voice came. Beauty, don't be so arrogant, more friends, more roads. How about coming to drink a few cups with your brothers? Lin Xingyan looked at the several gangly, drunken youths who were blocking her front, and her face changed. I don't drink, thanks, please get out of the way. Lin Xingyan said with a cold voice. Don't drink once will be, here drinking is no fun, why not go outside with us to eat a snack? A youth with a yellow-colored mohawk said with a big smile. Trouble, please get out of the way. Lin Xingyan's voice was a few points colder. She knew very well what these men had in mind. In bars, these punks loved nothing more than to pick up those kinds of corpses, and sometimes when they were drunk, they would force themselves on them. She had seen this kind of thing too many times, but she had no way to control it, nor was she qualified to do so. It was someone else's choice. How many women who came to the bar didn't know the doorway? If they know the way and still dare to get drunk, it's because they themselves want to try it. Don't be in such a hurry to reject me, it's just a drink and a chat, don't be such a spoilsport. Saying that, this yellow-haired man reached out and tried to wrap his arms around Lin Xingyan. Snap. Chapter 24 already on board. Lin Xingyan raised the tray in her hand and swung it with her eyes closed. Snap. Directly smashing down the salty piggy hand that the yellow-haired man had reached over, the knocking of the metal tray caused the yellow-haired man to suffer pain. Fuck. Stinking bitch, give face to face, right? I wanted to talk about life with you, so let my brothers take turns serving you tonight. The yellow-haired mouth face was revealed, spit, and slowly walked up. The face of obscenity is not hidden. Looking at the ferocious yellow hair man, Lin Xingyan cannot help but retreat. The bar lights are bright and dim, low and bright music sound filled the whole bar. In this corner of the scene happened at all no one noticed. Boom! A loud bang startled everyone nearby. A figure directly knocked over the small table of the bar beside him, spilling drinks on the table all over the place, making a mess. This turn of events that occurred in the blink of an eye caused everyone to freeze in place. Lin Xingyan also froze, looking at the yellow-haired gangster who had just tried to make a move on herself, and was directly kicked out. In the next moment, Lin Xingyan suddenly felt her wrist being grabbed by someone. Don't look, go. Jang Chang yanked Lin Xingyan with his big hand, pulled his legs out and ran outside. When Jang Chang saw yellow hair make a move from the side, he rushed straight over and directly gave him a kick in the waist. As for whether yellow hair was wasted or not, it was none of his business. FCK. That be dared to sneak attack old me, Chase, go up and beat him to death. That yellow hair who was kicked by Jang Chang struggled to get up from the ground, looked at Jang Chang's figure as they ran and shouted angrily. Lin Xingyan was pulled into the crowd by Jang Chang and ran towards the exit of the bar. However, her own physique was weak, and after squeezing for a while, her speed slowly dropped. Seeing this, Jang Chang directly followed her White Lotus root arms and directly gave Lin Xingyan a princess hug. While running, he shouted, "Get out of the way, get out of the way." The men and women swaying on the dance floor gave way with a puzzled look. Are you crazy? Lin Xingyan's arm involuntarily wrapped around Jiang Cheng's waist. Feeling the strong manly odor that came to her face, she raised her head to take a glance and could only see the man's hidden face. Seems very handsome? Jiang Chang walked as fast as he could, and during that time, whether they gave way or not, he forcefully crashed through. Still the same sentence, it's none of my business. Yi Tian, who was sitting on the card seat and had been focusing on Lin Xingyan with the rest of his gaze, also saw this scene. When he wanted to rush up and do a heroic rescue, he only saw a figure rushing out first. Yi, what's wrong? What are you looking at? Song Chang held a wine glass and sat next to Yi Tian, then followed his gaze. He couldn't help but be startled. Ha! That one seems like that scumbag Jang Chang. Song Ching's voice made a few of the rich second generation not stop frolicking. It seems like it really is. How did he carry that waitress lady and run away? I really didn't think that he was still such a person. They didn't see Jang Chang's flying kick in front of them, they just happened to catch the image of Jang Chang carrying Lin Xingyan and running away. Slurping sounds rang out. That man was Jang Chang? That bankrupt Zhang's president? Yi Tian naturally knew Jang Chang's big name, and he was slightly surprised when he heard a few people say Jang Chang's name. Should we follow out and take a look? Someone suggested. Go out and take a look, go. This group of people inexplicably reached a consensus again, and Yi Tian also wanted to see what Jang Chang would do. Lin Xingyan was carried by Jang Chang and ran out of the bar for a long distance before she came back to her senses. Her red face whispered, "You put me down, I can walk by myself." Growing up, it was the first time she was carried by a man like this. All along, Lin Xingyan was very careful to protect herself, never letting a male get so close to her. This was the first time. Jang Chang looked at Lin Xingyan, who was being held in his arms, before putting her down. Looking back, those few men were still chasing them and said, "Hurry up and run away first, these few men have knives in their hands." Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyan's face couldn't help but turn a few shades of white, and her speed suddenly accelerated. She kind of wanted to cry. Obviously it wasn't that serious. Why did it turn out like this? She was just delivering a drink for good reason. Normally, no matter what, no one would dare to harass her in this bar. The boss is sitting in the back. Don't run, get in the car in front. At this time, Jang Chang took out the car key from his pocket and pressed it. Not far ahead, a Primera flashed twice. Jang Chang took the lead and ran to the driver's seat and sat down. Lin Xingyan looked at the luxury car and was a bit torn, but when she heard the shouting and cursing coming from behind her, she clenched her teeth and also followed into the car. Boom! The Primera started up, exhaust fumes spewing out of the smoke pipe, and the car sailed away. And the few young punks chasing them also yelled, but suddenly turned in at a corner. They stopped in their tracks, and the hideous color on the yellow-haired man's face was instantly converged. From his pocket, he took out the broken-screen cell phone that he had just crushed and sent a message to a number. People have already gotten on the car. Then grinned and showed his teeth and said, "This rich people underhanded really horse-heavy. P.S. New book bag data, such as reviews and comments and so on. If you can, I implore readers to point a catalyst. Do not need money, small author, thank you." Chapter 25 wanted her to see. Dream bar, in a luxurious and incomparable box. Lu Feng puts away his cell phone, crosses his legs and sits on the sofa. His gaze turns to a very sexy and stylish woman who is quietly drinking tea on the side. "Aunt Hong, what do you say this Jang Chang in the end is not just a woman as to make such a mess?" The woman was about 40 years old, but very well maintained. The years seemed to have failed to leave traces on her face. She wore a red cheongsam, put down the cup of tea, said faintly, "I do not know, do not want to understand. Jang Chang, this person nowadays some cannot see through. You and his contact time to pay attention." The woman's name is Jiang Hongyan, the owner of this Magic City Dream Bar. In the entire Magic City, all entertainment venues must give her face to the woman. It is said that her origin is a little big amazing. Lu Feng grinned and said, "In Magic City, dare to pit me, there are only a few. I think Jang Chang, this person is quite reliable, there is no problem." This is not that he is arrogant, but a true fact. In the entire Magic City, dare to pit him absolutely not more than a handpalm. The mere fact that his family was a former giant of the underground forces in Magic City was enough for everyone to give them a face. Then he looked to another part of the big screen in front of him, somewhat puzzled. Who is this Song Chang beside? How do I feel that Song Chang, this kid, is quite respectful to him? In the screen, Song Chang and Yi Tian were standing in front of the bar, talking and laughing. From time to time, Song Chang would ask Yi Tian what he meant. Jiang Hongyan glanced at it, fiddling with the tea set in her hand. "You can't see through this kind of family. Anyway, don't get too deep with Song Chang. This person is much more treacherous than Jang Chang. The dirty business of his nightclub, a lot of big shots at the top already know about it, and are preparing to give him a go, so that Song will be hurt." As a queen-like figure in the entertainment center, she had naturally heard about the dirty deeds that Song Chang had done. Lu Feng was the son of her sworn sister, and Jiang Hongyan took care of him quite a bit. "TSK, this big family is not the same. This kind of thing all dare to do. This if really caught in flagrante delicto, it is estimated that the Song family will also have to spit blood." Lu Feng deeply sympathizes. At the same time also quite admire Song Chang. Pit Haiguan rich, this kind of thing also dare to do. Underground casinos, that thing, pit some people on the line. He is good, specifically looking for fat to slaughter, now being revealed, do not know how to end.
Primera car, Jang Chang driving the car, the remaining corner of the eyes looked at sitting in the passenger side, some constrained Lin Qingyan.
He smiled and said, "Don't be so nervous, relax."
When Lin Qingyan heard him say this, her body that had been taut gradually relaxed, and those white and delicate hands rested on her thighs.
Thank you so much for just now.
The two sat in silence in the car. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Lin Qingyan opened her mouth to break the deadlock. Although it was a bit inexplicable tonight, she still said thank you.
Jang Chang nodded slightly, then said, "Where do you live? I'll send you back."
"You just put me down, I'll take a taxi back myself later," Lin Qingyan whispered. However, how could Jiang Cheng agree? At that moment directly said, "So late is too much trouble, I send you, don't worry I'm not a strange uncle." Lin Qingyan puffed a smile, this man is also quite interesting. In her impression, the rich second generation has always been the kind of rely on their own a few money, like in front of others to pose.
"I'm at the Magic City University of Finance and Economics, it's quite far from here."
Lin Qingyan thought about it and said. Jang Chang drove to the intersection, turned around, "Nothing, just by the way, just around a few streets." Lin Qingyan was ahead of black lines, around a few streets is also called by the way. "I now suspect that you are a strange uncle."
What's your name?" Lin Qingyan asked. She couldn't call herself you, could she? "My name is Jang Chang." "Jiang Chang? Are you the president of the Jiang Group, Mr. Jiang Chang?"
Lin Qingyan murmured, then exclaimed out in shock.
Jiang Chang's big name was too famous in the University of Finance and Economics.
"Yes, but it's already closed down, let's not talk about it."
Jiang Chang shook his head, not wanting to discuss too much in this regard. "Ow, I'm sorry."
Lin Qingyan rubbed her small face and apologized. He seemed to have mentioned his senior's sore spot. After all, such a big enterprise, said to close down just closed down. Lin Qingyan sneakily looked up at Jiang Chang, looking at his handsome and incomparable side face, and sneak a few glances. Senior Jiang Chang was so easygoing. However, what she didn't know was that what she saw was what Jiang Chang wanted her to see. Author's words. I implore the readers to give a rating, please say it if it's not well written, I'll change it.
Chapter 26 means to get things done or good means. In front of the entrance of the Magic City University of Finance and Economics.
Jiang Cheng Sr., thank you for sending me back, I really thank you for tonight. In the car, Lin Qingyan unbuckled her seatbelt and turned her head to look at Jiang Chang and said. Jiang Chang took out a pack of cigarettes from the storage compartment, pulled out one and lit it, casually said, "Small matter, pay more attention in the future, see the situation is not right, go to find someone." Anyway, there is still no one will find Lin Qingyan trouble he does not know, but often frequented in the bar. Punks are not going to find her trouble on the right. In that neighborhood, with Lu Feng's energy, this kind of small matter is not difficult at all.
Today, he arranged for Lu Feng to do the same for these guys. He didn't bother to give Yi Tian any chances by striking before that drunken gangster leader. By any means necessary?
Any means that could accomplish things were good means. Lin Qingyan nodded, then thought about it, a little embarrassed to open. Jiang Cheng Sr., can you add a prestige? Free time I invite you to eat a meal it? After saying that, Lin Qingyan felt that her face was a little hot.
Good impulsive. The senior will not think that he is the kind of woman who loves vanity, right?
In the next second, Jiang Cheng directly took out his cell phone and handed it over. You sweep me. Just now also thought to ask you for a prestige, afraid that you do not agree. Lin Qingyan panicked and opened the prestige to sweep.
Dropping. Added successfully. Ding. Villain value plus 50 points. When Lin Qingyan added her friend successfully, the next second, Jiang Cheng's mind resounded with a system tone.
Then senior, I'll leave first. Getting out of the car, Lin Qingyan waved at him. Jiang Cheng sat in the car smoking a cigarette, looking at Lin Qingyan's fading back, he couldn't help but smile, still too put out. Although he wanted to be a villain, so far he hadn't done anything that was in line with being a villain. If he had let go of the shackles in his heart, he would have taken Lin Qingyan down by now. Instead of this mild and bland means. There was still a chance. One had to take care of Sue's relationship, although one wanted to develop slowly, this was just too slow. When the cigarette burned to the tip part and threw it into the ashtray in the car, Jiang Chang drove the car away from the University of Finance and Economics.
Inside the dream bar.
Songqing several people returned to the card seat and sat down, for just saw Jiang Chang with that pure and incomparable girl running away also put behind them. Song Xiao, this Jiang Chang is broke, where did he get the capital to be so arrogant? That's right, look at him like that, no money and still arrogant, with the low profile compared to the young Song, is simply a day a place.
Several rich second-generation men and women have agreed. In their world, there are only a few kinds of people worth befriending. Those with value, those with energy, and those who were richer than themselves. Hearing the bragging of several people, Song Ching felt very flattered. He had always been compared to the top ones. His sister Song Yue, Su Yao of the Su family, Jang Chang of the Zhang clan, and Qin Ming of the Qin clan. Comparing, the dirty things he did, those top families and many people know, in the secret push and pull, can't wait for him. Song Ching even dragged the Song family into bad luck. A fire of desire had been building up in his heart for a long time, and that was exactly why he recognized a young medical god like Yi Tian. For people at his level, Yi Tian's origin didn't matter at all. What mattered was his current ability. There were not a few of those in the upper echelons of the population who had major illnesses, especially the Haiguan and top families. By virtue of befriending Yi Tian, he wouldn't be bad at all if he mixed anymore. Thinking of this, Song Ching laughed and raised the wine cup in his hand. Brother Yi, come all the way, don't be alone and just drink boring wine, come and drink a glass together. Yi Tian couldn't resist, and raised his glass to dry up with them. After drinking, Song Ching gave a few people a wink. Often in the nightclub, they naturally understand Song Ching's meaning. Immediately someone went to call to arrange for people to come over. Not long after, several young and beautiful figures walked in from outside the bar. Under the gesture of the main owner, two tall women with good face value and wearing cool little short skirts walked over to sit beside Yi Tian. Yi Tian looked up in surprise, only to see Song Ching giving himself an inexplicable look. Under the stimulation of alcohol, Yi Tian's movements also became bold. Everyone was an adult. It was normal to see what kind of movements one would have. Seeing this, Song Ching could not help but smile. Very good, it seems that Yi Tian still likes this arrangement. Under the stimulation of alcohol, several people drank more and more vigorously. Not long, is several dozen red aluminum Budweiser down. These women look good. Is there any interest in coming over to accompany the brothers to drink a few cups? Just as they were drinking, a few men wearing gold chains came over with bottles of wine, drunkenly. Looking at the several beautiful women on Song Ching's seat, their eyes released an evil light. The author has something to say. I implore the readers who see here to be able to point a 5-star praise. The more comments, the more hyped more, the higher the ratings. The small author update only have power. I do not ask for a gift, only want a free data. Chapter 27. The farce came to an end. A few beautiful women, is there any interest in coming over to have a drink with us? The gold chain man's gaze was flirtatious, whistling towards the 4-car model beauties beside Song Ching and the others. Song Chang drank the red wine in his cup in one gulp and looked at them coldly, saying, "Get out of here, while I'm in a good mood." The gold chain man laughed out loud, the bottle in his hand directly smashed on the table. "Little punk, who the hell are you? No one in this field dares to talk to me like this." Beer bottle exploded, debris with liquor shattered all over the ground. Those male students are more or less stained with a little. Bang! A rich young man close to the gold chain man silently picked up a bottle of Ace of Spades and directly smashed it down on the gold chain man's head. IFCKU. At once, a pig-killing scream resounded in the bar. Gold chain man drink already have 8 or 9 points of drunkenness, now the whole brain is occupied by alcohol, also did not see clearly what these people are, directly shouted, "All fucking standing what? Give me to call people over." Not long ago, a dozen people came over with bottles in their hands. Seeing this battle, Song Chang and the 3 rich second generations' faces changed wildly. He didn't know that in the entire Magic City, there were actually punks who didn't recognize his Song Ching face. "Mard, what do you guys want to do? My name is Song Chang, are you guys sure you dare to make a move on me?" The gold chain man baa a sound, and the little brother's help stood up, had blood flow, because the drink has 8 or 9 points of drunkenness, he simply cannot feel the pain, only to see his hands filled with blood. "I don't care what you Song Ching or Song Jiang, dare to hit me, don't want to walk out of this bar unharmed. Give the old man on." With a command, a dozen or so punks with bottles rushed up. Just a little work, those 3 rich second generation will hang color, a few bottles smashed on them, a few punks took turns to beat them. "FCK, I remember you. If you dare to touch me, none of you will be able to live in Magic City. Ow, don't hit, it hurts. Big brother, don't hit, I'll pay. The 3 rich second generation who still wanted to talk tough and threaten with their family history, after beating them a few times, they changed their words. 2 punks with bottles in their hands crossed over the 3 people who fell on the ground and rushed towards Song Ching and Yi Tian. Yi Tian could not help but frown when he saw this scene. When the 2 punks came over, he suddenly punched one of them in the stomach,
grabbed the bottle in the process, and directly opened the door to the other one. Then, Tian leapt out with an arrow step and directly fought against them. In less than a minute, more than a dozen gangsters all lay down. Tian held the bottle in his hand and walked towards the gold chain man step by step.
Kid, what do you want? I tell you, this field is Sister Hong's. If you dare to move me here, be careful not to be sunk in the river in 2 days.
After seeing the minions beside him fall down one by one, the gold chain man's whine seemed to wake up a bit, said in a stern voice.
Sister Hong?
It sounded like a marvelous big shot.
Tian could not help but look towards Song Chang.
Song Chang, who was shrinking on the sofa, was greatly shocked. It was unexpected that this brother Yi, who looked a bit thin and weak, had such a strong explosive power. When he saw Tian's gaze looking at himself, Song Chang came back to his senses and swallowed his saliva. "You brother, don't worry, I will take care of Sister Hong's side." When he finished speaking, Tian directly smashed the wine bottle on the gold chain man's head. When the gold chain man was smashed like this, he, who originally carried a wound on his head, instantly fainted. Dropping the bottle, and just as he turned around, Tian heard a drinking voice.
"Don't move! Police!"
Tian turned around, only to see 10 police officers holding blast shields were holding batons and looking at themselves with a guarded face. When Tian raised his hands and allowed the police to handcuff himself, his gaze looked helplessly at Song Chang. A sudden farce ended with Tian being detained away, as the police came in just in time to see him smash the bottle on the gold chain man's head. Song Chang and the 3 rich kids looked at each other in dismay, then followed and left. As for the few young models, they had long ago fled the place at the first opportunity. When he got into the police car, Song Chang said to Tian, "You brother, don't worry, in a moment I will go over to bail you out." Inside the bar, because of the dozen or so people fighting, most of them had already left. And inside the bar box, Lu Feng looked at the surveillance video with a dumbfounded face.
What is this? He was just about to leave and he was about to see such an explosive scene?
But the young man beside Song Chang's kid has extraordinary skills. A hammer a dozen, actually nothing at all.
Aunt Red, you hear back to God? Lu Feng asked in a daze.
Zhang Hongyan was very calm, her face could not see any change at all. Lu Feng only saw Aunt Hong quietly drinking tea, picked up the cell phone on the sofa and dialed a number. "Clean up the bar, and then throw that troublemaking dog to me in the river to feed the fish." In a calm tone, the life and death of the man with the gold chain was decided in this way. P.S. And everyone said, is the matter of tomorrow's update. Tomorrow update more than 6 chapters. Trouble everyone to review the book. There are any problems can be said in the comment area. I will seriously look at each valid comments. Author's words. Update time, 12 a.m. is the first shift, 10 o'clock in the morning is the second shift, the third shift at 12 o'clock, the fourth shift at 4 o'clock. The third shift at 12 o'clock, the fourth shift at 4 o'clock. This kind of arrangement the future will be the 5-shift start. Trouble readers greatly support.
Chapter 28. The villain's revelry has officially begun.
Jang Chang had no knowledge of the events that followed in the bar. At this moment, Su Yao, who was standing in front of Jang Chang, was looking at him with a serious face.
"Are you sure you want to move out?"
Jang Chang nodded and calmly said, "Yes, I have already found a place to live." When he came back, he had been thinking that if he really wanted to develop, then it was definitely inconvenient to live here in Su Yao's place.
Otherwise, every time he met a female match, would he have to send her home? Jang Chang didn't want to. Therefore, moving out was absolutely necessary. As for Su Yao, he wouldn't say no.
But moving out to live by himself would definitely be more comfortable than living now, without having to come back every night to report for duty.
Fear of what to expose.
Moreover, the current him, his plans have gradually been put on track, and it is inevitable that he will break away from the Su family.
What? Is it bad here? Or did you take that money I lent you and go spend it on food and drink? Su Yao stared into Jang Chang's eyes, wanting to find something in them.
But she was surprised to find that in Jang Chang's eyes, there was no fluctuation, a pair of eyes as plain as water. She felt that it was a very bad thing for Jang Chang to be out of control.
For the Su family, it was definitely not a good sign.
When she finished saying this, Su Yao saw that Jang Chang pulled out his cell phone, then transferred money in front of her.
52.1 million.
Putting away his cell phone, Jang Chang laughed. 52.1 million, transferred back to you. Of course, my bet with you is still valid. After all, a beautiful woman like you, I don't want to miss it. A woman like Su Yao, let Jang Chang produce a kind of wish to conquer her. Not that kind of simple physical conquest, but to make her addicted to herself, not only to conquer her body, but also to conquer her heart.
Suyao didn't care about what he said later and looked at him suspiciously. Where did you get the money?
She investigated. After Jang Chang went bankrupt, the money he had on him would never exceed $1,000.
It's only been a few days?
In one fell swoop, he paid back the $52 million he took to him, and really paid back an extra $100,000 in interest.
Could it be that he really went out to talk business every night? But what business can come to money so fast? Earned, my money how to come, you married me do not know?
Jang Chang smiled and said. Well, I'm leaving, don't miss me too much, call me when you have time, you can always be in place. Jang Chang picked up a bag beside him, which contained only his change of clothes, and left without looking back. Looking at the back of Jang Chang's departure, Suyao opened her mouth, wanting to stay, but the words that came to her mouth couldn't come out. Until the door closed, Suyao felt a trace of loss in her heart for no reason. As for what happened, she herself couldn't say. After fidgeting on the sofa for a while, Suyao took out her cell phone and dialed a number.
Grandpa, Jang Chang, he's gone.
After leaving Suyao's villa, Jang Chang only felt that a depressing if anything disappeared. Standing outside the courtyard of the villa, Jang Chang stretched his back, took out the key of the Primera and pressed the unlock. Looking back, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It won't take long. Getting into the car and starting it, the car slowly drove out of the Azure Villa area.
Ding bell.
At this time, Jang Chang's phone rang, looked at the caller ID, Jang Chang pressed answer.
Jang Chang, tell you something you have not been gone for a long time, Song Ching and a few of them were beaten by a few punks. The phone is connected, Lu Feng's laughter through the car Bluetooth transmitted out.
Jang Chang could not help but be stunned at the words. What is going on? How could Song Ching a few people be beaten by a few punks?
Reason. Then, Lu Feng told the original story.
After hearing this, Jang Chang couldn't help but want to laugh, feeling that he had messed this up. The head of the punks in the book who was originally going to find trouble with Lin Qingyan, actually ran to find trouble with Song Ching and the others. Although he knew that the gangster was sunk in the river by Jiang Hongyan, the owner of Dream Bar, but what did that have to do with him? Dead is dead, a dog's life, what do you care? If it was this person who was fighting with himself, Jang Chang would also make this person disappear. Anyway, this person has done a lot of things to forcefully fuck women, messing with himself, this kind of person is just bound to die.
I understand, thanks for your help tonight, say thank you to your Aunt Hong for me.
Jang Chang said, then hung up the phone. For Jiang Hongyan, this woman, later on, he will inevitably have to deal with her. Therefore, the relationship cannot be too ordinary, not to mention that today is also acting on someone else's turf. Soon, Jang Chang traveled into the area of the villa.
A dark and huge villa with other areas of brightly lit to form a very different scenery, gradually into the eyes.
Looking at the largest, most expensive and most luxurious villa in Magic City, Jang Chang was slightly excited.
Here will be my Jiang Chang's.
Although he was also a rich man in the real world, but such a luxurious house, there is no such thing in reality, even if there is, he can't own it.
Tonight, it was destined to be a night that would keep people awake all night. Or rather, the villain's orgy had officially begun. Chapter 29. The villain has to be arrogant.
Jang Chang parked his car into the garage. Tossing and playing with the real estate certificate and key sent over by the auction house staff this morning, he walked into the main courtyard of the villa. The house, which covered an area of 4 acres and had various top-notch facilities, was once again back in his hands. With a house worth over $300 million, the supporting facilities inside were definitely not covered. Swimming pools, movie theaters, entertainment venues, gyms, what should be there would definitely not be missing. Jang Chang pushed open the gate and walked in, turning on all the light switches inside and outside the villa, and all of a sudden, it was brightly lit.
Before Zhang's bankruptcy, Jang Chang's hand network is absolutely top.
In the entire Magic City business family, it could be said that no one could stand up to him. Now, Jang Chang also gave up the intention of eating soft rice, and also gave up the idea of developing in Su clan.
The villain has to be arrogant. Is it necessary to cover up? The condition itself has this: why cover up, cannot see the light.
The moment he stepped into this place, Jang Chang only felt that this is the right choice. I would have been worthy of that radiance, the world's attention.
Ding, the plot has changed, gaining villain value plus 200. Ding, the current situation has changed a lot, gaining villain value plus 500.
Jang Chang returned to the room that belonged to him and took a bath, wearing a bathrobe, and walked out, sitting alone on the sofa.
Opened the personal attribute board. System, big villain system. Host, Jang Chang.
Wealth, $2,066,029.
Villain value, 950 points. Backpack? Disposable attribute points, 0. Attributes: physique, 100, strength, 109, reaction, 109, speed, 95, charisma, 149. Note, normal adult male standard is 100, charisma value up to 149, no need to raise. Skills: intermediate cooking 4399 6000, shooting introductory 2100 4000, fighting introductory 3700 4000, English advanced max, piano master max. Special skill, suit thug. Looking at his attributes, he remembered the thing Lu Feng said on the way back just now. Jang Chang was silent for a moment, then raised his strength and reaction to 110, and finally spent 500 villain value and added it to speed. At this point, his attributes were exactly stepping into the normal adult male standard. After all, because his predecessor was a president, he was busy with his career every day, and was rarely able to have time to exercise, so it was a bit lower than normal. There were still 250 points left that he wasn't going to move, staying as an emergency backup. After Song Ching returned home, he immediately drove to the Jing Bureau. After experiencing tonight's fight, Song Ching realized that Yi Tian's value might be even higher than his previous estimation. Such a person, he had to protect. Besides, Yi Tian was also arrested for helping them. According to his understanding of the people in the Jing Bureau, Yi Tian would definitely be described as over-defense and then detained for a few days. After all, the police could have seen him take a beer bottle and smash it on the punk's head. Song Chang arrived at the Hangzhou branch and then saw Yi Tian with an incredibly gloomy face in a waiting room. "You brother, you wait, I will let someone get you out." Song Chang walked directly to Yi Tian and said to him. Yi Tian nodded, then his face looked slightly better. "Thanks, Mr. Song." "Don't, brother Yi, it's me who should say thank you, wait for me for a while, I'll go make a call." Song Ching quickly waved his hand, and after saying that, he picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. After the call was connected, Song Cheng politely said, "Uncle Tang, one of my brothers was detained at the Hangzhou branch." Before Song Ching could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Tang. "Young Song, is the brother you are talking about the one who was arrested in the bar brawl?" Song Ching stuttered at the words, and the wording he had thought of in his head directly disappeared. "Yes, what's the problem?" "Young Song, if it's this person, forgive me for not being able to do it. Did this brother of yours mess with some big shot?" Duro Tang said truthfully. "How could it be? He only injured those punks, and he's only a senior, how could he have messed with anyone?" Song Cheng denied it. He would have been the person involved. Yi Tian was silent from the time he came to the bar, how could he have messed with anyone? "Anyway, the upper level just called me, let me deal with it how I should deal with it, and deal with it impartially." After saying this, Duro Tang hung up. Song Ching froze in place, although it is said that the Song family has a lot of energy, but in this piece of the career path, as a newly promoted family, they are really not as good as the old family. The big shots he knew wouldn't help him out. In fact, this was a small matter, and he owed a personal favor by using the big shots. Secondly, his underground casino was watched by the top, those big names are aware of, now is a very sensitive period, those people will not for the small matter to help him. They also want to avoid getting into trouble at this juncture. It couldn't be that the gangster was Zhang Hongyan's henchman, right? A thought rose in Song Ching's mind for no reason and lingered. If it was really this woman who did it, then I'm afraid Yi Tian himself couldn't bail out. Unless his grandfather or sister stepped in. But, wasn't it just a gangster? Zhang Hongyan, why would she offend me for a punk? Author's words. Third shift. I'm begging for a review, a rush, and a little gift? I seem to be a bit inflated, ha. Chapter 30 Using each other. Do you really think you're bigger than life? I've made it very clear to you, don't go to that kind of messy place, you look like this in the future, how can I rest assured that your sister will put songs in your hands? Now there is Zhang Hongyan, that woman, step forward, let the people inside the public affairs, unless I step forward, otherwise no one will give you face, stupid ah. On the phone, Song Yunqing cursed, because the good mood of the stubborn disease being cured was instantly spoiled by a call from Song Cheng. Song Yunqing felt a depressed chi blocking his heart, making him feel like it was a little difficult to breathe. Yi Tian's potential was worth a lot. In his opinion, a talent like Yi Tian, if befriended well, definitely had more potential than Su's Jang Chang. Like him, there were too many rich Haiguan with poor health and stubborn diseases. Yi Tian was utilizing their Song clan, and he was similarly utilizing Yi Tian. Moreover, Song Yunqing had vaguely discovered that Yi Tian had an affection for his granddaughter, and he also wanted to utilize this to bind Yi Tian to his Song clan's worship.
After venting, Song Yuncheng exhaled, then said, "You come back first, I will find a way to arrange for someone to get Yi Tian out." Song Qing's face was very ugly, but he did not dare to refute Song Yuncheng in the slightest. He was the one who dragged Yi Tian to the nightclub bar, and the accident happened because Yi Tian helped him. Now he didn't dare to say half a word more at all, because he was clear about his grandfather Song Yuncheng's temper. Hanging up the phone, Song Chang returned in front of Yi Tian with a shameful face. "Brother Yi, I'm sorry, my grandpa may not release you until tomorrow." Before Song Ching could say anything, he was interrupted by Yi Tian. "Young Song, you don't have to be like this, I know your character, and I also believe in Elder Song, it's not a big deal." Said here, Yi Tian paused, then said, "I just want to know, in the end, who in the end is giving the upper ventilation." Although he didn't care about detention, he didn't want to take such a hit for nothing. He wanted to retaliate back. It was the boss behind the bar, Zhang Hongyan, the underground queen of Magic City. Song Ching was stunned at his words, but he still told the truth. Yi Tian's gaze condensed for a long time before he nodded his head and said, "I know. Underground Queen Zhang Hongyan." He had heard of it. This woman's energy could be said to be very great, so great that even forces like the Song family would not easily mess with her. However, he wouldn't give up his move to take revenge on this, but for the time being, he didn't have the ability to do so. It was just good not to be some kind of low-key developing villain. Now it was time for himself to prepare to show his muscles to the Song family reception in a few days? No, strength now. Jang Chang sat on the balcony of the second floor, looking at the man-made river scenery in the back. The lights were bright, the night breeze carried a wisp of coolness on his face, and Jang Chang squinted his eyes comfortably. Just such a huge villa, at the moment he was the only one. However, Jiang Chang did not feel any loneliness. At the very least, at this moment, he was considered to be truly embarking on this path. When he first crossed over, he thought about developing obscenely under Su, but realized that he was completely unnecessary. Other people are afraid of themselves, do not need to rely on Su, they can completely fictionalize a force out to deter others. The previous connections in the hidden know that they have a stronger background, then they are not going to find themselves. Where is the need to rely on Su's fox fake tiger somewhat? And now he caused a commotion in the entire Magic City deep pool, like throwing a small stone just cannot turn over how big waves. If he wanted to change the entire plot world, he had to do a big job in advance. Beep. At this time, on the small table, Jiang Chang's cell phone screen suddenly lit up, and a caller ID was bouncing. Jiang Chang took it over to take a look, connected and smiled. "Hello, Grandpa Su. Xiao Chang'e, Yaoer said that you suddenly moved out tonight?" On the other end of the phone, came Su Hanhai's gentle voice, like a casual inquiry. Jiang Cheng took a sip of the red wine that had just woken up and said lightly, "Well, I thought that now and Miss Su Yao still belong to the stage of betting against each other. It's impossible to stay in one piece, that would be inconvenient for both of them." He was purely talking nonsense. Then where are you staying now? If you feel that it's no longer good outside, you can always move back to Yao's side to live there, don't aggravate yourself. When Su Hanhai heard Jiang Cheng's answer, the strand of worry in his heart finally dissipated. No matter where he moved to, at least he still recognized that the bet was still valid. Okay, I will." After saying that, Jiang Cheng hung up on him. The cell phone was casually thrown on the desktop, and he couldn't help but snicker, "Old fox." Regardless of whether it was Su Hanhai or Song Yunsheng, the two had never put their true feelings on this. All they saw was the benefits that Jiang Chang and Yi Tian could bring them in the future. The former was the contacts he once had in his business tactics in mind, while the latter was the ability to create contacts for Song Yunsheng, as well as contacting higher-level figures. Being at the top, they never intermingled the so-called true feelings. Regardless of whether it's the Song family or the Su family, I still really want to swallow you all right now. The scarlet-colored red wine in the cup swayed, and through the cup, Jiang Cheng's eyes seemed to have a touch of red in them. After thinking it through, Jiang Cheng felt like he had opened a shackle. The next day, Jiang Chang drove out of the Jiang clan compound at around 11 in the morning. All the way straight to the Magic City University of Finance and Economics. P.S. Begging for urges, begging for gifts on more data, more updates, more than 10,000 daily, or even 20,000 is not a problem to. Chapter 31. I just want to make some money to spend. Today's Jiang family is not the behemoth machine it used to be. It can be said that 2 or 3 kittens cannot be counted. After the collapse of the huge Jiang family, only Jiang Cheng is left. Wanting to rise again, those former contacts are definitely not available now. The only thing he could do was to go around and gather a group of people who were worth cooperating with, forming a chain of interests for the new generation. At least, everything that happened so far was going in the direction he expected. Getting out of the car, Jang Chang took out his cell phone and dialed Lu Feng's number. After the phone rang a few times, it was connected. "Hello, which one?" On the other end of the phone, a lazy voice with sleepiness came out.
Jang Chang opened his mouth faintly. "It's me, come out."
After Lu Feng heard this familiar voice, he stood upright with a miso and hurriedly got out of bed to put on his clothes.
"Wait for me for 10 minutes.
After saying that, he hung up the phone.
Jang Chang didn't mind, it's not like he didn't know about Lu Feng's temperament.
So it's fine now, he's not in a hurry to get him down right away, so he walks around the College of Finance and Economics. In this university, children of rich people were sent here. Especially in a super metropolis like Magic City, there were definitely quite a few people with billions or tens of billions of dollars. But all of them didn't have any hard assets or strength, and had empty valuations.
Listed as a house and other property.
From this university out of the people, later will return to their own families to start the road of entrepreneurship. No background of the white students, after graduation will also be hired by major companies. Do not worry about the future.
"Mr. Kong Sung? Why are you here?"
Suddenly, a girl's voice that was warm and soft with a bit of joy drifted behind him. Jang Chang smiled dumbly and turned back, only to see a very youthful and beautiful girl wearing a white printed t-shirt and a pair of 9-minute jeans, looking at herself with delight on her face. It was true that he was not here today to create an unexpected opportunity to bump into the heroines.
"Xing Yan, such a coincidence."
Lin Xingyan quickly walked up to him and smiled. "Well, I just planned to go to the cafeteria to eat."
"Senior, how are you free to come over here?"
Jiang Chang smiled lightly and said, "I came here to talk to someone about something, waiting for someone here. I didn't expect to meet you, quite a coincidence." Lin Xingyan spread a smile. For Jiang Chang, he still has quite a good feeling. As for why she was chased and beaten last night, she didn't think much about it. Anyway, a place like a bar is such a mess. Looking at this person in front of her in a casual outfit, not really exquisite hairstyle, the face with the vicissitudes of handsome scruffy face, Lin Xingyan could not help but blush.
"This time, I can see it clearly. Senior, with this scruffy look, I guess no one can recognize you when you walk on the road."
Lin Xingyan smiled softly. Compared to the previous refined photos that were published in various news, the current Jiang Chang would really not be recognized by many people.
"Dirt? This look is quite good."
The corners of Kong Sung's mouth curled up slightly. After the two people chatted for a while, Jiang Chang's cell phone rang. Answering the phone, he directly said, "Teaching building to the cafeteria this road, I will walk down in a moment."
After saying that, he hung up.
And then he turned his head to Lin Xingyan and helplessly spread his hands. "It seems that we can only talk next time, I'll go first."
"Okay, senior, goodbye."
Looking at Jiang Chang's back, Lin Xingyan suddenly felt that compared to those rich second-generation people who spent money all the time to flaunt themselves, Jiang Chang simply left them several blocks behind. Spending money to show off was completely inferior to a person who brought his own aura, calm and proud. After Jiang Chang walked away, a mocking voice sounded beside Lin Xingyan.
"Yo, our high and mighty Lin Big School Flower also has a boyfriend? It's true that it's a loser with Cinderella, it's a good match." On a school road, next to a red Ferrari 488, a young man with an inch of board was looking around. When he saw a figure walking slowly on the road, he immediately cursed and got into the car. Seeing the red Ferrari traveling towards him, Jiang Chang stopped, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took out one and put it to his mouth, lighting it and inhaling. When the car stops, he takes out another one and throws it over, then walks to the passenger seat and pulls open the door to sit in. Lu Feng also did not talk to him politely, directly lit the fire and inhaled a mouthful. As for the school road cannot be randomly parked, that is all fart. "What's the matter with me today?" For him, now Jiang Chang and himself are considered partners. As for the benefits, anyway, he said he would wait for a while to see, he can afford to wait. He also didn't worry that Jiang Chang would lie to himself. In Mordor, even the Jiang clan at its peak didn't dare to mess with it at will. Jiang Chang flicked the ashes of his cigarette, and his gaze was a little deep. "Arrange something." Lu Feng was a little curious, but he didn't open his mouth to interrupt. "This circle in Magic City is too calm, like a pool of stagnant water, calm for too long. I want to make this circle reshuffle." On the side, Lu Feng listened with his jaw dropping. "Brother, I'm still next to you tell me this useful? Reshuffle this kind of words, even the richest do not dare to say so, right? The water of the Magic City is not compared to other emerging cities, where the old family is rooted. There are too many stronger than their Lu family. They are strong, but also only in front of the capital, in front of the new family, in front of the old, or not enough to look at." "That what, brother? I just want to make some money to spend." Chapter 32. What's so big? You can never see clearly how dark this world is, just the pool of water of Mordor you are not involved in deep. If you really want to make a name for yourself, everything is listening to me, not to mention your Lu family. This wealth in the future, even if doubled, is not a problem. And completely by your own control, let you jump out of the family circle. Jang Chang said to himself. He was familiar with the entire plot, and what he wanted to do was more than just keeping himself alive. He had a bigger goal now. To turn this world into his own paradise. Retracting his gaze, Kong Sun flicked the cigarette that was burning between his fingers out the window. Drive, take you to someone. Lu Feng nodded, then started the car and slowly drove out of the Magic City College of Finance and Economics. Lu Feng now only feels that Jang Chang is crazy, but at the same time that people feel that he is crazy, they can feel his clear goals and aggression. Maybe following him can really make a career. At 12 o'clock noon sharp, outside the Hongqiao branch, Song Chang looked ahead with eager anticipation. When he saw Yi Tian's slim figure appear, he immediately raised his hand. Brother Yi, this way. Yi Tian slowly walked in front of him and said, Young Song, please come and pick me up. Song Chang waved his hand and shook his head, not troublesome, after all, it was me who dragged Brother Yi down. If it wasn't for you last night, I guess I would have been in danger. He was self-aware, after seeing his own old master rarely get so angry. He also understood the importance of Yi Tian. In the old master's eyes, if he wasn't a direct blood relative, he might be a little lower in status than Yi Tian. Brother Yi, I'm sorry for last night, because of Jiang Hongyan, I wasn't able to bail you out. Yi Tian said indifferently, it doesn't matter, I'm also clear about how big her underground power is in Magic City, causing trouble on her turf. It's only normal for me to be locked up. I'm afraid that Punk is already dead. This matter he really did not guess wrong. No matter who, in Jiang Hongyan's territory to make trouble, indeed will pay a big price. And the fact that he was only detained normally was already a very lucky thing. But he wouldn't be willing to just be detained for one night, he would definitely pay her back later on. Song Chang nodded his head in recognition, then added, Right Brother Yi, my grandfather said that there will be a few old people coming to the reception celebrating the curing of his persistent disease in a few days, so he will introduce you to them at that time. Yi Tian's gaze narrowed as he heard this. Old people. I am afraid that they are also on the same level as Elder Song, right? As for introducing them to his acquaintance, perhaps they also had some hard-to-treat persistent illnesses, using this to make favors. Yi Tian smiled as he thought of this. Good, I will definitely come to participate at that time. Then let's go and have a meal first, then I will send you back. And on the other side. Lu Feng drove to an old housing area according to Jang Chang's navigation. Looking at the surrounding buildings of the last century, Lu Feng couldn't help but frown and said, Brother Chang, who exactly are you looking for to find someone to live in such a place? Jang Chang didn't explain and just told him to keep driving. Soon, they stopped at an old residential building and parked the car in the open parking lot. The two walked into the 6-story residential building in front of them. The dirty, messy and cramped environment, Lu Feng frowned while yelling a lot. I say Brother Chang, who exactly are you looking for, living in this kind of place, are there any big shots? Jang Chang glanced at him with the remaining corner of his gaze and faintly said, You will know later. What he was looking for was the Zhou Evening Ching that he met at the school gate that day. To be more precise, he was looking for Zhou Evening Ching's brother. He was the one who would fail every time he started a business. But what was strange was that every time he went bankrupt with debts, he would soon be able to pay them off again and continue his business. When they went up to the 4th floor, they heard a shouting and cursing sound coming from inside a house. Damn, even dare to drag Master Tiger's money? Do not want to live, is not it? Hasn't the company already been paid off to you? What else do you want? Hearing this voice, Jang Chang immediately came to the door of the room. Only to see a young man beaten up, his eyes full of anger, staring at him in front of him, hand holding a stick gangster, roaring loudly. His company was pitched by his partners, and in order not to go bankrupt, Zhou Hao sold the company to the bosses behind these punks in front of him. It was clear that he could still recover a little bit of his losses. Oh, don't you have to pay back the money you borrowed? There are still $500,000. The bald gangster at the head sneered. I warn you Zhou Hao, limit you within a week to send $500,000 in front of us, otherwise do not want to live out of the Magic City. Hearing the words of the bald gangster, Zhou Hao eyes suddenly read. Put your mother's bullshit, who owes you 500,000, Wan Minghua borrowed and I have nothing to do with. Seeing him cursing, a few people behind the gangster looked at each other and were about to walk up with baseball bats.
Bolt stopped the footsteps of his men, squatted down, his palm slapped his face, smiled grimly and said, "This is not my business. I only know that he is borrowed in the name of your company. You as a legal representative, this debt naturally should be calculated to your head."
Bullshit. You are colluding. I want to call the police. Zhou Hao directly slapped his hand away and said angrily. However, the movement was too large, involving the injuries on his body, and his face instantly became hideous. After hearing this, the bald gangster laughed, and his eyes towards Zhou Hao were filled with teasing.
Call the police?
Good you go to the police, see if there is any use. When the wind is past, you see how I can fix you. Do their line of work, naturally not afraid of other people alarm and so on. The big deal is to squat for a few months, out of this line of work is still a person. But people without background is different, will be blocked by them until the collapse, or try to find ways to pay off the debt. Of course, it's understandable that you don't have the money to pay it back. Take this house of yours to offset the debt, plus give you an extra $500,000. Or your sister can also pay off the debt if she stays with Master Tiger for one night. TSK, $500,000 a night. You bastards, try touching my sister. The bald gangster's threat drilled into Zhou Hao's ears, and instantly the whole man became so angry that he almost went crazy. His parents had died early, and he and Zhou Eveningqing had lived together until now. If something happened to his sister, he would absolutely go insane. But behind the rage was a deep sense of powerlessness. The boss behind them wasn't scary, but the person standing behind their boss was definitely a big shot that he couldn't afford to mess with. Behind Master Tiger, standing behind him was the Song family's youngest, Song Qing. Although Song Qing didn't care to do this kind of thing, the dog legs he kept were different. It was also because of the presence of people of a triad-related nature like Master Tiger under his hand. It was only then that Song Qing was noticed by the top. And the scene in the room all fell in the eyes of Jang Chang and Lu Feng. P.S. Beg gift beg hyping out the latest chapter. Point hyping. There is a hyping video, after watching can give the author to bring a little bit of meager income but accumulation of less into more. I implore is not very busy readers to spend 10 seconds to see the end of it. In addition, today will be updated with 20,000 words. Author's words. Beg gift beg hyping a hyping the video of the small authors can. I've got a few cents for every reader who watches it, and I've got 5 cents for every reader who watches it, and I've got 5 cents for every reader who watches it, and I've got 5 cents for every reader who watches it, and I've got 5 cents for every reader who watches it. Do you know why I chose to cooperate with you? At this time, Jang Chang outside the door suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Lu Feng pondered for a few seconds, then slowly shook his head. Although your Lu family is similarly involved in blackmail, you didn't do this kind of thing like them. I pride myself on not being a good person. I would also go ahead and annex anyone and make them go bankrupt, but that's normal. So even with this scene in front of me, I am likewise helping out of interest. Jang Chang said a little bit. Lu Feng stood behind him, looking at his back. As a man, he even felt that this person was too crazy, so crazy that it was completely inconsistent with his previous image of a gentle and elegant president. It was simply a different person. Jang Chang finished speaking and took a step into the door. Knock, knock, knock. Reaching out, he knocked on the door panel. At that moment, the few people in the room hall instantly turned back, looked at him, and droned, "Little white boy, can't you see that this place is busy? Hurry up and get lost." Having His Majesty interrupted, the bald gangster was now very upset. Jang Chang glanced at Zhou Hao on the ground, already hanging color, faintly said, "Limit you within 30 seconds to get out." Oh, fucking white boy, what did you say? Do you know who we are, dare to be so crazy? Hearing Jang Chang's crazy tone, the bald gangster immediately angry laugh, directly let go of Zhou Hao's collar, stood up, horizontal gas diffuse said. Cough. Zhou Hao fell to the ground and coughed twice, looking at some familiar people in front of him, said gratefully, "This friend, you quickly go, this is my trouble, you go, don't care." Hearing Zhou Hao's words, the bald gangster glared at him, and then turned his head to Jang Chang. Drank, "White boy, while the old man is in a good mood, hurry up and roll, or leave an arm, as the price of your meddling." Jang Chang impatiently waved his hand and said, "Don't bullshit here, a group of social dregs, see you angry." His biggest headache is the tone of this social scum, a look of fearless stupidity. In fact, when he met the big man, he could lower his head to the bottom of his pants. "What do you mean, you little white boy? Looking for death?" The bald gangster got angry, directly picked up the baseball bat and walked over, smashing down towards Jang Chang's right shoulder. "Brothers, be careful." Seeing this, Zhou Hao couldn't help but raise his voice to remind him. For this kind person who was able to come forward and help him at this time,
Zhou Hao did not want him to get hurt because of this. But he was alone, where was he a match for these punks who had been in a fight? Moreover, the bald gangster was still holding a baseball bat, so this smash would definitely be unresponsive. Jang Chang swept a glance, wearing a casual suit. He turned on his suit thug skills the moment he entered the door. At this moment, in his eyes, he only felt that the bald punk's movements became slow, and with a shift of his feet, he dodged it. When the bald punk noticed that he actually missed, he just wanted to get angry, but then he was swept in the cheek by a whip leg that suddenly attacked him. Boom! In a single glance, the bald guy fell to the ground. This scene made the remaining few punks look dumbfounded, and one by one, they reacted before running over waving their weapons in their hands. Outside the door, Lu Feng looked at the handsome strike that Jang Chang had just delivered. Crap! Can't tell, Jang Chang looked weak and civilized, but didn't expect to be so capable of fighting. When the three punks rushed up with their sticks, Lu Feng saw an even more violent scene. He saw that Jang Chang even directly rushed up and then kicked the punk who rushed in front. A crouch quickly popped up and punched another punk in the stomach. 3 people were put down by Jang Chang without even reaching the corner of his coat. The entire person was like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ferocious. And inexplicably had the feeling of an aesthetic feast. At least Lu Feng had seen so many fights, he had never seen one as easy as the one Jang Chang fought. With one punch and one kick, everyone spat out blood. Lu Feng knew Jang Chang sort of from childhood, but there was no crossover. However, in the high society, Jang Chang's reputation can be too big. All along, Jang Chang appeared in the public eye with a civilized and weak character. It was so much less manly than normal males. However, it was such a gentle and mild-mannered weak rich second generation that was rumored in the high society that froze Lu Feng. Why can this very weak-looking body explode with such ferocious strength? One punch to spit out blood in adult male. Simply unthinkable. Lu Feng was also considered a school bully, but at this moment, the shock in his gaze was undisguised. All 4 men fell to the ground, and Jang Chang slowly exhaled. Turning on the suit thug skill, Jang Chang's own attributes were temporarily increased by 50%, plus he had turned on all the top skills regarding combat. Fighting such a few punks was completely out of the question. Jang Chang swept a glance at his first battle results and shook his head slightly. It was too weak. Ever since he got the suit thug skill, he had been wearing a suit, casual or formal, at least a shirt. It wasn't because of any svelte, but to deal with unexpected events like this. After wearing a suit and opening the level skills of fighting advanced, national art advanced, and firearms proficiency, it took little effort to beat these unproven thugs. It gave him all a little bit of a feeling of an adult bullying 4 children. Looking at the messy house, Jang Chang frowned slightly. Lu Feng, drag these few out of the doorway. Ah. Well, coming. Outside the door, Lu Feng returned to his senses and hurriedly responded. This time he didn't dare to refute Jang Chang, afraid that he would give himself a kick as well. Although he had learned karate, but felt completely insufficient to fight So he obediently entered the door and threw the 4 fainting punks in the stairwell. Zhou Hao saw him come to the sofa and sit down nonchalantly. Then he realized that this person had something to look for, and that he had a very familiar feeling about him. This friend, thank you. Zhou Hao sat on the chair and said in a deep voice. Lu Feng clapped his hands and looked at Zhou Hao with slight curiosity, saying, "This is the person you are looking for? It doesn't look like anything special." "Oh, quite special, TSK. It's a shame about this face." Jang Chang did not answer his words, but instead looked at Zhou Hao and smiled. "You are Zhou Hao?" Zhou Hao nodded his head. He was a little strange, wondering how this aura youth knew about him. Also, what was he looking for himself for? Jang Chang looked at his puzzled eyes and let out a light laugh. "Introduce yourself first." "My name is Jang Chang. P.S. Second shift." Chapter 34 Unbelievable Tension. You are Jang Chang? You are Mr. Jang Chang, the president of the Jang Group? Hearing Jang Chang report his name, Zhou Hao, who was filled with doubt, immediately said excitedly, "Mr. Jang, I have admired you for a long time. I did not expect to save me will be you. No wonder you look very familiar to me." Zhou Hao excited after a face of emotion. He never thought that he would meet with Jang Chang in such a way. Jang Chang's change was too great. After obtaining the system, his face value was directly pulled to the highest. If not particularly familiar with the people, not many would recognize it. "Mr. Jang, the new energy and virtual reality technology fields that you invested heavily in were very promising. but unfortunately, you were too eager to get ahead of yourself, leading to bankruptcy. If you steadily input your investment, there will definitely be results coming out in a few more years. As soon as he heard that the person in front of him was the president of Jang, whom he had admired for a long time, Zhou words didn't stop, chattering on and on. Jang Chang froze for a moment, lost his smile and shook his head. These are all in the past. No, I greatly admire your vision. Zhou still had admiration in his eyes. A large commercial blowing each other up Sina. The sight of Lu Feng disdainfully laughed, however, when he saw Jang Chang's gaze, he hurriedly shut up and pulled away from the topic, hurried to talk about business. Zhou also came back to his senses and hurriedly asked, Mr. Jang, what is it that you came to see me about? Seeing him get to the point, Jang Chang also said directly, I wonder what Mr. Zhou has planned for the future. Upon hearing this, Zhou stiffened for a moment, then smiled bitterly, Mr. Jang, truth be told, I am now bankrupt, as you have just seen, those are the ones who came to collect the debt. If you want to ask me what my plans are, I currently don't have any. He didn't have any arrangements or goals at all right now. He had failed to start his own business for 3 times in a row, and this time, he had even been pitched into debt by his classmates whom he had treated as his brothers. All of this had left him mentally exhausted. Jang Chang crossed his arms, crossed his legs, and said calmly, You said that the unwarranted $500,000? This one is simple. Zhou was stunned at the words and quickly said, Mr. Jang, no need to bother you to help me out, I have my own way. He didn't want to owe Jang Chang a favor. He had been a boss 3 times anyhow, so he naturally knew that in high society, money was just numbers to them, and it was the debt of favors that was the most difficult to repay. Jang Chang did not say anything and said carelessly, Oh? Are you sure? They want you to come up with $500,000 within a week, or let you take this house against the debt. If I'm not mistaken, this house is the only property your parents left to your siblings, right? Even in the near future, this place will be demolished, and the compensation then? Do you want to give it up? That so-called master tiger is nothing more than a dog under Song Qing's hand, but even so, do you dare to resist? Each of Jang Chang's words hit Zhou directly in the heart. As Jang Chang said, he was unwilling. But $500,000, even he would have trouble raising it within a week. By then, if he wanted to continue living in Magic City, he could only promise them that he would give them this house. It didn't matter to him yet, the main thing was that his own sister still had to be in Magic City. Zhou's face changed. Suddenly, Jang Chang opened his mouth again and said, From today onwards, that surnamed wine will not come back to trouble you, and that unwarranted $500,000 doesn't need to be returned. Hearing these words, Zhou immediately raised his head and looked at Jang Chang with a complicated gaze. Jang Chang continued to state his thoughts like no one else. Mr. Zhou, since you don't have any plans right now, why don't you listen to my idea? Zhou was stunned and said in a daze, Mr. Jang, please speak. Even though Jang Chang was no longer the president of that $100 billion group, he always understood one thing, a thin camel is bigger than a horse. This is known by looking at the eldest son of the Lu family standing behind him. Even though Jang Chang had fallen from the club of the $100 billion group, he was still not something that ordinary people like himself could compare to. I wonder if Mr. Zhou was interested in coming to work for my company. Position well, the group president on the surface. Jang Chang's flat and gentle tone exploded in Zhou's ears. He froze for a while before reacting, Mr. Jang. What is this? He was a little confused as to what Jang Chang meant. Jang Chang had established a new company? Why wasn't there any news spreading out at all? And why would he look at himself? I will set up a new company after a while, it's not convenient to disclose it now, but after 2 weeks, it's guaranteed to shake the Magic City circle. Jang Chang's words were wildly incomparable, shocking the intricate strength of Mordor, and he actually didn't feel that there was moisture present, as if it was supposed to be like this. As long as you promise 1% of the shares, and the annual salary of $5 million to start, the future shares and annual salary depends on the results to enhance. Jang Chang said boldly. In Jang Chang's eyes, Zhou was really worth the price. At the back, the wealth created by Zhou completely crushed the 3 current song group. Of course, all of this wealth was Yi Tian's. Zhou only had an annual salary of $10 million at the time, and didn't have a single share. But he himself gave him 1% of the shares, which didn't seem like a lot, but what about when the market value was in the hundreds of billions? 1% is $1 billion to start with. This. How can I afford to take on such a big responsibility from you, Mr. Jang? Zhou's tone was a bit stuttered. The 1% share was subconsciously ignored by him, and the annual salary of $5 million to start was what he saw.
He didn't realize how much profit this 1% share would bring him later on.
I said that you are qualified on the line, as long as you agree. After signing the contract, you are the president of my new company, and most of the authority is open to you. I only stared behind the scenes, everything by your free play.
Jang Chang waved his hand and directly finalized.
In addition, I will also advance $1 million to you.
Don't you still have a childhood girlfriend with a good family? There's always capital to propose marriage now, right? Zhou Hao sniffed and immediately fell silent. $1 million wasn't a huge amount of money for him. After all, he had once peaked at over $10 million.
Mr. Zhang, you've made it really hard for me to choose. Zhou Hao was silent for a long time and slowly opened his mouth. Jang Chang did not utter another word at this moment, but instead let him make his own choice. At this moment, Zhou Hao thought too much. One of the reasons why he had chosen to start his own business was to allow his sister, Zhou Eveningqing, to live a good life. There was also the fact that his childhood friend was being urged by his family to get married, and if he couldn't come up with their ideal conditions, he was afraid that. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao took a deep breath. Mr. Zhang, you have come to the door with such sincerity, I can only agree with you, and please ask Mr. Zhang for more guidance in the future. Hearing Zhou Hao's agreement, a smile gradually broadened on Jang Chang's handsome face.
Ding!
The plot has changed, villain value plus 1,000.
P.S. Third shift. Chapter 35. Can you do me a favor?
The system beep sounded at the same time as Zhou Hao's moment of agreement, which meant that Zhou Hao had truly made the decision to do something for himself.
Mr. Zhou Hao, don't worry, in less than 2 weeks, you'll be at the top of your game and appear in the public eye. Jang Chang laughed.
Zhou Hao nodded, since he had decided to follow Jang Chang, then from this moment onwards, he was also Jang Chang's subordinate. No matter what the prospects were, at the very least, the benefits he gave himself in front of him were real. After the deal was made, there was another half hour of chatting, and then Jang Chang transferred $1 million into Zhou Hao's account and left.
Out the door and down the stairs.
On the way to the parking lot, Jang Chang suddenly saw Zhou Eveningqing, who was walking towards the residential building with dishes in her hands.
His eyes lingered on her face for 2 seconds before moving away.
Zhou Eveningqing also noticed his presence and frowned when she saw Lu Feng beside him.
Why were these two people in my neighborhood? Lu Feng she knew, the school's famous rich second generation.
Shaking her head, Zhou Eveningqing did not think too much, directly up the stairs, no matter what they do, and they do not have any interactions. When she went up to the 4th floor, she saw a few puddles of blood in front of her door. Zhou Eveningqing's face turned white. Hurriedly opened the front door, and once inside, she saw Zhou Hao, who was cleaning up the mess inside the house, his nose and face swollen.
Zhou Eveningqing instantly opened her mouth, a little cry in her voice. Brother. They hit you? Evening clear, you're back, brother is fine.
Seeing his sister return, Zhou Hao hurriedly explained. However, Zhou Eveningqing directly interrupted. Is it Lu Feng and the others who brought people to beat you up? I will go and find them to fight for my life. Looking at the red blood in his sister's eyes, Zhou Hao's heart warmed and pulled Zhou Eveningqing to explain to her. Upon hearing what Zhou Hao said, Zhou Eveningqing's eyes flashed with light.
Brother, are you saying that the person just now was Jang Chang? Didn't he go bankrupt? How?
Zhou Hao's beaten black and blue eyes flickered with essence and said, No, Eveningqing, you shouldn't underestimate a person who once stood at the top. The world thinks that Mr. Jiang is a fool who lost 3 generations of his Jiang clan's family fortune.
In fact, this is not the case. In my opinion, Mr. Jiang is dissatisfied with Jiang's pattern in life, and wants to throw away all the past and recreate a new Jiang.
I have to say, after listening to Jang Chang's analysis, he also began to brainstorm that there may be a very scary force behind Jang Chang supporting him. Brainstorming can make everything reasonable where it couldn't be explained in the past, and there was no reason to create a reason.
Thoughtfulness surfaced on Zhou Eveningqing's small, white and flawless face. So that's how it is.
One had wrongly blamed Mr. Jiang. On the Ferrari 488, Lu Feng had suppressed it for a long time and finally got a release at this moment. What do you think? $5 million to hire a person who does not even know the reputation, but also 1% of the shares. You have not even established this company. You dare to say this? There is no place to spend the money. More invite me to go to the club several times. Although it is not his money, he looked at Zhang Qingxiu, a meal of his own unintelligible operation, but also a little puzzled. I said, in another week, you will know whether this choice of mine is right or wrong. In a month at the most, you'll be able to see tangible benefits, but I don't want that little bit, I want it for a long time. Also, in a few days when the Song family's reception is over, someone will probably come to you to buy this piece of rotten work.
Seeing Jang Chang's chesty look, Lu Feng was half convinced. Could this piece of rotten place really create such a big profit? Jingle bell. At this time, Lu Feng's cell phone rang. After answering the call, only Lu Feng's expression gradually became ambiguous. Two first-line young models are arranged in place, do you want to share one? Saying that, he handed his cell phone to Jang Chang for a glance. Jang Chang glanced at it, then shook his head. I am not interested in this kind of vulgar powder. The face value of the person in the photo was good, and with his eyes, he was able to score an 8. But there were traces of plastic surgery, not that kind of natural beauty. Moreover, he now has a lot of candidates with more than 9 points. Where would he look at this kind of artificial beauty with plastic surgery and makeup? Then you don't want me to come alone. Lu Feng didn't care, took back his cell phone, and hemmed and hawed. The two people found a better grade restaurant to eat a meal, then Lu Feng carried Jang Chang back to school. 3 days later, remember to come to Song's reception. Getting out of the car, Jang Chang added. Lu Feng was a bit surprised. Like this kind of reception that doesn't have much nutrition, he won't participate. Not to mention people with Jang Chang's status. You will go to this kind of reception? Okay, I will go. Jang Chang nodded and left. Lu Feng stared at him for a while and secretly muttered, don't mind losing class. Jang Chang walked on the road. Suddenly, a brittle girl's voice rang out. Cousin Jang Chang? Jang Chang turned around, only to see a girl wearing a white dress with a ponytail and a somewhat baby-fat face, who was currently blinking those big bright eyes at himself. This girl was called Chen Xiaoxi, Jang Chang's cousin, just a sophomore this year. Yikes, cousin Jang Chang, it's really you. Seeing Jang Chang turn back, Chen Xiaoxi excitedly called out. What's the matter? I haven't seen you so excited when you saw me in the past. Looking at Chen Xiaoxi walk to his near, Jang Chang couldn't help but reach out and pinch her baby-fat face. Well, fleshy, pinch up feel good. Chen Xiaoxi was a bit unhappy and slapped away the big hand that was kneading her. With a clear voice, she huffed, cousin, if you keep doing this, I'll ignore you. How old am I? Still pinching my face. Then Chen Xiaoxi's big eyes flashed, came to Jang Chang's side and said quietly, cousin, you still don't have a girlfriend, right? Do you want me to introduce you to one? It's very pretty. Jang Chang's big hand covered, rubbed Chen Xiaoxi's little head fiercely, and rubbed her hair in a mess before giving up. Cousin is so handsome, does he look like someone who can't find a girlfriend? Still need you to introduce. Then my handsome cousin, can you do me a favor? I can't. Jang Chang refused without even thinking. Cousin, please help me, I will introduce my best girlfriend to you, I tell you, she is very pretty, much prettier than Song Yimei or Su Yao. Chen Xiaoxi hugged Jang Chang's arm and shook it, her voice was delicate. It's just to accompany us to a reception, it's very simple. At this time, a voice as beautiful as a yellow warbler suddenly came. Xiaoxi, you're talking nonsense again. Chapter 36, A Pleasant Evening begins. Looking for the sound, I only saw a pavilion, wearing a white t-shirt with a pleated skirt of the girl slowly walked over. The girl has short hair with a 4/6 parting, not that the girl only has long hair to be the most beautiful, such as the girl in front of her, fair and flawless face, a pair of eyes clean and bright, the gaze of the spirit. As she walked over, it was as if the hot weather had become refreshing. The girl took a step and came to Chen Xiaoxi's side, stretching out her small white hand and gently knocking her on the head. Xiaoxi, what are you talking about? Chen Xiaoxi immediately let go of Jang Chang's arm and turned to hug the girl, smilingly saying, Xingying, it's not like I said anything, I just invited my cousin to come and accompany us to that boring cocktail party. By the way, let those lemon spirits know how good your date is. Xingying? Jang Chang, who was originally as calm as water, suddenly condensed his gaze and quickly swept a glance at the girl. It couldn't really be the Su Qingying written in the book. In the original book, Su Qingying was a very special female lead. Yes, the female lead. But she wasn't included in the protagonist's harem, which was what made her special. However, although Jang Chang withdrew this gaze in a very timely manner, it gave him a feeling as if it had already been captured by Su Qingying. Su Qingying smiled, what's that, they show off theirs, we live our own, don't care what they say. Hearing this, Chen Xiaoxi was not happy, why should we always give in to them, don't worry, when my cousin comes, none of them will be able to show off in front of us. After saying this, Chen Xiaoxi turned her head again and looked at Jang Chang with a hopeful face, saying pitifully, good cousin, you will help us, right? If you promise, I will let you have my good girlfriend, look, isn't it much prettier than those what female CEOs? Said, also kissed Su Qingying. Look, pure natural, no makeup
Su Qingying smiled helplessly.
Jang Chang stroked his chin and asked, "Just accompanying you to the reception?"
Originally he did not want to go, but after seeing this very special female lead, Su Qingying, Jang Chang changed his mind. If this female lead was taken down, at the very least, she could bring herself 1,000 points of villain value, right?
Moreover, Su Qingying's role wasn't just to gain villain value.
Even that male lead couldn't get the character, the impact she could bring could be imagined. Seeing that her cousin seemed to have some intention of agreeing, Chen Xiaoxi immediately nodded her head. Just going to a boring reception, you're going in, it'll be over soon. She didn't want to tell her cousin what she was up to if she knew it was for him to pretend to be someone's boyfriend. With a condescending nature like her cousin's, he'd never agree to attend, even if he was broke. When the time came for him to arrive, she would explain the situation to him herself.
Hey! Chen Xiaoxi, you're such a smart and cute little wit. Chen Xiaoxi's eyes rolled and slipped as he smiled. Cousin, you're responsible for coming tomorrow night dressed a little more handsome. I'll send you the location on WeChat.
Then without waiting for Jang Chang and Su Qingying to say something, she pulled Su Qingying away.
I won't talk to you anymore, we're going to class, bye-bye cousin.
Jang Chang looked at the back of Chen Xiaoxi's arm around Su Qingying as she quickly left, and the corner of his mouth curved out in a dangerous arc. I didn't expect Chen Xiaoxi and Su Qingying to be good girlfriends. Then he would have to put more effort on her. Originally, Jang Chang shouldn't have contacted Su Qingying so early, but the scene that happened in front of him had to make him push the other arrangements down first. At the very least, there had to be a bit of basic development with Su Qingying before he could continue with the rest. Needing two good things in a row made Jang Chang a bit happy as well. First, he had subdued Zhou Hao, and then he had met Su Qingying. The plot trend seemed to be going well. As for the contact with the male protagonist Yi Tian, to be honest, Jang Chang didn't view him as too important. At the very least, his own current start was quite a bit higher than his, and there were a lot of things that, by preempting the setup, would be enough to make Yi Tian go empty every step of the way. Compared to pulling off some kind of conspiracy, this feeling of taking a step ahead of the game is what makes people feel most comfortable. Humming a familiar tune, Jang Chang arrived in front of the Primera, pulled open the door and sat in. This Primera should also be returned to Su Yao. First go to the Force store to see what cars are available. In the car, Jang Chang silently chanted, and then the system panel unfolded in front of his eyes.
System, big villain system.
Host, Jang Chang. Wealth, $1,999,066.29.
Villain value, 1,250 points. Backpack? Disposable attribute points, 0. Attributes, physique, 100. Strength, 110. Reaction, 110. Speed, 100. Charisma, 149.
Note, normal adult male standard is 100, and charisma value is up to 149 full. Skills, intermediate culinary arts 4,399 6,000, shooting introductory 2,100 4,000, fighting introductory 3,700 4,000, English advanced max, piano master max. Special skills, suit thug. 1.9 billion. It's also enough to spend. Speaking of which, there hasn't been much progress lately, and the system rewards have been coming out rather sparingly. Jang Chang had some regrets. Although he had gained more chi luck value in the past few days, he hadn't gotten a single system reward. It was also unknown if he would get a new special skill next time. After looking at his personal attributes, Jang Chang started the car and drove towards the nearest Aston Martin specialty store. Arriving at the Aston Martin store in Magic City, Jang Chang directly bought an Earl Black Aston Martin DBS. Compared to the Lamborghini and Porsche car lines, Jang Chang was more interested in driving the Aston Martin, which was known as the gentleman of the car. After the payment, the manager of the Aston Martin store said he would do all the formalities and send it to Jang Chang's villa before 8 p.m. tonight. Car this kind of thing, before Zhang's bankruptcy, Jang Chang's garage parked at least 50 various luxury cars. Returning to the villa, Jang Chang called for another chauffeur and asked him to drive the Primera to Su Yao's side. For Su Yao, Jang Chang had no plans to make further developments with her right now. After all, Su was still there. However, as a professional fish farmer, Jang Chang still sent a bunch of ambiguous words to Su Yao. After teasing her for a while, he gained 300 points of villain value. Jang Chang then ended the chat with satisfaction. For now, it seemed that Su Yao was still able to pull a lot of wool over her eyes. At 8 p.m., Jang Chang, who was blowing off some steam in the villa, received a localization message from Chen Xiaoxi's girl, and then got up and set off.
The pleasant night of flirting with girls began. P.S. This chapter is relatively bland, the back will be more interesting. Please readers to endure a little bit by the way to ask for a little gift. Chapter 37 Because I do not have feelings for you. Outside the Magic City Concept Party Hotel. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new hotel that is new to Magic City. It's a new conceptual party hotel in the City of Magic. Chen Xiaoxi was outside the hotel door, looking out at the road, watching one vehicle after another coming and going. Her mouth kept muttering. Okay, Xiaoxi, it doesn't matter if your cousin comes or not, we'll go in and sit for a while and then leave. On the other side, tonight Su Qingying is wearing a pink t-shirt and a white half-body skirt with a shoulder satchel hanging on her shoulder, said with a smile. That won't do, if you just go in like that, those ugly-looking lemon elves will surely be more than lie again. You as my first wife, how can I let you be pointed out by others? Wait for my cousin Jang Chang to come over, directly kill them these low-end players. Chen Xiaoxi said with vigor. In fact, her family is not bad, just do not like to show off, so she has been studying in school as an ordinary family. Chen Xiaoxi's family didn't say how much, at the very least there were 5 or 6 billion there, after all, it was Jiang Chang his mother's maiden name, the conditions couldn't be as bad as that. When Jiang Chang realized that he was going bankrupt, he asked the Chen family to dump all their cooperation in shares, preserving the Chen family as much as possible. So even if Jiang Chang hadn't been taken away by the Su family, he would have had the Chen family as his last resort. It's fine, it's not like we'll lose anything if they say a few words, right? Compared to Chen Xiaoxi's impatience, Su Qingying was calm. For these so-called classmate dating receptions, she had always maintained an attitude of neither integrating nor rejecting. However, because her face value was there were still many rich kids who wanted to pursue her. Isn't this Chen Xiaoxi and Su Qingying? Why are you still outside when the reception is about to start? You don't dare to go up, do you? At this moment, a tall girl dressed in a flamboyant outfit with heavy makeup painted on her face walked up with her arm around a boy in a suit. To the two people standing outside, cannot help but cover their mouths secretly sarcastic. We cannot blow the wind so fast up, Zhang Lily, you are in a hurry to go to the cremation or burial Chen Xiaoxi directly gave her a big blank stare and disliked her nonchalantly. The girl dressed in colorful face is a little ugly, grunted, 2 bumpkins, afraid, do not go in it. Hubby, let's go. Hubby? Shouted twice their boyfriend, found that the other did not answer their own, Zhang Lily a look, found that the other side is a bit obsessed with looking over there such as the daffodil-like pavilion, elegant girls. Zhang Lily suddenly angry not, hand touched the boyfriend's waist, gently a pinch, go. The boy ate pain, back to God, nodded repeatedly, oh. Looking at the back of the two people disappeared in front of the hotel, Chen Xiaoxi skimmed, humph, what people have to show, find a BMW thought they went to the peak of life. Su Qingying smiled sweetly, Xiaoxi, you have to change this mouth. But also because of Chen Xiaoxi's do not make, and to their own people very maintenance character, she can and Chen Xiaoxi play well. Let's go in as well, after all, it's already about to start, so it's not good for us to be slow. Saying that, Su Qingying walked towards the hotel. Chen Xiaoxi bit her silver teeth, stomped her foot, sent a message to Jiang Chang, and went in by herself. Concept Party Hotel 4F, this entire floor was a party hall. Filled with interlaced technological lights and a labyrinthine matrix structure, it was as if one had walked into a dream space that was intertwined with reality. The entire hall is very large, billiards, table games, KTV, everything. There are also 2 tables set with a variety of exquisite snacks, buffets and drinks. During the period there were also a few waiters shuttling in and out of the service. There were about 70 to 80 people in the hall, all of them were a group of young faces, all of them looked excited, listening to the ear-splitting music shaking. This group of people were all sophomores from the Magic City University of Finance and Economics, and they basically knew each other, chatting loudly and freely as they drank their drinks. One of the tables was surrounded by quite a few people. The majority of them were girls. I said, Lu Chang, today you've gone through a lot of expense, directly chartering the 4th floor of the Concept Hotel to hold a party. It's true, I've heard that it costs at least $100,000 to start with to charter a floor. Plus the buffet drinks, I estimate that without 200,000 won't be able to get down. Since you are so bold, then we are not polite with you Several young girls dressed in fashionable attire, with champagne glasses in their hands, all looking at the boys with glowing eyes. Lu Chang, who was in the main seat, felt the eager gazes of these girls, and a touch of pride couldn't help but appear on his face. Tonight you guys don't be polite to me, feel free to play. Hearing this, those girls became even more proactive, and one by one, they all grabbed to clink glasses with Lu Chang.
Although they knew that Lu Chang's target today wasn't them, it didn't stop them from seducing him.
Later on, that person would definitely refuse. By then, wouldn't they have a chance? After all, if they drank too much wine and encountered something bad, maybe it would work out?
The time came to 9 o'clock, and the music in the hall suddenly turned off. Everyone involuntarily looked in the direction of Lu Chang, and everyone put down their hands.
I'm glad that everyone was able to come to the party that I initiated.
This is also our sophomore year, the first and second class's first joint party, so I hope everyone can have fun.
The crowd laughed in agreement.
After the voices were lowered, Lu Chang continued, however, before the party starts, I want to confess my love to someone. As soon as the words fell, the light suddenly dimmed and a spotlight came on. Then, wearing a black suit, Lu Chang, with a somewhat handsome smile, held up a large bouquet of roses and gradually walked towards one person.
Xingying, I've liked you for a long time, can you be my girlfriend?
The spotlight mischievously hit on Su Qingying, who stood proudly among the flowers. At once, the boys and girls could not help but reveal a look of envy and jealousy.
Promise him, promise him.
Hearing the uproar from the people around him, Lu Chang revealed a winning smile. Su Qingying calmly glanced at him, her voice was light and refused, sorry, I can't be your girlfriend.
Su Qingying was completely unfazed by this kind of scene, instead, she was a bit upset, those beautiful eyebrows slightly knitted. Why? I really like you, please give me a chance, okay? Su Qingying thought about it and said faintly, because I don't have feelings for you.
P.S. The later chapters are too late, it is recommended to read them together tomorrow, the effect will be better.
Chapter 38 Who are you going to drive away?
After listening to Su Qingying's voice without the slightest fluctuation of emotion, although it was melodious and pleasant to the ear, it felt incomparably ironic when it fell into Lu Chang's ears.
What do you mean by having no feelings for yourself?
He didn't say how handsome he was, but at the very least, he was much more handsome than most people.
And with a prominent family history, is this not enough to make a girl feel moved?
For this confession, he had chartered the 4th floor of the Concept Hotel and spent $250,000 to plan this confession.
Any other girl would definitely not reject such a romantic way of confessing on her own, right? Willow held back the anger in her heart and spoke out, are you really unwilling to consider it? Well, there's no need to think about it. Su Qingying didn't hesitate for a second and nodded her head lightly.
She did not like this kind of claptrap. In her eyes, this kind of confession from Lu Chang was no different from an acrobatic clown. Besides, she really didn't have any feelings for Lu Chang. Really don't know how to raise the profile. Lu Chang has spent so much money to create such a romantic confession, she actually still refused. What to pretend to be noble, if I would have agreed. Maybe it is trying to hang on to who it is, not that there is a kind of girl it, like to pretend to be noble, in fact, cannot wait for people have been pursuing their own it. I don't even look at myself, I don't have enough for $1,000, right? Seeing Lu Chang in front of Su Qingying defeated, some people who have long been displeased with Su Qingying have opened their mouths to mock. Their words were even more and more unpleasant to hear. Hearing them say more and more unpleasant words, Chen Xiaoxi, who was beside Su Qingying, immediately became furious. She stood out, swept her eyes over the girls who opened their mouths to speak, and laughed coldly. Before you talk about others, you don't look at what you look like, all of you are like crooked melons and jujubes, and you are carrying in a goods bag to see what you are fooling around with. Laughing what to laugh, said you, hand holding a certain treasure to find the goods, here to laugh what it, you deserve it? And you, wearing a pair of fake shoes to come here sour what it. Although Chen Xiaoxi disliked here, but also targeted, most of the girls are only in envy, not like some gold-digging women they're jealous out loud mockery. Although her mouth is poisonous, but also know what people can dislike, what cannot be disliked, after all, 4 years of college, the back 2 years still have to be in school it, head up, head down, dislike some of the people will be enough. Like her such a family, what brand name bag necklace shoes which she does not have. She just need to take a look, she will find that those women with fake goods are the ones who scream the most. People like Lu Chang, whose fortune was just over $100 million, in the Magic City Circle, she didn't care to know yet. Before her own cousin had gone bankrupt, over $100 million was just like a joke, and she didn't even have the qualifications to meet them. It is just that they are not willing to show it, otherwise, just by Lu Chang, this kind of dead love to show off in the school, know her identity also dare to pursue their own friends? Tugging what tugging, said so much, is not no one to pursue, is not trying to hang others. Hearing these words, Chen Xiaoxi simply exploded with anger. Just as she was about to dislike someone else, she heard Lu Chang speak. Since Qingying you don't want it then forget it.
After saying that, Lu Chang turned around and came in front of a girl who was wearing a somewhat revealing dress, a girl who had made up that could be 7 or 8 points, and said cleanly, "Jang Chang, then are you willing to be my girlfriend?" This was the girl who had opened her mouth at the beginning and said Su Qingying was pretending to be noble. She was wearing a short black skirt, and a pair of fairly slender legs were covered with black silk. When she saw Lu Chang opening up to her, Jang Chang was instantly excited. Immediately, she nodded her head madly, "I am willing." Of course she was willing. She had been pursuing Lu Chang for a long time, but Lu Chang had always been hanging onto her, neither rejecting nor agreeing. At this moment, with the help of Lu Chang planning to confess the failure of the scenario, to obtain a dream love, what she did not agree. Although a bit of second-hand spare tire suspicion, but this is not important. Can't you see that the gazes of those women around her have become envious and jealous? Seeing her agree, Lu Chang also took a deep breath. He had long been prepared to accept the thought of failing to confess. If confessing to Su Qingying failed, then he would immediately change to another person. It couldn't be that this several $100,000 would be spent in vain. After all, it was pocket money that had been saved up for several months. If he couldn't fish for Su Qingying, then he would fish for another fish. Although it wasn't as good as Su Qingying, it wasn't too bad. After thinking about it, Lu Chang clenched his teeth and pulled out another exquisite small box from his suit pocket and opened it. From inside, he took out a platinum inlaid diamond and emerald necklace. Seeing, "I have a necklace here for you." Seeing the necklace on Lu Chang's hand, some sharp-eyed girls instantly hooted, "Oh my god, this is a necklace from the Tiffany Celeste series, worth $70,000 to $80,000. Hearing this, some girls immediately cast envious and jealous gazes at Jang Chang. Jang Chang even covered her mouth and looked at Lu Chang with a face of infatuation. A necklace of $70,000 to $80,000 right out of the gate. "Thank you, dear." Jang Chang happily received the necklace, then sized it up for a few moments before casting a provocative look towards both Su Qingying and Chen Xiaoxi. "See? You missed Prince Charming." However, seeing that Su Qingying's complexion did not change half a bit, Jang Xiyang again had the feeling of a fist hitting cotton. She had always been pressured by both Su Qingying and Chen Xiaoxi in class. With an ordinary family background, it was not easy for her to have a chance to be able to turn the tables, and she really wanted to see the regret flowing out of Su Qingying's eyes. But this woman was really too calm, as if everything that was happening in front of her was too sparse and ordinary, unable to make her set off half a wave. However, when Chen Xiaoxi saw her gaze, she was instantly offended. "Look at you fooling around. Oops, having such a thoughtful boyfriend to give a gift is good, Su Qingying student, you say it? I forgot, oh, you don't have a boyfriend." Jang Xiying put on the necklace, towards Su Qingying casually opened her mouth, smiling. Su Qingying still didn't answer, quietly standing there, her gaze calmly watching their performance. What's the point of fooling around? Who says my Qingying doesn't have a boyfriend? My Qingying's boyfriend is much more handsome than Lu Chang. He is rich and handsome. No, the two are not comparable at all, right? And he can throw away Lu Chang for 100 streets is not a problem. You've just become someone's girlfriend and you're in such a hurry to show off. How unloved are you? Chen Xiaoxi was not convinced. Su Qingying did not want to say anything. She was different. Her words fell on the ears of Jang Xiying and Lu Chang, who were holding their breath, but made their faces sink. Jang Xiying was even more annoyed. Big words, who will not say that today? Why not see Su Qingying bring her boyfriend over? I would like to see what white boy can be compared to my family Lu Chang. Lu Chang is also ugly face. Chen Xiaoxi, no need for you to shout here, we are classmates, I do not want to drive you out. Before he could finish his words, a straight figure slowly walked in, his calm and gentle tone resounded in the quiet fourth-floor hall. Who are you kicking out? P.S. In changing the manuscript, a morning cannot change the satisfaction. This chapter is still satisfied, and sent out, today continue to 10,000 more. Please readers rest assured that the great beg to rush more, ask for gifts. Chapter 39 hasn't answered my question yet. The eyes of the crowd followed the sound. Only to see a wearing a black suit, hands in the pockets of the suit pants, slender figure, slim suit will be his trademark upright body perfectly highlighted. His sculpted features were distinct, angular and handsome, and a faint, gentle smile hung on his clean face. A pair of bright eyes flashed sharp edges from time to time, making people not dare to meet his gaze. The eyes were like stars, and the eyebrows were like swords. There seemed to be starlight flickering in his eyes. When one gazed at him, it was as if one was seeing a perfect and flawless exiled immortal, causing one to be unable to help but feel humble. This was definitely a face that made all men envious and jealous. It wouldn't be too much to say that it could be called perfect. When he walked into the hall, it was as if all the lights were shining on him.
The black suit that was trimmed just right, paired with this perfect man, made one word pop up in everyone's mind.
Thug in a suit.
When he leisurely walked inside the hall and stopped beside Xiaoxi, all the young men and women within the hall couldn't help but quiet down and didn't dare to make a sound to interfere. Because his aura was too strong, that was unique to those who had been in power for a long time.
Chen Xiaoxi was also startled at this moment.
This was only separated at noon, and at that time, Cousin was still a youth with a beard. How is it that after only a few hours of absence, Cousin is like a different person? After putting on a formal suit, the whole person seemed like a sharp sword, flashing with a stern light. After shaving off his beard and carefully dressing up, she realized that her cousin Jang Chang's features were so standard, and those eyes were originally full of soft colors, but at the moment they looked so deep and godly. Coming from a famous family and being in the position of president for many years. With a suit, it gave him even more of a gentle and elegant temperament, but underneath this elegant temperament, it was like there was an explosive manliness hidden.
Chen Xiaoxi looked on in amazement. God's face value
After staring blankly at Jang Chang for half a day, Chen Xiaoxi reacted and poked Su Qingying with her elbow. Qingying, look, isn't my cousin super handsome?
He's definitely more than enough to be your boyfriend.
At this moment, she wasn't even interested in arguing with these people about anything. The moment Jang Chang came in, she knew the game was over. What was meant by a high-end player? That would be a full-leveled big number entering a novice village to show off his muscles. Su Qingying also looked up with interest and realized that this moment's Jang Chang was indeed very different from before. Jang Chang glanced around, then faintly said, "You said, who were you just going to kick out?"
The light gaze glanced at Lu Chang's somewhat stiff face. I go, so handsome. This person couldn't really be Su Qingying's boyfriend, right? My god, this is too handsome.
You guys look at his watch, the global limited edition Patek Philippe Star Moon Tourbillon. It's worth $10 million. Everyone is shocked, a watch worth $10 million.
Then what's the value of this man?
Hearing them discussing this mysterious man, Lu Chang's face instantly changed.
Worth 10 million.
At this moment, Lu Chang's mind buckled. Since Jiang Chang came in, Jiang Xiying's eyes were also shining non-stop. Her feelings for Lu Chang were actually based on money and face value. At this moment, an even better one came, and her gaze changed again from the pride she had at the beginning to jealousy. Why can you, Su Qingying, find such a perfect man? And where am I worse than you? Why can I only pick up second-hand goods that you don't want? Her heart was simply twisted with jealousy. Jiang Xiying looked at the $70,000 to $80,000 Tiffany necklace hanging around her neck and instantly felt that it didn't smell good anymore. Compared to the wristwatch on that man's hand, this necklace could not even reach a fraction of what the other man had. After staring at Jiang Chang for a while, Lu Chang gradually became a bit incredulous, and soon his eyes became horrified. For the girlfriend beside him, he didn't pay any attention to anything. He realized that the man in front of him resembled someone in particular.
Noah, why do I feel that Su Qingying's boyfriend seems particularly familiar? Crap. It's the president of Jiang clan. It seems like it's really him. Oh my god, didn't the news say that Jiang's went bankrupt and Jiang Chang is penniless? You believe the news? He's a $100 billion president.
That's right, even if he's broke, he still has $1 billion or $2 billion in assets.
Kneel down, it's really him. I didn't expect to see the real one.
No wonder Su Qingying has been ignoring everyone's advances, with such a handsome and golden boyfriend, who would look at the weeds. Just now Jiang Xiying also wanted to taunt people, but the result was that her face was slapped and swollen. This you do not understand it. Some people who fantasize that they will fly on the branch to become a phoenix, after the power will not become arrogant. On the other hand, after learning the true identity of the man, the entire hall boiled. Because their families are more or less a little bit of money, but in John's eyes, it is equivalent to nothing, even if they are bankrupt. Didn't you see people's $10 million watches being worn? On the other side, Jiang Xiying heard the low noise around her, and her face did not look good.
Numerous mocking voices drilled into the ears. Jiang Xiying could not help but say, is not just a bankrupt downtrodden president, as to so touted it.
The moment this sentence came out, all the discussion stopped. One by one, the gazes towards her changed. There was pity, there was ridicule, there was gloating. Jiang Xiying also suddenly shut up and her face swished white. It seemed that she had said the wrong thing. The body of Lu Chang, who was originally not too scared, shook and almost didn't cry out.
Damn it, I just said I was ready to apologize to Jiang Xiao, and you stupid fool gave me this?
Lu Chang regretted, why do not you find a knowledgeable, have to look at the face value to find someone?
I found such a mouth.
When the opportunity to make a decision, Lu Chang decisively gave Jiang Xiying a heavy slap.
Shut up, is Mr. Jiang something you can talk about?
This slap directly Jiang Xiying slapped confused, she fell to the ground, stupidly looking at her new boyfriend. Obviously, he had been gentle and considerate in front of her and helped her put on the necklace. However, she also understood the importance of the matter and lowered her head, covering her face and not daring to say anything.
Mr. Jiang, don't be angry, this woman has a cheap mouth, don't take it to heart, Lu Chang secretly wiped a handful of cold sweat, fearfully said. He was afraid if this sentence stung Jang Chang, even if Jang Chang went bankrupt, the same way to make their own family bankrupt Jang Chang nodded lightly, well, it's okay.
Looking to the fact that he did not care, Lu Chang was relieved.
Fortunately fortunate.
But Jang Chang's next sentence made him raise his heart up again.
You still haven't answered my question just now, you said, who are you going to kick out?
P.S. This chapter is also relatively bland, you do not like can leave comments in the comments section, you can modify the D. By the way, ask for hyped up and small gifs 10,000 words update 6,000 10,000.
Author's words. Thank you Luffy Book Famine for small gifts. Thank you user 685698862 NBSPS 1 small gift. Thanks Rigels 1 zany small gift. Thanks Left Coke Right Fries 1 zany small gift. Chapter 40 A Patient Wolf.
Lu Chang panicked at that moment. Coming directly to Jiang Chang's near front, he bowed slightly and compensated with a smile, Mr. Jiang, I didn't know about your relationship with Su Qingyinger, please forgive me for my disrespect seeing as I was unaware of the situation. As the only child of his family, he certainly knew not to be lucky at any time.
That's why he lowered his stance at the first opportunity.
Glancing at him, Jiang Chang faintly said, I'm not talking about this matter of my girlfriend, I'm asking you, you said to my cousin that you're going to kick her out? At once, Lu Chang's scalp was numb, Chen Xiaoxi was actually Jiang Chang's cousin. He himself had just said that she was wanton and was going to kick her out. Lu Chang knew this time that if he didn't have a good explanation, Jiang Chang wouldn't let himself off so easily.
Slap.
A loud slap sounded, Lu Chang was actually ruthless enough to give himself a slap. I also ask Mr. Jiang to forgive me for speaking out of turn. The students of Class 1 and Class 2 in the hall were all dumbfounded as they watched the previously spirited Lu Chang actually slap himself.
Does it mean that the class separation of the upper class society should be more strict?
Jiang Chang nodded and didn't say anything more, seeing as this person was quite sensible, he wasn't going to say that he would continue to toss him. After all, he dared to beat himself up in full view of the public, so he could be considered to be able to bend.
Well, you're very promising, Lu family, right? Lu Chang hurriedly nodded his head in curried favor, yes.
Jiang Chang glanced at him and said, Xiaoxi, this person is quite promising, go back and ask your father to be able to promote him a little.
Oh, I know. Chen Xiaoxi answered very nicely.
The matter of Jiang Chang's casual remark, however, made Lu Chang's face happy, and it was as if all the pain from that slap had disappeared. His family just had assets of over 100 million, not that there was cash, it was just the valuation of the total assets, including some real estate and such. Now they're Jiang Chang's words, that assets several years ago there are billions of Chen family to mention a little, his own family's company does not say can mix how good.
At least can further
A slap in the face, in exchange for a word from Jiang Chang.
Earned. This is what Lu Chang is thinking right now.
It had to be said that this Lu Chang did have some brains. He knew that if Jiang Chang said this sentence, it would definitely be valid, and at the same time, it also proved that this matter of his own was considered to be over.
Thinking of this, Lu Chang fawned, Mr. Jiang, then I won't bother you, have a good time. Although he wanted to draw a little relationship with Jiang Chang, he also knew that this was not the right choice at this time, so he wisely retreated. When he left, Chen Xiaoxi came to Jiang Chang's side and whispered, Cousin, do you really want my family to help this nuisance out?
Yes, she still didn't have any good feelings towards Lu Chang, after all, he was too capable of pretending.
In school has been in front of their own all kinds of pretend X, annoying all.
Jiang Chang blandly said, well, this kid also looks quite resourceful, maybe one day can be used. When the small storm ended, the surrounding people also discussed almost, one by one also do not hide, curious eyes have been in the body of Jiang Chang swept around. Some of the girls even boldly threw winks at him, even some of the girls who were not so gold-digging couldn't help but want to get to know Jiang Chang further.
Jiang Chang frowned slightly and then said, Xing, let's go over there and sit for a while.
Saying that, he placed his right hand on his belly.
Seeing the scene, Su Qingying couldn't help but be stunned and quickly reacted, a shallow smile appearing on that perfect little face.
Walking over, she reached out her hand to take Jiang Chang's arm. She knew what Jang Chang meant, and of course, Su Qingying didn't mind putting on a show with him. It was just the right time to put an end to some people's pestering. Sure enough, when they saw the two of them leaving intimately holding their arms, the men and women present revealed a look of regret. The boys, on the other hand, regretted that the goddess had been abducted. The girls, on the other hand, regretted that the male god already had a companion. Both had facial features that they couldn't match. They couldn't compete. The three of them walked to a corner and sat down until there was nothing around to see, before Chen Xiaoxi stood up and complimented, "Cousin, you were too domineering just now." Once he came, he shocked the people all silly. Then he gave him a scowl. Jang Chang calmly put down Su Qingying's arm and sat on the sofa to take a sip of the juice that the waiter brought over. Chen Xiaoxi was also a little disappointed to see this scene. She was quite eager to set up her best friend and her cousin together. The disappointment was swept away. "Chen Xiaoxi said, I haven't introduced you yet. This is my best friend Su Qingying. I've already met her at noon today." Su Qingying extended her hand. "Hello. Nice to meet you." Jang Chang smiled gently. Looking at her light smile that never changed, Jang Chang had no doubt that Su Qingying could maintain this sweet smile for anyone. It neither seemed cordial nor rusty. It was so bland that you couldn't guess what she was thinking. Just when you thought she was a little bit closer to you, she was able to make you immediately feel a subtle detachment. It's a masterful skill. That's exactly why she was able to remain calm when so many people ridiculed her just now. "Thank you for helping us out just now." Su Qingying's voice carried a trace of gratitude. "It's all right, it's only right." Chen Xiaoxi said strangely, "Qingying, are you thanking my cousin for helping you out with these ass-kissers?" Su Qingying smiled without saying anything. This was not what she was talking about. Rather, she was talking about that matter of Jang Chang making a fool out of Lu Chang. After all, they had only reached their sophomore year. If anything, they had made a big mess with the class now. Even with Jang Chang on top, they would be subconsciously alienated by everyone, so that their circle of friends would become very narrow, and even make people think that they were the kind of people who were so unreasonable that they couldn't be messed with. Jang Chang just let Lu Chang slap himself, is to let people leave a kind of bad impression. However, he was smart enough to say in front of everyone that he would let the Chen family take care of Lu Chang. This way, he was able to get out the bad anger and also make his classmates not leave too bad senses towards them, while still making Lu Chang grateful. "Cousin, do you want something to eat? I'll go get you some." Just between the silence of the three, Chen Xiaoxi volunteered to step forward. Jang Chang stood up at the same time and said softly, "Serving a beautiful lady is what I should do, I'll go. What would you guys like to eat?" He was not a gentleman, just a patient wolf who could slowly fatten the sheep. Chen Xiaoxi instantly smiled happily. "I don't know, anyway, as long as it's delicious bring it over, I haven't eaten tonight." After listening to his little cousin, Jang Chang turned his gaze to Su Qingying. "I'll have a cup of lemon tea, please. P.S. Everyone, if you have a request for updates, just make a 1 or 2 in the comments section or under the chapter review of this paragraph. Hit 1. Update time adjusted to every day at 2 o'clock in the afternoon to put 6,000 words, at 8 p.m. to put 4,000 words, plus more count separately. The first time I saw this, I was able to get the money to pay for it. Lastly, I'd like to ask for a gift. Chapter 41, Surprise? In the corner, a table was filled with food. Jang Chang held a cup of freshly squeezed orange juice in his hand and took a light sip. Watching the two girls in front of him elegantly eating the delicate snacks, a smile could not help but appear on his handsome face. Jang Chang pushed one of his mousse cakes in front of Su Qingying and said softly, "Try this, matcha mousse, in the hot weather, a bite of mousse is also quite good." Warm voice said plain words, giving the two women a feeling like spring breeze. Even Su Qingying felt that his voice was excessively good at this moment. Chen Xiaoxi saw the matcha mousse and was also pleasantly surprised. "Hee cousin, how do you know that my first wife likes to eat matcha flavored ah?" Su Qingying's calm as water eyes also flashed with a hint of surprise. Her favorite thing was to eat all kinds of matcha flavored cakes, and at this moment, Jang Chang purposely took a matcha flavored mousse to herself. Was it a coincidence? Su Qingying raised her head and blinked as she looked at Jang Chang with those clear and bright eyes. Looking at her eyes, Jang Chang only felt that his consciousness was slightly messed up. Her eyes were not like Su Yao's kind of domineering that hid shyness. Nor were they like Lin Chengyan's kind that were clean and translucent and could be seen through at a glance. Su Qingying's eyes seemed to be able to see through your inner thoughts, and it seemed like you couldn't hide your true thoughts in her eyes. It was very magical. It had to be said that for any woman, Jang Chang thought that he could have 100% certainty in taking them down, but in the face of Su Qingying, he had a feeling of being at his wit's end. Of course, this was only for a moment. Returning to his senses, Jang Chang raised his sword brows, and the smile at the corner of his mouth seemed to have risen a little in arc. Jang Chang had a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, and this look of him was so lethal to women that almost no woman could resist it. Even Chen Xiaoxi lowered her head when she saw Jang Chang reveal this smile, fearing that she would have any thoughts that she shouldn't have. Even Su Qingying felt that her steadily beating heart felt a little faster in that moment. She picked up a small spoon, scooped a small piece off the mousse, put it into her small mouth and elegantly ate it. Then, those beautiful eyebrows of hers danced gently. She could resist other delicacies, but not matcha-flavored food. It seemed a bit sweet, and the matcha powder had been put in a bit too much. Putting down the spoon, Su Qingying said with a sense of satisfaction. Jang Chang quickly pulled the cake in front of himself, picked up the spoon and also dug a spoon into his mouth. It was indeed much sweeter. Seeing this scene, Su Qingying paused for a faintly unnoticeable moment, and soon, she reacted. A bright and incomparable smile blossomed on that perfect cheek that could make Jang Chang score 99 points. It was as if it was a bright sun rising in the dead of winter, causing the snow to melt. Su Qingying tilted her little head and asked with a smile, "Is it delicious?" Jang Chang squinted his eyes as if he was reminiscing. "It's delicious, the flavor of matcha tea, light and sweet, with a charming aroma." These words made Su Qingying's smile even more beautiful. Chen Xiaoxi was quietly eating an apple on the side, her eyes scanning back and forth between the two faces. Seeing their appearance, she whispered, "Is this also acting?" "It's no different from the real thing." It was obviously a fresh and sour flavor, but it gave Chen Xiaoxi the feeling of eating a lemon. "It's so sour." Those who were always still paying attention to the trio were also crying out wildly inside when they saw this scene. Saying yes to sweet dog food, why are you giving me lemons? Looking at the two people who were already at the peak of their face value showing love to each other, they just felt so dazzling. Why did you show me this scene? Soon, the time came to 10:30. Looking at the equipment in this hall, Jang Chang estimated that this group of people would definitely have another bash. Anyway, he had already achieved his purpose tonight, tonight's purpose to contact Su Qingying completed. Prepare to leave. I still have some things to take care of tomorrow, so I'll leave first. Xiaoxi, you'll have your family's driver come over later to pick you guys up and take you back. Jang Chang said to Chen Xiaoxi, who was lying on the sofa beside him and swiping her cell phone. Chen Xiaoxi nodded her head repeatedly, I know. Anyway, her identity was also exposed. Since this is the case, there is no need to be so low-key. School, what should be done? The entire hall with the arrival of Jang Chang, the atmosphere has always been not dare to high, afraid of upsetting him. Has been very soft music, even the lighting is to maintain that kind of dark tone. After explaining to Chen Xiaoxi, Jang Chang turned his head, a charming smile on his face. Qingying, open your WeChat, I'll show you a fun one. Su Qingying glanced at Jang Chang with her beautiful eyes and lightly laughed, but I don't want to see it. After saying that, she also blinked. That won't work, it has to be seen. Jang Chang's smile remained unchanged. Quietly looking at Jang Chang, after a while, Su Qingying suddenly took out a cell phone from her exquisite shoulder satchel. Here you go. Jang Chang took it over and looked at it, and was instantly happy. No wonder just now she suddenly played with the phone. The original expected me to ask her WeChat, is it? No hesitation, Jang Chang took out his cell phone, aimed at the QR code a sweep. Ad success. Take back the cell phone, Su Qingying asked with a smile. What are you going to show me? You wait a moment. Said, the whole person suddenly close to the front of Su Qingying, not waiting for her to dodge. Jang Chang raised his cell phone as to give her a surprise that caught her off guard. Point 1. Click. Camera sound, photo sound. Jang Chang adjusted the brightness and photo effect again and sent it directly to her. Surprise? After saying this, he walked out of the hall under the envious gazes of many boys. It wasn't until Jang Chang disappeared in the doorway that Chen Xiaoxi reacted. Crap, is my cousin so good at flirting with girls? Su Qingying also froze for a while. Was she being forcibly photographed? Picking up her cell phone and looking at the photo sent over by Jang Chang, her rosy lips couldn't help but curve out an extremely beautiful arc. After leaving the Concept Hotel's gate, Jang Chang returned to his car and sat down. Thinking of Su Qingying's appearance, he unexpectedly surged with an uncontrollable urge to get to know her. Don't look at the fact that it was all a very intimate gesture before. But Jang Chang knew that Su Qingying's current good feelings towards him might be limited to being a friend. It was far from being considered having feelings for himself. He understood that he had to walk extremely carefully if he wanted to gain Su Qingying's favor or even develop further with her. Once he behaved in a different way, then what he would get in return would definitely be Su Qingying's detachment.
How challenging.
Shaking his head, Jang Chang hummed a little song and started the car. The Aston Martin DBS quickly drove away from the concept hotel.
Ding, get Su Qingying good sense plus 20. Congratulations, you get the villain value plus 800. P.S. Anon, this is the first shift today, every day 10,000 more constantly kneeling for gifts, beg for urging
See the latest chapters, click on the urging button to watch 10 seconds of ads, you can let the author have a few pennies of income Have gained to have the motivation, only have the opportunity to every day 10,000 more
Chapter 42 Layout first, then close the net.
Returning to the villa, Jang Chang blew his hair dry from the bathroom and came out, lying on the bed. The system's main task was still to plunder the protagonist's chi, as well as to change the fate of his own miserable supporting character.
This could be known from the system's functions.
However, this plot world was not big to say the least, and centered around the development of the medical god protagonist, gradually marching to the peak of the world. Medical god, well, it must be some protagonist who wants to seek death, or falls into a certain cave and obtains an inheritance. And then a change in the previous state of losers, from then on, by leaps and bounds, from nothing ordinary can no longer ordinary students, has been to the major forces are competing for the big man. Su Yao can only be described as a rival of the protagonist in the early stage when he was still in a weak position, the rival of his first favorite heroine. As for Jang Chang, he was a completely incidental and humble minor character, basically uninvolved with the protagonist except for the connections and benefits he could bring to Su. Like he had crossed over for so long now, if he didn't deliberately follow the plot to get close to the protagonist, he basically wouldn't be able to confront him until the protagonist's wings were fully fledged. But at that time, Yi Tian would have long since not looked at him squarely as a tiny flunky.
However, he was bound to the Su family, plus Jiang Chang really didn't have a good feeling towards Song Chang, and had clashed with Song Qing many times. Even if he didn't go and move the protagonist right now, the plot world would surely arrange something to pit them against each other. Now Jiang Chang's way of obtaining villain value is also very clear, robbing the main character's chance and rating the female lead both have villain value. It's very clear, he wants to become stronger down the road, not only to rely on the various plots that he knows, but also must go against the main character in order to be able to do so. Such as Lin Qingyan, Zhou Evening Cheng, and Su Qingying's three female protagonists that have appeared so far, rating them is also one of the main missions. Lin Qingyan, one of the white heroines with a clean family background. Zhou Evening Cheng, a female lead attached to a puppet president.
Su Qingying, a female lead that the protagonist can't get either, a real female lead labeled but not belonging to the protagonist. Su Yao is the villain, not the heroine, and then after Su was bankrupted by Yi Tian and the Song family, Su Yao went to jail for various reasons.
Sister Yao, don't worry with me, we won't go in to eat the country.
Jiang Chang vaguely felt that if he had rated Song Yue, the beautiful president of the novel's title name, there would definitely be a very generous reward. Now all he has done is just contacting all parties and laying down a little net. The real time to start targeting with the protagonist Yi Tian would be the Song family reception 3 days later. By then, Yi Tian would have met quite a few characters from the world families under the deliberate push of the Song family, and of course, there were quite a few who had made enemies. Yi Tian, not everyone would befriend him, there would always be those who would be arranged to become villains, just like himself. Thinking of this, Jiang Chang somewhat couldn't help but laugh. He himself crossed over. If he didn't remember the direction of the plot, he was definitely an unremarkable flunky. A
cannon fodder level villainous highwayman.
After putting the current situation into perspective, Jiang Chang leaned against the bed and squinted his eyes. All the fighting started after the reception. At that time, he would make the first move, which was the surfacing of the net he had laid 2 days before.
The next afternoon,
Lu Feng, who had spent all night last night hacking with his minions in an internet cafe on a 50-50 basis, received another call from Jiang Chang, and after only 4 hours of sleep, he got up without stopping and drove to Zhang's villa. Waiting outside the manor for close to 10 minutes, he saw Jiang Chang slowly walk out. Sucked a mouthful of cigarettes, Lu Feng envy and jealousy. Sure enough, other people say you bankruptcy or something or fart, this villa manor actually also be you buy back. In his eyes, Zhang's bankruptcy is true, but this guy definitely has other properties outside, otherwise it is impossible to be so bold. First, he took back the villa that was auctioned off, and then he spent more than $200 million to buy his own rotten project, and then he went to spend a few million to invite an inexplicable person to be the president of the company he created. This operation, forgive yourself for not being able to understand, but at present themselves and Jiang Chang is still a partner, follow him blindly mixed is also good, really become, they are starting to lose off from nothing, not, they also earn 200 million worth it. Jang Chang is also considered an old smoker, skillfully lit a cigarette. Jang Chang pulled up the scissors door, sat into the co-pilot, said, "Don't talk nonsense, go to Wulong Land to find him." Today's Lu Feng and changed a new car, Lamborghini Aventador SVJ. Lu Feng heard the words and was shocked. Go to Wulong that? I do not go. You are not unaware of our family and his Wulong before the turf competition when the hand of how hard. Wulong and his old man the same, are that era of the family, but his old man because a little bit of brains, know how to develop the circle, so to today's era of whitewash, become a heritage is also considered strong family. They were quite a bit more powerful than families like the Song family and the Su family, which had risen up purely through business. Jiang Cheng again inhaled a mouthful of smoke, slowly said, "You can rest assured, after today, your Lu family and Wu family will not have any conflicts, only interests. The old things of the past I have a way to help you solve." He did not lie, the Lu family and the Wu family is only on the fight. Wulong that person in Yi Tian's help can be friends with the person who killed his wife, not to mention this point of their competition for the territory of the small interests. And my rotten project is still in his territory, do not play good relations with him, behind there is what you headache. Lu Feng stood silent for a while, gritted his teeth. Good, believe you once more. Soon, the two came to another area of an iconic entertainment club. The car was parked outside the door. Jiang Cheng took Lu Feng directly to the third floor. At the reception on the third floor of the club, a tall woman in a cheongsam walked over and said to them with a smile, "Two guests, the third floor is now closed for the time being." Without waiting for her to finish, Jiang Cheng sat down on the sofa in the hall. Casually said, "Notify Wulong, just say that Jiang Cheng is looking for him." At those words, the cheongsam woman's face changed violently, then her tall and plump body bent forward. "Okay, Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment." Jiang Chang had no interest in watching the ball and waved his hand, telling her to stay aside. Don't look at Wulong's age of 50 to 60 years old, but he was still extremely enthusiastic about this kind of affair. His wife died and he didn't remarry. However, the women he kept were still quite a lot, and a dozen of them were arranged in a suite. Soon, a man in a security uniform trotted over, walked to the front with a bow, and respectfully said, "Mr. Jiang, Master Long invites you to go over and have a seat." Jiang Chang stood up from the sofa and patted the suit on his body, afraid of getting dusty. Lead the way. P.S. In the future, the official daily update time is 12 a.m. Chapter 1. After the second chapter is after 12 noon, until 10 o'clock in the evening before the update of the day 10,000 words or 7 a.m. time chapter. Trouble readers old masters to the book rating point for a long time, actually even the rating of the 50 people did not. I've been crying oh. Chapter 43 Your son is not biological. Follow the security guard to a presidential room. The security guard immediately pushed open the door and stood sideways. "Mr. Jiang, you please." Jang Chang walked into the room, and the classic old songs inside immediately stopped. The laser lights with the star effect were turned off, and the normal lights came on. Sweeping a glance, Jiang Cheng only saw a sofa sitting on a middle-aged and old man with thinning hair but still maintaining a certain proportion of his body, and his cheeks had a scar 3 or 4 centimeters long, which looked very hideous. But in favor of such a person, that old face is full of smiles, a flash of sinister in the eyes, it looks very incongruous. Left and right embraced 4 or 5 young princesses from the downstairs KTV, with the standard assortment of short-skirt uniforms. "Mr. Jiang, please sit down. Lu family's little brat, find a place to sit by yourself." Facing Jiang Chang, Wulong's tone was very polite, but when it came to Lu Feng, it was a look of impatience. Snapping his fingers, a short-skirted princess carefully took a wooden box and opened it. Inside were dozens of cigars. Gao Shiba, worth 110,000 a box, the most expensive authentic cigar that could be smoked. After taking out one, Wulong pushed the cigar box in front of Jiang Cheng again. Self-conscious lit a, "Oh, Mr. Jiang Si laugh, older, like to do something attached to the elegant things." "I don't know what Mr. Jiang is looking for me, Wulong." Jiang Cheng said lightly, "Looking for you to talk about a business." "Oh? Mr. Jiang's family is very big, even if it is bankrupt, it is still more powerful than I am a person who cannot be on the stage. I wonder what can have and I talk about it." Wulong said casually. "Want to go ashore?" Jiang Cheng's 4 simple words made Wulong's gaze condense and he lowered his hand that was roaming around the princess body. "All go out, bring the door to me, whoever dares to divulge those 4 words just now, all sink into the river and feed to the fish." Towards the end, Wulong's eyes were filled with killing intent. At that moment, all the KTV princesses also did not dare to put their eyes toward Jiang Chang, each person could not help but tremble and hurriedly left the private room. People have left, Mr. Jiang, you continue. At this moment, Wu Long looked a little excited, which shouldn't be at his age. Looking at his reaction, Jang Chang smiled with satisfaction. Wu Long was getting older and older, so he had been looking for an opportunity to bleach his way to the shore all these years, but the current magic city was long gone from a decade or so ago, and there was no chance for him to succeed in bleaching his way to the shore. In order for his only son to become a successful entrepreneur in the eyes of others, he had invested too much.
Jang Chang flicked the ashes of his cigarette and sat there calmly, not wanting to say anything further.
Wu Long understood, and was silent for a long time before he opened his mouth. Mr. Jiang said the conditions. For Jang Chang's 4 words, Wu Long did not have any resistance.
Do me a few favors. Wu Long frowned. Just that simple?
Lu Feng and I have a rotten project over here. In addition, we will go and acquire 2 more real estate companies nearby. You are responsible for stabilization in 2 weeks. Jointly with the landlord and Lu's family as a guarantee, can let Jang Chang put 2 weeks later, when the announcement from above comes down, more confidence to push the puppet show out of the stage. There's no need to worry about those people making small moves behind the scenes. In addition, I want you to find an opportunity to throw all those unclean industries under your own hands to Wang Hu under Song Qing's hands before you go ashore. Hearing this condition, Wu Long raised his eyebrows and said, Mr. Jiang, the unclean industries under my hands are the fastest way to get money. If you let me throw them all away, I will lose $20 to $30 billion, and that's just the profit that I can see at the moment.
$2 to $3 billion? If you let Song Qing seize the opportunity one day, do you think his Song family will let you continue to do? In this day and age, Song Qing still dares to put his hand underground. Do you think he wouldn't want to get rid of you? Moreover, don't forget that your hairy wife could have been killed by someone from the Song family head's wife's maiden family.
Saying this, Wu Long snapped, his eyes suddenly covered in blood and filled with a fierce aura. Lu Feng, who was sitting obediently on the side, was obviously dumbfounded at the moment. His old man and Wu Long had fought for half a lifetime, fighting for life and death. But when he came here, Wu Long didn't have much anger. He thought it was because of Jang Chang's existence. Now seeing Wu Long's murderous look, he understood again. It turned out that their Lu family and Wu Long were just playing around, although the fight was quite fierce in the earlier years, but there was no situation that said endangering the people around him. Otherwise, a single sentence can make Wu Long, the big man of the underground, become furious, and he, a living person here, would have been dragged out and killed. Mr. Jiang, how do you know about this matter? This matter in addition to my dead brother, no one will know. Wu Long forcibly suppressed the feeling of grief in his heart, his voice became hoarse. Jang Chang smiled faintly, there is nothing in this world that I don't know. Then, the words turned and returned to the topic just now. As long as you are willing to agree, then the Song family and the person who killed your hair wife will be at your disposal in the near future. And I can promise that by annexing the Song family, you can get a piece of the pie. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, but as long as I can really see the hope of revenge, not to mention the billions, even if I am asked to pay more, I am willing to do so. Wu Long shook his head.
Jang Chang sniffed and nodded with satisfaction. Sensible.
Lu Feng is even more stunned now. How much Wu Long values money he definitely knows best.
But now, under the words of Jang Chang, $2 to $3 billion directly give up, and even pay more. And some things even his old man is afraid that he does not know it. Jang Chang, and how do you know?
Wu Long slowed down, picked up the cigar and took a deep breath, directly inhaled until the smell of smoke filled his lungs and coughed madly. Mr. Jiang, I have agreed to all the conditions you said. As long as you can show me that there is a hope to make the Song and Hu families fall apart, this life of mine is yours. My son is only asking you to make him a billionaire. How much he accomplishes in this life is up to him.
Jang Chang nodded, this he still dared to guarantee. However, after thinking of one thing, Jang Chang's eyes became odd again. Wu Long, there is something I still need to tell you. Wu Long looked up in surprise and asked suspiciously, Mr. Jiang, you say? Ahem, this son you are raising now is not your own son. At once, the large private room became silent.
As if time stood still in general. Lu Feng's mouth was wide open.
Crap. P.S. Crap.
Today went out to do business, did not stop for a day, now just slowed down, first send the 3rd chapter. Today before 11 o'clock to update 10,000 words.
Chapter 44 quite knowledgeable.
Wu Long was petrified on the spot, his pupils suddenly shrinking. The son he had raised for more than 20 years was not even his own.
Then what was the point of taking revenge?
The strong shock made him almost faint directly. However, Jang Chang quickly added, he is the son of that brother who blocked the knife for you. Back then, he guessed that others would come to touch your family, so he secretly discussed with your hair wife and swapped the two children who were almost the same age. Facts proved that he was not wrong. Your hair wife was indeed killed, and he also died that day because he helped you block the knife. And you were also busy fighting for territory at that time, and your own son didn't remember what kind, so they lived with swapped identities like this. Neither your hairy wife nor one of your brothers would have happened if they hadn't died. In the old days, if you wanted to get ahead, you didn't really need any connections at all to make friends with anyone. Everyone back then had their heads on their pants belts and were ready to die at any time. Jang Chang knew the subsequent drama, that's why he shook everything out with Wulong, but he still hid his hand. After everything was finalized, he himself would bring Wulong to recognize his son. Wulong froze, those past events that were dusty in the depths of his memory surfaced one by one.
He has long been aging, the corner of his eyes unexpectedly have tears slipped down.
Himself mixed up, from that desperate era killed out, his own brother for his own block knife and died, and even for him to think of his son will be assassinated, mutual sacrifice. But after developed, he actually did not go to see his parents once. But fortunately, his son has raised his own son for more than 20 years.
These things, why does Mr. Jang know? Didn't I say it, there is nothing in this world that I don't know. Jang Chang is calm and relaxed, as if everything is under control. Then, Mr. Jiang, my own son, who is in?
Wulong did not dwell on it, and his eyes were filled with a color of hope. Jang Chang waved his hand to interrupt, and then said, when the dust settles on me, I will take you to find him. You also arrange the property matters of the two people as early as possible after that. He is now all things are for the future in ambush, the so-called butterfly effect, even if there is, can only be adjusted after the ambush of the handwriting are up. Wulong nodded heavily, he also understands these things, now most of his own industry is entertainment, when ashore, all the property is counted, he can do the best distribution.
Chatting for almost 2 hours, Jang Chang then got up and said, just do what I explained, and call me if there is any movement.
After saying that, he left with Lu Feng, who was a bit confused. This time, Wulong did not sit on the sofa, but quickly got up, opened the door to the private room for Jang Chang, half a step away from Jang Chang followed him. Once again out to the hall, Jang Chang glanced at a man in a suit who put his head down, and faintly said, this person hooked up with one of the women you keep, and wants to set all of your movement information through her, as well as, he is the person that Wang Hu inserted into. Wulong's gaze suddenly became stern, looking at the person who was horrified at the side, directly roared, give him to me to arrest. 4 or 5 bodyguard-like characters immediately rushed up and easily subdued the man in suit.
Splat!
Heavy slapping sound sounded, Wulong's gaze is fierce, full of killing intent, chilling voice, dog thing, I brought you around for 2 or 3 years, no wonder I said how Wang Hu can know my every move every time, it turns out to be that you are this scumbag who is betraying me. The man in the suit was pale and shivering, trembling, Master Long spare your life it is Master Tiger who took my family to threaten me to do so, I really have no way Jiang Cheng on the side suddenly laughed out, you sleep with his woman, I am afraid that you have not been bought by Wang Hu. At this word, the man in the suit directly paralyzed on the ground, his eyes horrified, you.
How did you know? Jang Chang did not look at him and directly walked into the exclusive elevator and disappeared into the hall.
Fill him with cement and throw him into the sea, clean. Out of the door of the nightclub. Jiang Cheng stopped and suddenly gave Lu Feng, who was foolishly walking in front, a slap on the back of his head.
What are you hitting me for? Lu Feng came back to his senses and snapped. Look at you, just this little thing makes you feel incredible? Follow me, learn to be smart. Otherwise someday you cannot help much, will become a marginal character.
Jiang Cheng snorted, he is not just saying it. Plundering the protagonist's chances, robbing businesses, and subjugating some people were all things that villains should do.
Some people might have once done something that hurt the world. But what's it to you?
I only need to see the results in front of me, and I have my own moral compass.
As long as I don't hurt the heavens and harm good people, then I am what I consider to be a good person.
Hearing these words, Lu Feng was different from the past this time, and hastily retreated behind Jiang Chang, playfully saying, that won't do, I'm still waiting to do it with you, and then earn a new Lu family, and scare the old man to death to inherit the family fortune.
Jiang Chang looked at his small movements and nodded with satisfaction. Quite understanding.
P.S. My home readers are super cool, they will all give me a point to urge more. Author's words. P.S. Stuck in the text, organizing the chapter outline in today owes a more. Tomorrow to return annoyed to see here readers greatly, point to urge more buttons at statistics on the number of people and the number of people and how many people chasing boing boing.
Chapter 45 What a coincidence Out of the nightclub. It was now 5 o'clock in the afternoon. From Jang Chang's villa to this side, Lu Feng drove for almost an hour and a half. Brother Chang, where are we going now? On the highway around the city, Lu Feng asked out loud. Jang Chang lying on the seat, eyes slightly closed, home. After finishing this matter today, he doesn't have too many arrangements left, everything will have to wait until 3 days later. For the protagonist at this stage, Jang Chang could neither get him killed nor have contact with him. Other than snatching all the opportunities and connections that belonged to him in advance, there wasn't much that could be done at the moment. One could only take away the protagonist's fortune value step by step. Buzz. Suddenly, the cell phone in Jang Chang's pocket suddenly emitted a vibration. Taking it out, he found that it was Chen Xiaoxi who had sent himself a WeChat. Drip, calling cousin, are you there? Jang Chang quickly edited a message, something to say. On the other side, a smile surfaced on the face of Chen Xiaoxi who was strolling through the mall. Her slender fingers tapped rapidly on the cell phone screen. Cousin came quickly. I'm shopping at the mall with Qingying, I'm sending you the location, come over here, your lovely cousin can only help you up to here. Jang Chang looked at Chen Xiaoxi's WeChat and didn't know what to say. Originally I wanted to let Su Qingying go for 2 days, too frequent contact, this is not good. Xiaoxi, your brother I will never be arranged by you. Okay, give me the location, I'll be there in a minute. The heart is thinking quite seriously, but the fingers and brain are honestly typing out their thoughts. Chen Xiaoxi beautifully sent the mall positioning to Jang Chang. Really good, Chen Xiaoxi, hold the red line. At this time, Su Qingying, who was walking in front, looked back and asked with a smile, Xiaoxi, what are you snickering about again? Chen Xiaoxi was startled and hurriedly put away her cell phone. I did not laugh. I just swiped a friend's circle that made me laugh. Putting away the cell phone, Jang Chang suddenly said, first do not need to go back to the villa, go to the mall, positioning I sent on your phone. Since the little cousin gave himself all arranged, then he cannot let down the little cousin's hard work. Lu Feng did not have any comments, directly opened the map navigation. Half an hour later, Jang Chang asked for Lu Feng's Lamborghini and directly threw him down near a restaurant. Then under Lu Feng's grudging gaze he took off. This is my car. Jang Chang doesn't care if it's his car, so what if he wants it? Follow the navigation to a large shopping center. Parked the car in the underground parking lot, then got on the elevator and went straight to the 4th floor, went up to the 4th floor, received a message from his spy little cousin, then changed to another elevator and pressed the button for the 1st floor. Qingying, it's 6 o'clock, let's find a place to eat. At the name brand counter on the 3rd floor, Chen Xiaoxi brought Su Qingying here to buy. Carrying several bags in her hand. Glancing at the time on the lady's watch, Chen Xiaoxi said pitifully. Su Qingying nodded her head, indicating that she had no opinion. Ding! At this time, the elevator happened to come to the 3rd floor. The moment the elevator door opened, Su Qingying was a bit surprised. Because inside the elevator, she saw that familiar figure. Jang Chang. Still in that black suit, his head lowered to play with his cell phone, looking at those handsome and prominent features, Su Qingying was a bit surprised. What a coincidence. Cousin? Why are you also here? Chen Xiaoxi's eyes lit up, very surprised. Acting is really good. Upon hearing this, Jang Chang raised his head and looked at Chen Xiaoxi's flawless acting skills and gave her a nod in his heart. Ang, come here to stroll around and get ready for a meal. Jang Chang's gentle voice carried the same hint of surprise. Su Qingying only felt a little strange, but didn't think much about it, nodded towards Jang Chang and walked into the elevator. Is this world so small? At this time, Chen Xiaoxi smiled again and said, what a coincidence, we are also going to eat. There are so many coincidences, some things that you think are coincidences may be deliberately created by others. Jang Chang smiled gently, in that case, how about letting me invite the two of you to have dinner together? Su Qingying pondered for a while, and before she could say anything, she was promised by the enthusiastic Chen Xiaoxi on the side. Yeah, I'm going to eat you poor. Su Qingying was speechless, she vaguely had a feeling as if she had been careless in making girlfriends and had been sold. Soon, the 3 people went down to the 1st floor. Because Jang Chang drove a 2-seater sports car and the 2 women didn't drive over, they could only walk. It seems like it's necessary to buy a car with many seats, otherwise how will they sit down in the future? Fortunately, this side was considered the center of a district, and there were quite a few upscale restaurants right near the mall. Bringing Su Qingying and the girls to an upscale Western restaurant that was relatively famous in Magic City, Jang Chang took out a membership card for the restaurant, and immediately an exclusive reception walked over.
The beautiful receptionist bent down towards the three and respectfully asked, "Honorable three guests, may I ask if you would like to prepare a private room?" This time Su Qingying quickly grabbed the words and said quietly and calmly, "No need, just find a place in the second floor hall." After hearing this, the beautiful receptionist looked at Jang Chang, the owner of the membership card, and Jang Chang nodded and said, "That's it." The waiter led the three to the second floor and found a table by the window to sit down. After ordering the menu, Xiaoxi, who had been trying to find an opportunity for Jang Chang to perform, suddenly lit up when she saw the piano on the stage. "Piano, cousin, don't you know how to play the piano? Can you go up and play a song? P.S. Long wait, today's update will not lack of seek a throw small gift Author's words. By the way, I would like to ask the readers, you think now the pace is fast? What kind of plot do you like, or do you like more daily details, or something else? Please tell me in the comments section. I'll arrange Owen edition, kneeling request to urge more video to watch 10 seconds, the small author can be more 5 cents income it. Chapter 46 A Zither Song. Jang Chang smiled and did not say anything. Just quietly flipped through his cell phone without speaking. "Cousin, just one song, okay, just play one song," Xiaoxi said in a pitiful voice. Putting away his cell phone, Jang Chang suddenly asked, "Okay, then tell me first, why do you want me to play the piano?" Xiaoxi looked at her cousin's deep and bright eyes and smiled wryly. "I'll tell you secretly, Xingying's first wife likes boys who can play the piano. Moreover, Xingying's first wife is a grade 9 piano player, and she plays very well. In the school, I don't know how many boys with good singing voice want to cooperate with Xingying's wife. Collaboration was a lie, wanting to attract the goddess's attention was the real thing, I'm afraid." But for Su Qingying to play the piano, Jang Chang didn't feel any surprise. After all, this is a real talent. In order to satisfy the girl's vanity, Jang Chang still made an appearance of being surprised. Looking at him, looking his gaze towards himself, the corners of Su Qingying's mouth gently rose just non-professionally. Hee, haughty. Jang Chang caught a flash of small pride in Su Qingying's eyes. "What do you mean by non-professional? Want me to praise you? Just say it straight." "Really excellent." Jang Chang gave a thumbs up and complimented. Hearing Jang Chang's praise, Su Qingying's pair of beautiful eyes obviously narrowed up a bit, and the smile at the corner of her mouth became more and more obvious. Hypocritical woman nah. Seemingly aware of Su Qingying's excellence, Jang Chang mused for a while, then laughed. "What kind of tune do you guys want to listen to?" Xiaoxi seemed to want to order a tune, but remembered that she was here to set up her cousin and first wife, so she couldn't steal the limelight anymore. So she said, "Cousin, feel free." Su Qingying likewise lightly nodded her head, indicating that she would let him play freely. Seeing this, Jang Chang walked up. The piano did not have a pianist playing at the moment, because it was dinner time. It was not yet 7 o'clock, the pianist had not yet come on stage to play. When Kong Sung slowly walked up to the platform, a waiter came up. "Bring me a microphone here, please." Smiling slightly at the waitress, Jang Chang sat down alone. The piano in front of him was a Steinway D model grand piano, worth in the millions. As the founder of the modern piano manufacturing industry, Steinway is also the choice of 97% of the world's performers. 100 years of inheritance of handmade piano craft, the quality of each of their pianos is impeccable. When all the preparations were completed, Jang Chang sat on the piano bench in a black suit with a straight body. Tilting his body, his gentle and magnetic voice spread through the microphone to the second floor hall. "The first zither piece I'm going to play is called City in the Sky. Please enjoy it for everyone here." All the young men and women on the second floor who were eating heard the voice and put down the cutlery in their hands, their gazes looking towards the figure sitting in front of the piano. Xiaoxi also let out a gasp. "City in the Sky? Xingying, have you heard of this piano piece?" Su Qingying pondered slightly for a while and slowly shook her head. "No. Could it be that this piece of music was this man's original?" Before she had time to think more, Jang Chang, who was sitting on the piano bench, suddenly moved. Ding! The first note appeared. Watching Jang Chang's pair of long and slender fingers slowly falling on the black and white keys of the piano, a pleasant piano sound came out. As the bland beginning ended, slowly, everyone's gazes became astonished. For some reason, they actually heard a wisp of sadness in the sound of the piano. Those white-collar workers, and some young people who pursued their dreams, actually evoked a trace of the heartache that they had experienced in the past when they were constantly striving for their dreams. Yet there was a sense of peace and healing. As the playing progressed, everyone listened mesmerized. Xiaoxi's eyes were slightly closed, her mouth gently humming something. Even Su Qingying, at this moment, was enjoying it with her eyes closed. and every note drilled into her ears had a different emotion associated with it. It made one a little sentimental, but was quickly healed. Emotions rose and fell, and were soothed again. The sound of the zither was gentle and relaxing, lonely and sad. Different emotions rose in the crowd, from sadness to healing. Time quickly went by 3 minutes. The last note fell, and it took a long time for everyone to catch their breath. Then the first applause rang out, and then the whole hall was filled with applause, incessantly. Good to hear. This piece is an original, right? I also quite like listening to piano music, but this tune is so good, but I'd never heard it before. Is it an original? Chen Xiaoxi also clapped her hands vigorously, afraid that her applause wasn't loud enough. First wife Qingying, this zither piece is so beautiful. Su Qingying collected her emotions and returned to her previous cloudy state. Well, it was played with a lot of emotion. At this instant, Su Qingying actually had a bit of an urge to get to know Jang Chang. After everyone's emotions calmed down and the hall returned to silence, Jang Chang did not walk off the stage. Instead, he moved closer to the microphone and spoke with a more magnetic voice. This is the first zither song, and below, I'm going to play and sing another song called Blue Flower Porcelain. Speaking here, Jang Chang paused for a moment, then smiled mysteriously. This is a pop song that I'm sure everyone will like. P.S. Should not be too cliched. I think the writing is okay. The next is the singing time. In addition to ask for a 5-star rating, so far have not been over 50 people it cried. Out of the hand of a hypnotic talisman, the article raced over the Chungong diagrams, Hollister, France. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a whip, and you'll be able to get your hands on a cold goddess. Readers will be able to give you a compliment, and you'll be able to get your hands on a girl who's not in school. The author's hand is not shaking as he writes the words. Chapter 47, the end of the song. Xinghua Porcelain? I don't think I've heard of this song before. Have you heard of it? I searched the internet and couldn't find it. It should be original again. Wait a minute, you pay attention to see play the piano. That person, he seems to be a while ago made a lot of fire. Bankruptcy giant group, Zhang's group's president Jang Chang. Oh, shit. It's really him. Mom, I've seen him in person. As soon as this discovery came out, the entire restaurant erupted into another round of chatter. On the stage, Jang Chang pulled up the system panel. Skill, singing level 3 1900 3000. Deducted 401 points from the villain value. In the midst of this murmuring, Jang Chang directly utilized the villain value to level up the skill that already had level 3 singing to full level. In the system regulations, 1 point of villainous value could be exchanged for 100 points of skill experience value, and upgrading to full level cost a total of 40,100 points of experience value, or 401 points of villainous value. Jang Chang's torso sat straight and slightly closed his eyes, recalling the lyrics and Song of Celadon. A moment later, those hands gently landed on the black and white piano keys. The keys struck and then drove the string striker through the linkage lever, and the striking hammer lifted up and accurately struck the steel wire. The sound of the piano came out and floated through the restaurant. Perhaps it wasn't very pleasant, but an ancient style emerged. This melody. Su Qingying's eyebrows raised. With her deep musical attainments, she could naturally hear that this tune was not very suitable for the piano to play. But it was played by this man with a very contrary sense of comfort. An outsider listens to the sound, an insider listens to the doorway. Jang Chang's piano skills no longer needed to be like some people who would deliberately show off their skills. Every keystroke of the fingers also did not require any skill. It was a matter of the heart. Use your heart to drive your hands to play a song. She did not think too much at the moment, emptying her mind to feel this piano song with a special melody. 20 seconds later, Jang Chang suddenly leaned down close to the microphone. The vegetal embryo sketched out the blue and white brushstrokes as they turned thicker and lighter. The first line of lyrics came out of his mouth, through the microphone, that was magnetic and gentle, yet with a kind of elegance. Hearing this line, all those present who were listening attentively couldn't help but tremble inwardly. It felt like their hearts and minds were trembling. It's so beautiful. The peony depicted on the bottle is just like your first makeup. Ran sandalwood incense through the window. Heart matters, I understand. This one, everyone sank, regardless of male or female, all quieted down in this song that made the soul feel relaxed. The zither and the song, at the same time, were reflected in the heart. The singing was too good, right? Chen Xiaoxi had completely become Jang Chang's little fangirl at this moment. If the previous city in the sky only made her feel that Jang Chang was talented. Then, this bouncy blue flower porcelain completely made her, a vocalist, fall in love. She hadn't thought that her cousin could sing a song so beautifully. It was simply better than those singing gods. The glaze rendering of the maiden figure rhymes with being private, while your sweet smile is like a budding flower. A wisp of your beauty drifts away to a place where I can't go. There was a pause here for a second. The next moment, the song that mesmerized everyone even more came on. The sky is green waiting for the smoke and rain, while I'm waiting for you. Cooking smoke rises, millions of miles across the river. At this moment, a scene couldn't help but appear in everyone's mind. A man in ancient costume stood by the river, the green sky was waiting for the smoke and rain, the houses next to him rose up with curling smoke, he was separated by millions of miles, also waiting for a date with the Izzy in his heart. Fingers glided over the surface of the keys, the sound of the piano and the song perfectly blended. The banana outside the curtain caused the sudden rain and the door ring caused the copper green, and I passed by the Jiangnan town caused you. In the ink-splashed landscape painting, you were hidden from the depths of the ink color. Soon, the song came to an end. In the middle of the hall, only the sound of the zither played by Jang Chang and his song floated. The national style music that had mesmerized everyone was also gradually reaching its final part at this moment. The sky is green waiting for the smoky rain, while I'm waiting for you. The moonlight was salvaged and haloed the ending. As the heirloom celadon is beautiful in its own way. You. Eyes with a smile. The last four words are spat out slowly, and the sound of the piano fades away. The song ends. The song ended, but no one spoke. One by one, they are immersed in the song in the Jiangnan town, as if they are in it. Xing Kong is waiting for the smoke and rain, and I. Waiting for the celadon girl. This song is so powerful in its rendering. I believe in love again, and I feel that the celadon girl I've been waiting for must be waiting for me too. President Jang is also too good, not only is he handsome, he plays the piano well and sings so well, he is so talented. The applause rang out like thunder, more enthusiastic than the previous city in the sky. Jang Chang stood up, slowly smiled and walked off the stage. And at this moment, at the stairway, Su Yao, who had already gone up to the second floor, but was attracted by the song, saw him. Su Yao with a complicated mind saw Jang Chang walk off the stage and sit in front of the two girls. Chapter 48 Missing a Girl Like You. Su Yao herself wasn't sure why she had developed an emotion of wanting to question Jang Chang. Strictly speaking, she had only thought of him as a victim of interest the other day. Even getting married to him had been arranged by a group of people, and she was incapable of resisting it herself. But after seeing this scene, Su Yao was a little shaken again. Jang Chang, would he really be willing to be a flunky? If not, then why would he suddenly move out of his villa and pay back the $50 million he gave him? When he talked to his grandfather on the phone, he said that the bet was still valid. But was that verbal wager really binding on him in any way? The answer is no. Would someone who had once stood at the top be bound by a verbal agreement? Jang Chang was different from himself. He was the only heir of the Jiang family, and there was no such thing as a collateral lineage claim. Starting from his grandfather, he had fought his way up from an orphan, to his father's generation, who was also an only son, to the point where he still was. Therefore, the angle from which he once viewed things was very different from himself. She herself was merely the person who was pushed onto the stage by her grandfather and was currently able to control the Su family for him, and if it wasn't for the fact that there was no one in her peer group who was more outstanding than her, this position wouldn't have been her turn at all. She was just a victim of the family's interests. Su Yao's mood at this moment was incomparably complicated. She really wanted to rush up and ask him what this meant. But on the one hand, their marriage contract was only a verbal agreement, not even a few people knew about it, and those top families knew about this verbal marriage contract, but they only looked at it as a joke. Perhaps, one could take a sideways look. Jang Chang returned to his seat, looking at the two women's strange expressions. He couldn't help but smile. It's been a long time since I played, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? Chen Xiaoxi rolled her eyes, but was soon filled with excitement. Cousin, were the two songs you just played your own originals? And that last song, Porcelain, is so nice to listen to. From today onwards, I, Chen Xiaoxi, am your #1 fangirl. Su Qingying also looked at Jang Chang with a bit of inquiry, her clear gaze looking at Jang Chang, expecting him to answer. Jang Chang nodded. Well, it's kind of original. Showdown, I'm sorry, there are no songs of yours here anyway, so let me carry it forward for you. Your musical attainments are very high. Now I feel that you are a musical heavenly king who has been delayed by the $100 billion family. Su Qingying laughed softly, receiving Jang Chang's affirmation. A strange light flickered in her eyes. The first song, City in the Sky, a beautiful tune with a moving and wonderful sound. The second song, Celadon Porcelain, listening to him sing out the lyrics, she felt that the melody was not very suitable to be played on the piano, but because of his perfect piano attainment, it made it blend together without being out of tune at all. The national style in it was extremely strong, and of all the national style songs she knew, this one could definitely be considered the pinnacle, where the rain breaks and the sky clears, with the metaphor of sparseness and beauty. Maybe, but my songs are only for beautiful women, and my tunes are only played for those who understand. Jang Chang sipped his water and smiled gently.
On the side, Chen Xiaoxi was also curious, so am I a beauty?
You sang for me, I don't know how to play the piano, but Xing Ying's wife does, cousin, you must have played it for her. Jang Chang saw her stick her head over and raised his hand just to give her a chestnut.
It hurts. Jang Chang glared at her without a good mood. Do you think you are the most beautiful here?
Chen Xiaoxi and Su Qingying could only be said to be different, however, Su Qingying's face value was a cut above Chen Xiaoxi.
My own little cousin can only be described as a cute style with a little baby fat.
Su Qingying, on the other hand, was the kind of person who, at first glance, felt that she was very quiet, with a perfect goddess goose-egg face, a soulful gaze, and short, parted hair with a 4/6 parting, making her appear youthful and lively again. Every time he looked at Su Qingying, Jang Chang felt that he had a different style.
So good at coaxing girls, I'm sure there must be no shortage of girls around you, right?
Su Qingying heard Jang Chang's words and her silver bell laughter came out.
There is no lack of girls around, but there is a lack of girls like you.
Jang Chang shrugged his shoulders, non-committal. Su Qingying laughed and did not return his words, picking up a knife and fork to cut up the Wellington steak.
Chen Xiaoxi blinked her big watery eyes, listening to the conversation between the two, and couldn't help but laugh secretly. Was cousin this attracted to Xing Ying's wife? Xing Ying's first wife actually didn't bother to defend herself, is there a hint of it too? Jang Chang didn't care if she answered or not, the answer was given inside anyway. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Su Qingying's favorability plus 15. Villainess value plus 600.
The three people were each thinking about their own thoughts as they ate the exquisite Western food. And, right in the middle of the three people's silence, a slightly surprised voice rang out next to them.
HM? What a coincidence, Jang Chang, you are also eating here. Looking up,
only to see a professional dressed Su Yao, hand carrying a Hermes Birkin black, was looking at them curiously. Jang Chang looked at Su Yao, the faint smile on his face was slightly unrecognizable stiff.
ITM. Caught in the act of adultery? Chapter 49. I'm really a best movie star.
Jang Chang was a little stunned as he looked at the tall Su Yao. He truly didn't expect to bump into her in this situation. Seeing Su Yao with a bright smile on her face, Jang Chang instantly felt that things were a bit bad. For Sister Yao, Jang Chang didn't want to see her right now. Moreover, Jang Chang had never seen Su Yao reveal this incomparably bright smile. She must have heard it all.
Yes, what a coincidence.
Within a second, Jang Chang thought a lot and quickly stood up to respond to her.
This is my cousin, Chen Xiaoxi, I don't think you've met her before. Sitting next to her is her classmate, Su Qingying. After introducing Su Yao, Jang Chang followed the two girls and said, this is the beautiful president of Su Group, Su Yao, you should have heard of her. Su Yao waved her hand generously, hello. Hello. Su Qingying responded with a quiet nod. Chen Xiaoxi similarly returned a smile and greeted, hello to you as well, Grand President Su.
Hearing Jang Chang's introduction, Su Yao let down her guard against this baby-faced Chen Xiaoxi, but she was a little wary of Su Qingying, who was like a perfect girl. She was too beautiful, although Su Yao was very confident in herself, but facing such a girl, she would actually develop a sense of vigilance in her heart. This feeling was complicated. Su Yao's consciousness kept telling herself that she had no relationship with Jang Chang, and that after he had no more so-called verbal marriage contract with her, she might be able to find a better one. However, her eyes were not controlled by her consciousness, and a flash of caution still made Su Qingying notice it.
Our dishes have just come up, do you want to sit down and have dinner together?
After greeting, Jang Chang returned to his gentle state. Su Yao gently shook her head and politely refused. I booked a private room here with my friend, just came up to see you and came over to say hello. Actually, she wanted to stay, but her friend was still waiting for her in the private room.
That's fine. Jang Chang nodded. Well, fortunately your friend knows to open a private room. Sister Yao, hurry up and go.
Lobby eating, sorry you president status, here is not suitable for you anymore.
Chen Xiaoxi ate on the sidelines to watch the fun. It looks like his cousin's women's fate is really good.
Even the female president was charmed by him. No, I have to give Qing Ying's wife a chance. I can't let my cousin get picked up by a beautiful CEO. Then I won't bother you guys anymore, I'll go up first. After saying the previous sentence, Suya ghostly said, "Come back to stay when you are free. I am afraid that you are not used to being alone outside." After turning around and leaving, Suyao felt her face getting a little hot and quickly walked into the private room.
Jang Chang's face stiffened violently.
Oops. With a glance of his remaining light, he found Chen Xiaoxi suddenly huffing and puffing with a scrutinizing tone.
Su Qingying didn't change much and was still elegantly eating her Wellington steak. "Cousin, what's your relationship with CEO Su? Why would you be allowed to stay back at her place?" Chen Xiaoxi's gaze was fixed on Jang Chang, as if she was going to lift the table if she didn't give her a reasonable explanation. As a matter of fact, Chen Xiaoxi really thought so.
She had wasted her old nose to be a bridegroom for her cousin, but she didn't realize that he already had a date.
Humph. Exasperating.
Jang Chang sighed, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and asked, "Mind having a cigarette?"
"Okay, thanks." Without waiting for the two women's reply, Jang Chang lit himself up and took a drag.
In fact, the general high-class Western restaurant has a hidden agreement not to smoke in front of the table, but here will be as a pendulum. Jang Chang's behavior of smoking made Su Qingying frown. She did not like people who smoked at dinner.
Ding. Su Qingying favorability 5. Jang Chang didn't care, but said to himself, "You all should know that I went bankrupt some time ago, right?" Chen Xiaoxi nodded. Of course she knew, but in order to take care of her cousin's emotions, she hadn't dared to mention the topic of Jiang.
Then the next few things, although I don't want to talk about it, there's no harm in telling you guys, just don't spread it.
Su Qingying similarly slowed down her eating, wanting to hear his story.
5 days ago, I moved out from Zhang's villa, with no place to go and less than $100 on me.
It was Su Yao who received a message from Elder Su and picked me up from the road.
After going back, Su old man comforted me for a while, and then I mentioned when I was a child, they and my parents' marriage contract agreement. I was lost in thought, did not think about anything, agreed. When I thought about it the day before yesterday, I felt that there was something wrong. The treaties in it were all favorable to Su, but to me, it was like a humiliation. I, Jang Chang, no matter how bad I am, it is impossible to be a flunky, isn't it? She transferred $50 million to me at that time. I didn't move it, and there was no way I would use this kind of money that was almost humiliating. So, I resolutely moved out, just in time. I used to invest in a company with results. Only recently I have a few $100 million on hand. It is considered my next capital to start from scratch. Su Yao doesn't have any emotion towards me. It's only out of interest to the family that she's willing to let me live under the same roof with her. I've always avoided them, but I didn't expect to run into her today, huh? Jiang Cheng's last laugh carried a hint of helplessness and shame. His eyes were complicated. At this time, the cigarette clip in the hand has burned to the butt. Jiang Chang pressed the butt in the ashtray containing coffee powder,
picked up a cup of lemonade and took a sip, and exhaled a long breath.
After listening to Jiang Cheng's long narrative, Chen Xiaoxi and Su Qingying were silent for a while. After Chen Xiaoxi heard it, she was not angry at all, so it turned out that her cousin was actually living such a sad life these days. Being pushed so hard by the Su family, who used to be a head lower than him, no one else could stand it.
Not to mention someone as arrogant as cousin.
Similarly, Su Qingying also felt that the Su family had pushed Jiang Chang a little too far. No wonder Su Yao had just looked at herself with a hint of wariness in her eyes. Her family was equally uncomplicated, and she saw through these upper-class matters. Jiang Chang held a large amount of high-quality human resources in his hands, and controlling him was the same as receiving Zhang's former achievements. And having him fulfill the so-called verbal marriage contract was tantamount to letting him join the family and tying him to the Su family. Such behavior, for a $100 billion group president like Jang Chang, was a heavily humiliating treaty that would be looked down upon by all the upper class. She also understood why Jang Chang had a beard when she first met him at the academy.
During that time of bankruptcy, I'm afraid he had a hard and humiliating time.
At this time, the system's beep sounded again in Jiang Chang's head.
Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Su Qingying's goodwill plus 25. Current goodwill, 45. Hearing the prompt tone, Jiang Chang couldn't help but feel emotion inside. I'm really a best movie star.
P.S. Sorry because almost 100,000 words, so has been preparing the deposit, pressure to update waiting for the debut of the Outbreak It.
Please also understand it.
Yesterday's earnings is broken $13 off. Thank you for everyone's bounty and watch hyped up video of the readers greatly. The small author looked at the small money every day and the increase. The heart is also very happy. I hope that you can more click on the button of the hyped up. Every reader greatly clicked hyped up, and then watch 10 seconds of advertising. The reader greatly clicked hyped up, and then watch 10 seconds of advertisement. I hope you can click on the reminder button more often. After every reader clicks on the reminder, and then watches 10 seconds of advertisement, the little author can have 5 cents of income.
Chapter 50. You have to work hard.
Jang Chang looked at the two people's complicated eyes. His heart gave birth to infinite feelings. It was really a pity that he didn't go to become an actor himself. However, he didn't say too much. If he were an ordinary super-rich second generation, being restricted by such a treaty would indeed make one feel infinitely humiliated. Seeing their flickering gazes, Jang Chang realized that Sister Yao's status in their eyes was beginning to diminish.
I'm sorry, Sister Yao.
It's too bad that you appeared at the wrong time. It can only make you a beautiful president with a big heart. After not enduring for a second for what he had done, Jang Chang became righteous again.
Everything is for freedom. Cousin, why don't you come to our house? Grandpa and the others will be very happy. After the silence, Chen Xiaoxi stared seriously into Jang Chang's eyes and said,
Cousin was good to his family beyond words, and his own family wasn't as complicated as other families, so if Cousin was willing to come, Grandpa and Dad and the others would definitely be happy. Although his own family is not as rich as others, but a few billion is still there. Jang Chang and Chen Xiaoxi's expectant gaze slowly shook his head. No, that would harm the Chen family. I have the confidence to start a new stove. Little niece, you do not have to worry about it. Read well. Jang Chang's words are full of confidence, as if the difficulties in front of him are only momentary. Even if there is a behemoth like the Su family pressing down, he is confident to break through the blockade and rise to the challenge.
Once again, he would become a human being.
Su Qingying's gaze carried some appreciation. A successful man was not just on the surface, but also on the inside. Obviously, Jang Chang's words were very much in line with her temperament. Falling down in frustration wasn't scary. What was scary was that after falling down, he wouldn't get back up, but instead lay on the ground in a state of devastation. In comparison, Su Yao, who had just come over, although she was also the president of the 100 billion group and was equally renowned in the Magic City, her performance just now had left her a little disappointed.
Too heavy-hearted.
Chen Xiaoxi nodded her head repeatedly. Then if there are any difficulties you can talk to my dad, our family still has some money.
Jang Chang smiled. The little girl is really good at cheating. Ding bell.
Just at this time, Su Qingying's cell phone placed on the dining table suddenly rang.
She quickly picked up the phone and answered it. Hello, Grandpa? I know, I'll go back now. Su Qingying simply answered 2 sentences. The phone quickly hung up and apologetically looked at the two, saying, Xiaoxi, Jang Chang, I have something going on at home, so I'll go back first. I'll invite you to dinner sometime.
Jang Chang lived up to the sadness in front of him, resumed his previous lightheartedness, smiled and said, Good, if you're in a hurry, do you want me to send you back? Su Qingying, with a smile in her eyes, rejected him. My family came to pick me up, so I won't bother. Saying that, she picked up the results of today's shopping and left. Through the window, Jang Chang then saw a top-of-the-line Maybach parked outside the restaurant, a middle-aged man on the side pulling open the backseat door. Su Qingying drilled into it and soon disappeared from sight. Seeing the scene in front of her, Chen Xiaoxi was not surprised. She had always felt that her good best friend's identity was not simple.
Otherwise, how could she be indifferent when faced with so many fancy show-offs and confessions from the rich second generation every day?
Only after seeing the car she was sitting in, she turned her head and said somewhat ambiguously to Jang Chang.
Cousin, you have to work hard. You see Qingying wife sat in the car, the top Maybach 14 million, or limited edition, have this car, are the head of a great family.
If you don't work hard, when you and my Qingying's wife are together, when you go to see your in-laws, you will definitely be disliked.
Chen Xiaoxi said with a smile, if Jang Chang is still the president of the 100 billion, she is not worried at all. The president of the 100 billion, there is no family that dares to say that they are not on the right side.
Jang Chang raised his hand and cupped her small round face, and said blandly, in this world, there is not a single person who can say that I am not worthy of her.
He wanted to gain money and status, it just took time.
His gaze looked far away. The plot seemed simple in the front, but there was a big reversal in the back. Even that Yi Tian, who was known as the orphan protagonist, had an equally unfathomable identity in the back.
After settling the bill, Jang Chang returned to the villa after sending Chen Xiaoxi back to school.
This Lamborghini Aventador was also driven back by him. That guy Lu Feng would not lack this one. Back in the lobby of the villa, Jang Chang sat on the sofa and took out his cell phone to look at WeChat. His WeChat was basically filled with tycoons and CEOs. as well as a bunch of rich second-generation people. As for how many people had deleted him now, that was unknown. After opening WeChat, Jang Chang saw that Lin Qingyan had actually sent herself a WeChat, so he opened WeChat and chatted with her for a while. For Lin Qingyan, Jang Chang was likewise in a very delicate state. At this stage, neither to have a relationship with her beyond pure friendship, but also not too distant from her. Gathering some villainous value on her from time to time was also quite fragrant. After chatting with her for a while, Jang Chang managed to glean 10 points of favorability and 300 points of villain value from Lin Qingyan, the pure and lovely schoolgirl. The more the favorability went to the back, the harder it was to raise it, and the more it went to the back, the higher the villain value would be each time it was gained. After chatting, Jang Chang saw a few more WeChat messages sent to him by Zhou Hao. A thoughtful smile suddenly appeared on his face. P.S. This chapter is kind of a transition. Approaching the first show of 100,000 words, waiting for the 100,000 word outbreak, please readers greatly forgive me. Chapter 51. This is two different concepts. The next day near noon, Jang Chang drove from the villa to Zhou Hao's small area. Zhou Hao's house. Jang Chang knocked on the door and the one who came to open the door was Zhou Evening Chang. She was wearing a casual outfit, white long-sleeved blouse plus a pair of black pants, the addition of high face value, so that the black and white match it wore did not look monotonous at all, slightly curled black hair, so that she appeared to be youthful and energetic. At the sight of Jang Chang, Zhou Evening Chang revealed a touch of moving smile. Her voice sweetly said, "Mr. Jang, please come in." "Thank you." Jang Chang took off his shoes, put on the house slippers that Zhou Evening Chang had placed by her feet, and walked into the living room. "Just this little thing? You don't have the patience to wait even a week?" After Jang Chang entered the door, his eyes glanced at Zhou Hao, who was sitting on the sofa smoking a stifling cigarette, and said in a cool voice. He received a WeChat from Zhou Hao last night, saying that he brought $1 million as a bride price to his door, wanting to get engaged to his girlfriend, but was rejected. And it seemed that his girlfriend Huang Zheqi's family had become even more determined after realizing that he was working for Jang Chang. And he is warned that if he wants to marry Huang Zheqi, he must break with Jang Chang and join their family. Interestingly, the Huang family was dependent on Song. This was the reason why Zhou Hao didn't know what to do before sending a message to Jang Chang. Zhou Hao got up to welcome Jang Chang and sat down before pouring him a cup of tea and smiled bitterly. "My feelings for Zheqi Zhang doesn't understand. When I was with her, the two of us struggled together, from scratch to put together a company. Later I was in debt, but also she accompanied me, has been for me to pay off the debt, and I worked together. I had a car accident, at that time did not dare to tell Evening Harvest, but also she was at the side of the unswerving care of me. Not because I am poor and dislike me, until after I promised you to work for you, I took $1 million to her home, want to marry her, only to find that their family is not simple. Her family simply do not look at me this small amount of money, even if I was once the pinnacle of the world, they cannot see." After saying that, Zhou Hao sighed softly and drank teacup after cup. Zhou Evening Chang, on the other hand, sat on the side, silently pouring tea for him. His own brother is too hard, this half-life to come too many bumps. Jang Chang listened silently. Zhou Hao was still too hasty, perhaps because he had changed the plot. The world made adjustments. If he waited until a week later, when his puppet president identity was announced, and he came to the door with this future group president identity of $100 billion consortium, a small Huang family would not dare to say no. Now that they know that I work for you, their attitude is even more resolute than when I came to the door with $1 million. Zhou Hao said in a depressed manner. He was completely unaware that Jang Chang's current reputation was so unpopular in a family with a market capitalization of $1 billion. 2 days ago in the Jang Chang and his own complaint, he was very clear that Jang Chang still has the capital to rise again. The Huang family's little $1 billion market capitalization, in front of Jang Chang, is completely insufficient to see. They cannot get cash. 200 million? Can't get it. Market value is market value, cash is cash. These are two different concepts. It's just a small matter, a yellow family, it's easy to solve. Jang Chang waved his hand. He was fully aware of the Huang family's attitude. After all, the matter of Jang Chang offending the Song family's great young man was visible to many people at the underground auction house that night, and naturally, there was a direct line of the Huang family among them. Therefore, as the Huang family that depended on the Song family for survival, when they knew that Zhou Hao was working for Jang Chang, they would definitely vigorously reject it. If Jang Chang was still the $100 billion president, the Huang family wouldn't dare to be so absolute even if they had 10 guts. Facing a person who had already broken the bank, their Huang family was confident that they would not wimp out on him, Jang Chang. Through this matter, Jang Chang was basically certain that he could completely subdue Zhou Hao for his own use, allowing him to be at ease as this puppet president and work for himself. Because the previous system's tip only said to change the plot, it didn't say to take in the supporting characters. Thinking clearly about the stakes, Jang Chang then decided to take Zhou Hao and go to meet this so-called Huang family for a while. Let's go, while it's still time for dinner, I'll accompany you to your girlfriend's house to see how tough this so-called Huang family really is. Said later, Jang Chang's tone of voice changed from the previous light and breezy, strong superior aura burst out, the previous calm and easygoing disappeared without a trace. At this moment, he was the one who made everyone fearful of the $100 billion president, the first private group in the Magic City. The market value is the market value, personal family wealth is the standard of constant a family. And Jang Chang was once worth more than 100 billion. Zhou Hao's gaze reveals awe, with a look of admiration toward Jang Chang, who has a strong aura. Mr. Jiang, a great favor, no matter if this matter is successful or not, I will follow you. I believe that one day, the Huang family will definitely come to beg me. Ding! Congratulations to the host for taking in the supporting character Zhou Hao. The plot has changed dramatically, villain value plus 2,000. Congratulations to the host for changing the first plot within 7 days, attribute points plus 20, cash plus 500 million. The source of the funds has been transferred in batches to the account in the host's name through a secure channel. Jang Chang was in a good mood as he watched Zhou Hao show his loyalty. Let's go, let me see what qualifications this Huang family has to dare look down on my chosen one. P.S. The debut showtime is determined, Friday update to 100,000 words, Saturday debut burst 20,000 words. In the future, the daily update of 10,000 starts. Please support more. Author's words. Yesterday's income was $4 more than the day before, very happy, thank you to the readers who rewarded yesterday, thank you for your support. I will work harder to bring a good storyline for everyone to enjoy. Chapter 52 Strong Visit. Since the decision has been made, Jang Chang is no longer dragging it out, settle it earlier, and start it earlier. Starting it. Under Zhou Evening Ching's expectant gaze, the two disappeared in front of the door. In the Lamborghini car, Jang Chang sat on the co-pilot with his eyes closed, while Zhou Hao acted as the driver, concentrating on driving the car. Mr. Jiang, in fact, in Jieqi's family, it was her grandfather who was holding the reins, and the one who reacted the most was also him. As for Jieqi's parents, there were actually no emotions. Zhou Hao drove the car and explained some of the situations within the Huang family for Jang Chang. Huang Wangzhou, when the construction of a small company from nothing, these years, if not relying on Song, their market share has long been annexed by some of my partners, small characters, make a fuss. You and Huang Jieqi's parents' relationship is certainly cannot make too stiff, but they are not in the Huang family is not a direct line, so there is not much right to speak, the belonging to the Huang family is actually not big, you do not have to worry. Jang Chang analyzed the stakes for him in a calm and self-assured manner. Huang Jieqi's father was technically just the son born to Huang Wangzhou's mistress outside that year. Because his wife's third child was a female, the patriarchal Huang Wangzhou took Huang Jieqi's father back despite anyone's objections. After 2 years, Huang Wangzhou's wife finally gave birth to a son. Huang Jieqi's father was sidelined. Until now, he only had a modest position in the construction company. Zhou Hao secretly memorized these details, and for Jang Chang, he had a deeper perception at the moment. He knew too much, so much that some people felt abnormal. You were not even sure of the length of this man, somewhat unfathomable. Let people die for him to do things, and always keep a wisp of awe for him in the bottom of the heart. Drove close to half an hour's car, soon arrived at the Huang family where the villa neighborhood, due to drive a Lamborghini over, all the way unimpeded to the Huang family villa outside. Looking at the not-too-small villa in front of him, Jang Chang couldn't help but smile. In the Magic City, this villa is even a small and medium-sized villa, the selling price will not be more than 50 million. I really don't know what Huang Wangzhou thinks, even his people dare to refuse. Inside the villa, someone saw the Lamborghini parked outside the door and quickly ran out. A youth stood at the outer entrance and saw Zhou Hao standing outside the car, and Jang Chang sitting inside the car calmly smoking. It's you again? Still here for what? The youth put away his envious gaze and looked at Zhou Hao and asked with a frown. Before Zhou Hao could say anything, inside the co-pilot, Jang Chang spoke out coldly, "Tell Huang Wangzhou that Jang Chang is looking for him." When the youth heard this, his face changed, and his voice immediately changed, "You wait a moment." After that, he quickly ran into the villa to inform Huang Wangzhou. Not long after, the youth came out and said, "Jang Chang, my grandfather asked you to go in." Jang Chang laughed. It is true that the fallen phoenix is not as good as a chicken, a small Huang family. If it was before, Huang Wangzhou would have rushed out to meet. Getting out of the car, Jang Chang did not care, raised his head, "Go." Youth looked at his appearance, could not help but curse inwardly. Bankrupt still pretend a chicken hair ah. The youth led the way in front. The villa is small, at least for Jang Chang is very small, 700 or 800 square feet or so. Once inside the door, North American style decoration hall, a hair thinning, face age spots all over. The old man smiled and said, Jiang always come from afar, do not know what to do? Jang Chang did not care. Under the gaze of several members of the Huang family, calmly sat opposite the old man. Zhou Hao consciously stood behind him, his gaze leveled at the crowd without any stage fright. I heard that my partner and Elder Huang's granddaughter are in love and want to be together, but Elder Huang is a bit unhappy about it. I came here this time to ask Master Huang if the bride price wasn't enough, or if my partner Zhou Hao wasn't good enough. Jang Chang crossed his legs, his angular face revealing a touch of coldness. Huang Wangzhou's face changed slightly, quickly returned to normal and smiled. No, it's just that my granddaughter is already married, so she can't. Oh. Jang Chang snorted, bullshit? Now still play that old-fashioned set of it? Call out the parties involved, it is better to ask clearly face to face. For these people who dare to play tricks with themselves, Jang Chang never has a good temper. Hearing such unceremonious words from Jang Chang, a trace of anger flashed in Huang Wangzhou's eyes, but it was still suppressed by him. As for the Huang clan's direct descendants on the side, each and every one of them expressed their anger on their faces. The contemporary chairman of the Huang clan, that is, Huang Wangzhou's youngest son, was just about to get angry, but was interrupted by a wave of Huang Wangzhou's hand. Qingxian, go and call your elder brother and his family over. Hearing this, Huang Qingxian could only suppress his anger towards Jang Chang and answered in a deep voice, Yes, father. After saying that, he made a phone call on the side. Father told your family to hurry over. As the words fell, Huang Qingxian directly hung up the phone. After waiting for almost 20 minutes, Huang Jieqi's family of 3 hurriedly walked into the villa. Looking in front of them, the important full-fledged members of the Huang family gathered, and their daughter's boyfriend Zhou Hao was also there. Huang Jieqi's parents' faces changed wildly, they felt that things seemed a little bad. Waiting for all the relevant people to wait until they were all together, Jang Chang also didn't let anyone have the chance to open their mouths to speak first. Directly looking at Huang Jieqi, he asked, Miss Jieqi, do you have a marriage contract? Huang Jieqi's appearance was not bad, although she was not particularly beautiful, but she had a kind of small family temperament. At this moment, she was at a loss, and when she heard Jang Chang's question, she decisively replied, no. At that moment, Jang Chang nodded, his gaze returned to Huang Wangzhou, looked at him with a smile, and said with that warm jade-like voice, Master Huang, lying is not a right choice. Chapter 53, $100 million bride price? Being dismantled by Jang Chang, Huang Wangzhou's face didn't look good, coldly snorted, Humph, Mr. Jiang, this is our Huang family's family affairs, who my granddaughter married, it seems that it's not your turn to make the decision, right? Huang Wangzhou's displeased color showed on his face, and there was some coldness in his gaze towards Jang Chang. Yes, but Huang Jieqi also has the right to decide who she wants to marry, why don't you ask? Jang Chang didn't care about his thoughts and said indifferently. A Huang family was not worth his concern. Miss Jieqi, let me ask you, do you want to be with Zhou Hao? Jang Chang smiled as he looked at Huang Jieqi, who was standing on the sidelines, standing uneasily. After Huang Jieqi's family of 3 arrived at the villa's hall, they were standing in a position that was not close to anyone. Moreover, when Jang Chang looked at the other Huang family members, the gazes they looked at Huang Jieqi's family of 3 were not friendly, it was obvious that they were ostracized in this family. After all, they were born from Huang Wangzhou's affair back then, when he was playing mistress. Compared to those of them who had a proper identity, they were the first to be ostracized in a situation where the entire Huang family did not have much in the way of family wealth. Huang Jieqi looked up at Zhou Hao's expectant gaze, and remembering that her parents had done so much for this Huang family, and in the end, they were still ostracized, she quickly gritted her teeth and stood out. Mr. Jiang, I want to be with Hao. As soon as the words fell, someone from the Huang family immediately spoke out to rebuke them. Unbridled, Huang Jieqi, don't forget, you are still a member of the Huang family, what your grandfather told you yesterday you have forgotten, right? Huang Qingzhong, don't control your daughter. Don't you know who you are? Be careful, father will tell you to get out of the Huang family. Huang Jieqi's words drew a big reaction, as her aunts and uncles spoke out angrily. The honest and loyal-looking Huang Qingzhong's face was also a bit unsightly after being chided by the crowd, but more than that, he was still dissatisfied with the Huang family. Sister, Jieqi was never raised here in the first place, let her decide on the happiness she wants, what exactly are you guys repeatedly blocking for? Have I not done enough for the Huang family over the years? Are these credits not even enough to change my daughter's happiness? Huang Qingxiong immediately cursed at his words. He had no respect for his big brother. Huang Qingxiong, don't forget, you are a member of the Huang family. If not for the resources of our Huang family, what credit can you have? Huang Qingxiong's face kept changing. Beside him, his wife pulled the corner of his coat and slowly shook her head.
It is impossible to fight.
Jang Chang sat in his chair and watched the group of people accusing Huang Qingxiong as if they were shrews, the smile on his face unchanged.
Behind him, Zhou Hao was secretly anxious inside. Coming here today might make the whole situation even worse. Master Huang, in that case, let's not make any arguments. How about $5 million, as Zhou Hao's bride price?
Jiang Chang said with narrowed eyes. 5 million, my Huang family isn't lacking that. Huang Wangzhou similarly narrowed his eyes and refused without half a hesitation. Jiang Chang spoke in a shocking manner, so how about $100 million?
At once, everyone was shocked. $100 million.
Their entire Huang clan group only had a market capitalization of $1 billion, and I'm afraid that the cash in the Huang family's hands over the years was only about $200 million. This Jiang Chang directly raised the bride price to one half of the entire Huang family, leaving everyone shocked and speechless. Even Zhou Hao was similarly stunned, but what followed was a touch of deep emotion. With Mr. Jiang holding himself in such high regard, he was completely at a loss as to what he could take to repay him.
The smile on Huang Wangzhou's old face jerked. Mr. Jiang, are you sure? To be honest, his heart was moved.
Jiang Chang nodded. Of course Jiang Chang, am sure of my words, only.
This 100 million is for Miss Jiuqi's parents.
Greed suddenly flooded the faces of the Huang family members as they looked at Huang Qingzhong's disoriented appearance and said sorrowfully. Huang Qingzhong, you've been living in our Huang family for so many years, so you can take this 100 million and put it on the Huang family's public accounts. Right, your family ate our Huang family with our Huang family. This 100 million dowry money should also be taken out to cash out the number.
If you agree, your family's name, I think father will let you into the Huang family genealogy.
Huang Qingzhong looked at their greedy face. Decades of aggression burst out. He was ostracized from childhood. Even the name did not enter the Huang family tree. His daughter is even more. He relies on working in Huang's group. Take the few $1,000s salary a little bit to provide out. And these people who live in a favorable environment have no interactions at all. Looking at their disgusting face, Huang Qingzhong, this honest half-life, at this moment broke out. Don't even think about this 100 million dowry. Jiuqi's happiness is not for you people to decide. Before Huang Qingzhong finished speaking, Huang Wangzhou, who was in the upper seat, shouted angrily.
How dare you? Huang Qingzhong, do you still have the Huang family in your eyes? Do you have me as your father?
If you dare to violate my words again, your family will be out of my Huang family. Huang Qingzhong's face stiffened. At this moment, he only felt that his father was incomparably unfamiliar. All the relatives around him looked at them as if they were looking at an outsider. He had adhered to filial piety for decades, and Huang Wangzhou had told him to do whatever he wanted for decades. The Huang family disliked him, so he moved out as an adult. The company he created was ordered by Huang Wangzhou to be merged into the Huang clan, with his rights handed over, and he likewise did not object.
Nowadays.
Huang Qingzhong suddenly laughed loudly, and as he laughed, tears suddenly fell from his eyes.
Since this is the case, then I, Huang Qingzhong, will no longer be a member of this Huang family.
From today onwards, I Huang Qingzhong will no longer be your Huang family. You are no longer my father. My mother was critically ill. You never went to see a glance. I did not complain to you. You want me to build a company from nothing. I also did not have a half a word of complaint, directly to your son Huang Qingxiong. Now, my daughter's happiness you also want to use in exchange for benefits. I cannot do.
Today, I will not be the son.
Huang Qingzhong's angry roar resounded throughout the hall, cursing all the Huang family members into confusion. They hadn't thought that Huang Qingzhong, the person who had always bowed down before them and obeyed in every way, would dare to disobey their orders today.
Huang Qingzhong, you white-eyed.
After freezing, Huang Qingxiong reacted, pointing at his big brother and wanting to start cursing, but he was mercilessly interrupted.
Roll. You uneducated waste, back then when my company was handed over to you, you kicked out my brothers and friends, an emerging potential company, made a mess by you in less than 3 months, you have the face to talk.
At this moment, Huang Qingzhong's eyes were covered in blood, looking at his brother and cursing angrily.
Jang Chang looked at this scene and didn't feel that what he did was wrong.
Standing up from his chair, he clapped his hands and said with a smile as he walked away, "Very good, Mr. Huang Qingzhong, right?
I wonder, if I take this $100 million to you, do you have the confidence to establish a new construction company within 2 weeks?"
The moment Huang Qingzhong turned against the Huang family, Jang Chang's purpose of coming here this time has been achieved.
P.S.
There are still 2 days, and then press 2 days to update. and then every day is 10,000 start day. 100,000 words, there will be a wonderful climax. You can boldly guess what interesting things will appear at the cocktail party. The author has something to say in the I would like to say to you all, you can go to see it. Oh. The author has something to say. I hope you won't find it offensive after all. I think it's my personal understanding that villains still need to have some purpose for what they do. So far, my villain's purpose should also not let the readers greatly produce too much resentment if the pace may be slow a little, but I think it's okay this. Chapter 54 Look at you springing. Jang Chang came up with $100 million is to give the bride price on behalf of Zhou Hao? No. What he gave was the man Huang Qingzhong. Instead of letting him and the Huang clan continue to stoop to their level, it was better to detonate the grievances he had suffered over the years. In the Huang clan, Huang Qingzhong was no different from a stranger. His father didn't treat him well, and everyone else treated him like an outsider. Simply because he was born of a mistress. In these rich families, a mistress? That's a plaything. A son is no different from an ordinary man. To make peace with a family that sees the wind in their sails, it's better to just support one with strength. Playing with the Huang family is no better than supporting someone they despise to rise to the top and become bigger than them. Huang Qingzhong froze when he heard Jang Chang's words. Not only him, even everyone present froze. A bankrupt person who wanted to support a construction company? A fool's dream? Such a sentence drifted involuntarily through the minds of all the members of the Huang family. Jang Chang, are you telling a joke? The construction market in Magic City has been saturated for a long time, so what else are you going to support? Laughing dead. Huang Qingxiang reacted and directly laughed in contempt. In his opinion, Jang Chang was simply being funny. Their Huang family had been operating in the construction industry for many years, and had been in a stable state in Magic City. Where would they go to grab market share by building a new company? Jang Chang glanced at him and faintly said, "Stupid. This kind of idiot really does not have half a brain. If not, Huang Wangzhou was still alive, relying on his kind of brain to support the company, not relying on Song's words, would have filed for bankruptcy." Huang Qingzhong said with some hesitation, "Mr. Jiang, you don't know the market of the construction industry in Magic City. There is no problem to create a company, but the business." It wasn't that he doubted Jang Chang, but there was really no way to believe it. You only need to make sure that you establish a company within 2 weeks and can find stable suppliers to work with, and I will have the ability to let you open up the market. Jang Chang waved his hand and said. Zhou Hao sniffed and thoughtfully recalled what Jang Chang had said to himself. If the notice really came down. Then. Zhou Hao hurriedly said, "Uncle Huang, you answer Mr. Zhang's question first, and I'll talk to you about something later." Watching them talk as if no one else was there, Huang Wangzhou's face became increasingly ugly. Just now, Jang Chang was completely playing with himself, even trying to get him to kick Huang Qingzhong out of the Huang family. "Huang Qingzhong, I'm going to ask you one last time, are you sure you want me to kick your family out of the Huang clan, right?" Looking at his father on the first seat whom he had never dared to disobey, he said with a complicated expression, "Father, I want to ask you 2 questions. First, when my mom was critically ill back then, why didn't you go to the hospital to see her for the last time? Why didn't you take out a single penny to cure her? Obviously she had a chance to be cured, just because of the $200,000 of medical expenses you didn't even take out. Why is that? Secondly, over the years, have you ever considered me as a member of the Huang family? Before I split my account with you, have you ever recorded Zheqi's name in the family tree? What are we in your eyes?" 2 questions that could be answered without thinking at all, while Huang Wangzhou was silent for a while. Still not giving him an explanation. Seeing this, the last trace of hope in Huang Qingzhong's eyes finally dissipated, smiled bitterly and said, "I understand what you mean, what I have done all these years, in your eyes everything is a matter of course, and I am also just a junior born, completely unimportant." After saying that, Huang Qingzhong brought his wife and daughter, directly flopped down on the ground. In front of everyone, to Huang Wangzhou heavy kowtowed 3 times, head lowered to the ground, voice hoarse, said, "From today onwards, you and I, father and son, severance of justice, these years I do for the Huang family, including my company established back then, these enough to me to pay back the grace of your birth. You, Huang Wangzhou, are no longer my Huang Qingzhong's father. From today onwards, you are you, I am me, and I will not take a single cent of everything in the Huang family." After saying that, Huang Qingzhong stood up, never looking at this family that made his heart die again. The 3 of them left the villa without looking back. "Jang Chang, have you seen enough jokes? Today, our Huang family has not entertained you well, so please leave the Huang family." When Huang Qingzhong left, when Huang Wangzhou looked at Jang Chang, who was sitting on the side, looking unconcerned, his voice was cold, his walking stick hit the floor heavily, and he directly got up to leave. Huang Qingxiang, when he saw his elder brother cutting himself off from his father, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Next, the entire Huang family will be his. The Huang family only has one full-blooded male member left, and if he doesn't pass it on to himself, can his father still give it to someone who has cut himself off from his father-son relationship? After Huang Qingzhong left, Huang Qingxiang looked at Jiang Chang with his head held high and laughed disdainfully. Jiang Chang, go away, our Huang family won't send you away, you are not welcome here. The 7 or 8 members of the Huang clan who were still in the hall saw this scene and similarly let out a sneer. Hurry up and leave our Huang family, lest you pollute this place. A bankrupt rich second generation, also worthy of letting our Huang family give any face, hurry up and get out. No money, no power, but you're quite good at pretending. Hearing these undisguised mocking voices, Jiang Chang snorted, stupid family.
Do you really think you can't do anything to you? After a while, Huang Qingzhong cultivated, these people can still laugh out counting in Jiang Chang waste.
At this moment, in Jiang Chang's heart, he had already sentenced this Huang family to death.
Jiang Chang surfaced calm and relaxed, whispered, Zhou Hao, let's go. If he can't kill the Huang family next, he's incompetent. See you in the spring, and then see your face of despair as you walk step by step towards the abyss. P.S. I hope you can understand, because used to the layout of some things, so you do not want to write behind the avalanche the end of this plot, it should be to the outbreak. The real plot officially began. La beg click on the rush button now or always feel cool QAQ. Author's words. Beg rush beg small gift. Debut is about to come to the first show is coming. The first time I saw this, I was so happy to see you. Pressing so many days, I'm not happy with myself. Good what a hit people Chapter 55 The mouth to the old man put clean. Leave the villa, Jiang Chang said as he walked. Zhou Hao, the opportunity one have given you, cannot become, it all depends on you. That 100 million, I will transfer to your account, you take to your future father-in-law, construction company I must see. But this money is not unconditional to give out, 100 million, his construction company, I must hold 55% of the shares, the rest is considered to give you a wedding gift. Jiang Chang did not mean to unconditionally take out 100 million to relieve others. He can let Zhou Hao's old husband to participate in the next project, it is already very to Zhou Hao face. That 100 million, again, was only taken out of interest, and everything he gave would be with a purpose. Although it may not be much to earn, but a few 100 million more, it does not smell good? Even so, Zhou Hao was equally very grateful to look at Jiang Chang's back, confidently said, Jiang General, you can rest assured that I will not fail your expectations. In Zhou Hao's eyes, Jiang Chang gave enough, not only so trust themselves, will be the future of a huge potential enterprise to their own management, but also let themselves to support their own close friends, on the current everything he did, it is enough to let their own desperation to repay. Jiang Chang nodded and responded, well, hopefully in about 2 weeks, I'm going to see the beginnings of a company. Money, I'll hit you with 500 million first, and take out a total of 600 million to hand over to you, don't let me down, understand? Zhou Hao nodded solemnly, understood. Jiang Chang did not want to ask what he should do next. He only needed to make sure that Zhou Hao fully implemented his orders and completed them. There was no need to do everything himself when he had agreed to decentralize. As for the Huang family, that depends on Huang Qingzhong. This person will not suppress, mother junior born to the death of Huang Wangzhou did not go to see a glance, they cannot enter the genealogy, cut out of the Huang family and then in classmates and friends set up a new company, and then annexed, classmates and friends were kicked out of the game. If it is said that just such aggression has been pressed in the heart, after the outbreak of Huang Qingzhong did not fight back against the Huang family, then he really does not deserve to be a son of man. Anyway, Huang Qingxiang's last words, in Jiang Chang's mind, his Huang family is bound to go bankrupt. Zhou Hao drove back to the old housing area, and when he arrived upstairs, he repeatedly retained Jiang Chang to stay for dinner, but was politely refused by Jiang Chang. Your sister has gone out, you let me stay and eat with you? What are you thinking? Leaving Zhou Hao's house, Jang Chang drove to the Magic City College of Finance and Economics. The modified Lamborghini let out a roaring roar as it entered the college and found a parking place inside the school and stopped directly. Jiang Chang took out his cell phone and sent a message to Lin Qingyan, asking her to come out for a meal. Zhou Evening Qing hadn't waited for dinner, so he had to find someone to eat with him. The message was sent out and quickly received a reply from Lin Qingyan. It didn't take long for Jiang Chang to see a girl who seemed to be well dressed walking towards him. She was wearing a yellow-colored bustier dress with a white patterned short sleeve on top, looking very youthful and sweet. Clear and bright eyes, curved willow eyebrows, fair and flawless skin with a light red powder,
thin lips like rose petals delicate. Under the girl's curved willow eyebrows, those eyes are clear and beautiful, her fair and flawless face is permeated with a light red powder, and her thin lips seem to be coated with a bit of light-colored lipstick, so that people can't help but want to take a light bite on it. Watching the girl gradually walk over, a wisp of a smile gradually appeared on Jang Chang's angular, handsome, and extraordinary face, causing the girls passing by nearby to look dumbfounded all of a sudden. In fact, for Lin Qingyan, Jang Chang was still quite fond of her. A glance at her could make the mood a lot more pleasant. Jang Chang Sr., let's go, I'll treat you to dinner. Coming to Jang Chang's side, Lin Qingyan spread a smile and looked at Jang Chang with a hint of shyness in her gaze. After that scruff that had been hanging on his face was shaved off, Senior Jang Chang seemed to be getting more and more charming. Jang Chang smiled faintly. Qingyan, you are so delightful when you dress up. Hearing Jang Chang's last three words, Lin Qingyan couldn't help but blush. In the face of a compliment from a man with such a handsome temperament as Jang Chang, any girl would be moved. Get in the car, I see that you haven't been paid yet either, so I'll treat you to this meal today. After greeting, Jang Chang drilled into the car. Regardless of what he had experienced earlier, as long as he had a good-looking girl to eat with him, none of that mattered. Lin Qingyan hesitated for a moment, gently nodded her head and smiled, then I'll treat Senior when I get paid. She hadn't gone to work at the bar recently, and her salary hadn't been paid yet, so she only had a few $100s on hand. If this was a meal, it was estimated that it would break the bank by more than $200 again. Jang Chang smiled, not caring, and after Lin Qingyan got on the car, he started the car and drove towards a restaurant near the school. When they arrived at the entrance of the restaurant, they parked the car. Jang Chang led her into the restaurant. Looking at the restaurant that didn't have too many people, Jang Chang said to the waiter who came over, 2 people, just in the hall, find a seat by the window. The waiter brought the two to a table and took the menu for the two. After ordering, the two were just about to chat about something, when a mocking voice that made people couldn't help but frown rang out. Yo, our always cold and thrifty Lin Dashua, why are you suddenly willing to come to a high-class restaurant to eat? Hey, is this a big shot? Win the junior or chicken? Upon hearing this, Jang Chang's originally pleasant demeanor suddenly sank. The eyes swept violently to one end. Only to see a girl dressed in a flamboyant dress with a thickly painted face, looking in the direction of the two with a sneer on her face. Lin Qingyan's gaze darkened and she quickly said, Wanli, please speak with some respect, and also this is my friend. The girl named Wanli sneered, who knows if it's your boss or your big money, pretending to be so pure and thrifty in school, but in the end it's still not a pawn 3. She couldn't stand Lin Qingyan at school, she thought she was too good at pretending to be pitiful, and those rich second-generation guys happened to like her, which made Wanli jealous, so every time she had the chance she would madly taunt Lin Qingyan. Jang Chang's brows were furrowed. This woman spoke too freely, especially in this kind of occasion. No one with normal intelligence would say these words. At this time, a male voice also sounded. Lily, is this the school beauty of your class, Lin Qingyan? It's pretty to look at, but unfortunately, it's a bitch. Lin Qingyan was not good at arguing, and after being repeatedly satirized by the two men, her face suffocated and turned red. Yo, is this about to cry, tisk tsk, is the mental capacity of being a mistress so poor? Haha, Lin Qingyan, why don't you come and accompany me, give you 5,000 a night. Before the man could finish his sentence, a cup flew out of nowhere and smashed directly into his chest, bursting open. I'm not going to say anything, but I'm going to tell you to keep your mouth shut. A domineering voice resounded throughout the restaurant. P.S. Gio and then insist on a day to break out. I ask for small gifts to ask for hyped. The small author will work hard to code words, and strive to let you see the most cool plot to, in addition to click on the hyped button to see the ads, as long as the 10 seconds, the small author will have 5 cents extra income. Thank you. Chapter 56. Really want to hit people. The crowd looking for the sound of the look, and then they saw Jang Chang at the moment furious. This was the first time he was so angry, not for any other reason, just because these two people went to defame a girl recklessly in a public place. Especially since this was near a university town, most of the people who ate at this restaurant were students from the Magic City College of Finance and Economics. As the young man spoke more and more excessively, Jang Chang could no longer hold back. My people, are they also cats and dogs like you who can wantonly denigrate them? Picking up the goblet on the table, he threw it directly with his backhand without saying a word. The goblet impacted on the man's chest, broke, glass slag fell to the ground. The man frowned tightly, covering the chest toward Jang Chang roared, Who the hell are you? Want to die is not it? The people in the restaurant silently put down their hands, one by one sitting on the seat to watch what happened here. For people nowadays, spectating and watching the show is the most important thing. There were even several who didn't mind the drama and took out their cell phones to shoot from the sidelines. Jang Chang coldly glanced at him, and a never-before-seen sternness erupted out, causing the man in the center of the room to suddenly jerk. Standing up from his position, Jang Chang took a step towards the man. Beside the man, Wanli was originally still looking at Jang Chang in a daze, but when she saw him walking towards her boyfriend, her voice shrilled.
What do you want to do? We only said 2 words, do you still want to hit someone? In Wanli's opinion, what she had just said couldn't be more normal. This man was not a simple person by the way he was dressed. But her boyfriend was likewise a rich second generation. Looking back at Lin Xingyan, who was sitting on the chair, somewhat scared and cowering, Jang Chang took a deep breath. His eyes were bitter and his voice was cold. You're right, I really want to hit someone right now. The man sniffed and immediately said, which family are you from? Let me tell you, my cousin is Song Song Ching. If you dare to mess with me, I will make you not even be able to mix in the magic. Jang Chang froze at the words, then laughed. So it was the Hu family. This person couldn't be that cousin Hu Wenbin who had his legs broken by Song Chang himself and sent to Tian, right? Your name is Hu Wenbin. You know me?
Since you know my name, then hurry up and apologize to me on your knees, or else your family will wait for my Hu family's revenge. Seeing this, Hu Wenbin immediately became arrogant. Just now, when Jiang Cheng suddenly froze, in his opinion, it was entirely because he heard that he was a member of the Hu family and that's why he was scared. Jiang Cheng grinned, his speed steeply erupted, directly rushing to Hu Wenbin's near front. Dare to tell me to kneel down, you let Song Qing come over and ask him if he has the guts. Saying that, Jiang Cheng kicked Hu Wenbin, the huge force made directly kicked him backward and flew out, fell on the ground and screamed in pain. Seeing this scene, everyone in the restaurant was stunned. Their families were considered to be of some status, so they had naturally heard of the Hu family and the Song family. But they would never have imagined that after Hu Wenbin reported his family history, that handsome and extraordinary youth in a suit would still dare to lay his hands on him. My God, how big is he, not afraid of being retaliated by the Song family? Hey, if you ask me, it was a good fight. Hu Wenbin, this dog, relying on his own family history, in the school to bully some girls is not less. Wanli was stagnant for a while, until after hearing Hu Wenbin's extremely painful screams, she reacted with a jolt and hurriedly ran to Hu Wenbin to help him up. Wanli looked at Jiang Chang with a spiteful gaze. You're dead, you dare to hit Wenbin, you wait for revenge. But just said a few words about that bitch Lin Xingyan, how dare you do such a desperate thing? Jiang Chang continued to walk forward, looking at Wanli's ordinary face that could only score 7 even with makeup. He suddenly smiled. You know, I never thought I would want to hit a woman so much one day. Slap. Jiang Chang suddenly slapped heavily on Wanli's face that was covered in foundation, directly dazing her. Ah! You dare to hit me! Wanli was confused for a while, then she tried to rush up to tickle Jiang Chang, but he kicked her away. Clapping his hands in disgust, Jiang Chang returned his gaze to Hu Wenbin. What? Looking at me with this kind of look, is it because you think Song Qing can cure me? Hu Wenbin didn't even bother to look at Wanli, who was kicked away by Jiang Chang. Forcibly enduring the pain in his abdomen, he gritted his teeth and said, Who the hell are you? Jiang Chang just wanted to speak. Suddenly, the second floor of the Western restaurant hurriedly walked down a few figures. Damn, you downstairs to engage in demolition? Eat a meal to me to make noise to the second floor. When the people came down and saw this scene, the leader of the people first stood still for a moment, and then quickly rushed up. Brother Chang! Why are you here again? After Lu Feng saw Jiang Chang, he hurriedly dumped his little brother and quickly dashed over, thinking that Jiang Chang had come to find himself to meet the big brother again. When he saw Hu Wenbin lying at Jiang Chang's feet, he couldn't help but ask, Brother Chang, who is this bastard let you personally beat up? Since following Jiang Chang to see the world, Lu Feng no longer dared to call Jiang Chang by name, but began to call him Brother Chang. Jiang Chang smiled lightly. Song Qing's cousin, Hu Wenbin of the Hu family. Hu family? Lu Feng murmured, then remembered, that day Jiang Chang told Wu Long that the person who killed his wife is not the Hu family. That day, he had seen for the first time how terrifying the former underground big brother was when he was angry. That killing intent. TSK. It was also after that day that their Lu family and Wu Long suddenly made up. Their own old man and Wu Long were talking to each other, and that feeling, it was almost like they were worshipping each other. Looking at Hu Wenbin, who fell on the ground, Lu Feng suddenly grinned. Brother Chang, this bastard is also worth your hands. Leave it to me. As long as he is still in the finance and economics college one day, I have plenty of ways to fix him. In the Magic City College of Finance and Economics, although Lu Feng does not do some bullying things, but the fact that he is a school bully but no one dares to deny. There was once a high self-esteem. His family owns a company with a market value of more than $10 billion. Of the rich second generation messed with him, and finally froze by him to break his legs, forcing him to drop out of school. Lu Feng, on the other hand, was half-hearted, which established him as the school bully. Jang Chang smiled. It was still quite a relief to have such a knowledgeable little brother around. Although Hu Wenbin, who was lying on the ground, didn't know Jang Chang, he knew this senior in school bully who was 1 year higher than himself. Even with his cousin Song Qing's identity, I'm afraid he would have to give Lu Feng face. When he heard Lu Feng's words that were like an offering, cold sweat rubbed off. Brother Feng, my cousin is Song Qing, please look at my cousins. Roll, look at Nima let your cousin over, see if he dares to say to me to give him a face. In the face of Jang Chang, Lu Feng was polite and not half-tempered, but as soon as this guy Hu Wenbin spoke, Lu Feng immediately became vicious. This guy to you, as long as he dares to show up in school once, you give me to the death, out of the way. Saying that, Jang Chang paused for a moment and then inexplicably laughed. You find Wu Long to cover, just say that you slaughtered the seed of the Hu family, to ensure that he will die to protect you. Right, and that woman next to you, before she withdraws from school, give me a good greeting as a consequence of her bitchy mouth. Jang Chang said mercilessly. Not caring in the slightest that this is a hall, there is no need for him to explain, Lu Feng will naturally solve it. Okay. Lu Feng painfully answered. After giving his instructions, Jang Chang returned to the table and looked at Lin Qingyan, who had tears in her eyes, and revealed an elegant smile. I'm sorry, this meal has made you unhappy, let's go, I'll take you somewhere else to eat. Lin Qingyan shook her head, wiped her eyes, her complexion already had a hint of wariness and fear, and softly said, Senior Jiang Chang, no need, I'll just go back to school first. Jiang Chang naturally saw the emotions in her eyes and nodded lightly, okay, I will send you back. As he left, Jiang Chang glanced at the two guys who had spoiled his good deed. It was not easy for himself to let Lin Qingyan drop her guard against him and have the beginnings of intimacy, but this is good, suddenly they spoiled it. This was good, the good mood that had been built up so easily today was instantly consumed. The restaurant was silent, not a single person dared to speak out. It wasn't until after the two left that the restaurant let out a coaxing noise. Crap. It turned out that the one just now was Jiang Chang. President Jiang Chang My former idol, I didn't realize that Hu Wenbin messed with him and dared to make him kneel down. This is the end of him, no one can protect him in school. One by one, they gloated and flicked their eyes to Hu Wenbin and Wan Li. Hu Wenbin's face turned white, he knew that he would have to graduate early, he had messed with two people he couldn't afford to mess with. As for Wan Li, that woman who came from an ordinary family but was super jealous, she was filled with fear. At this moment, only two words floated in her mind. Finished. After watching Jiang Chang drive away in his own car, Lu Feng turned his gaze towards the two and grinned, pretty bold, Hu Wenbin right, go, we have a handful of business we want to talk to you about. Sending Lin Qingyan back to school, along the way Jiang Chang did not feel the presence of that relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. How depressing. As he was preparing to go back to the villa, his cell phone suddenly rang. Picking up the phone, when he saw the caller ID person, Jiang Chang's depression was swept away again and smiled as he answered the call. Hello, Miss Su, what is it that you are looking for me? Is it because you miss me? The cell phone loudspeaker came Su Yao's voice like a yellow warbler coming out of the valley. Jiang Chang, are you still going to the Song family reception tomorrow? Su Yao didn't have any intention to talk to him, she was concise and straight to the point. Jiang Chang heard, the smile on his face more. I'll pick you up tomorrow night. Hanging up the phone, he looked at the Magic City College of Finance and Economics in the rearview mirror. Finally, it has begun. P.S. 3,000 words chapter, this chapter feels written in a hurry, not very satisfied, the characters and emotional rendering portrayal are not in place, very dissatisfied. But in order not to water the word count, it's better to fix it as soon as possible. Preparing for 100,000 words. The last chapter before the 100,000 words will be updated this afternoon. Start the new plot. Everyone this chapter will just watch, really feel inappropriate. The comments section tell me, I rewrite a chapter to modify the thank you all the way to support the readers greatly. Chapter 57 Fish Farming Daily Life. In Magic City, the bright and powerful families had heard that the Song family was organizing a reception to celebrate Song Yunqing's cure for his persistent illness. For all the wording, they didn't believe it. The Song family was organizing a reception for this matter? Impossible. There had to be something else going on, or else they would have invited numerous families with outstanding status to attend as well?
And it wasn't even an ordinary reception. The ones that could receive the invitation were almost all families that had a not so small amount of power in the Magic City, and some families with assets over $1 billion weren't even invited. Out of these curiosities, the well-informed families seemed to know that the reason why the Song family was doing this seemed to be to introduce the divine doctor who had treated Song Yuncheng. After ascertaining this news, those elderly people who were in somewhat poor health and all the families had asked to go to the Song family reception. Ordinary people still cherished their lives wanting to be healthy. Not to mention those of them who held high positions and possessed countless riches. Naturally, they were even more reluctant to let themselves go like this, and they valued it more than anyone else. Spending hundreds of millions of dollars to treat a persistent disease so that their own body more healthy, they are very happy to spend this money. Also grasping the minds of these people, the Song family likewise did not come out to refute. They wanted this effect. Song Yuncheng, this old thing, I don't know where he found such a divine doctor. If this person really has that much ability, in the future, the vast majority of families in the Magic City will owe them a favor. Within the Su family, Su Hanhai frowned, looking at Su Yao who was sitting on the side without speaking, and let out a light sigh. Fortunately, if his granddaughter could catch Jang Chang, then there was no need to be particularly worried. Yaoer, Jang Chang, did he agree to participate with you? Su Hanhai asked in a pleasant manner. Su Yao sniffed and nodded, her eyes flickered for a moment, and she replied softly, he said that he would come over to pick me up later. That's good. Su Hanhai breathed a sigh of relief. Although he wasn't clear about Jang Chang's movements at the moment, he was also afraid that he would suddenly rise up and break away from his control. However, as long as Jang Chang was caught by his granddaughter, then there was no need to worry too much. It's just that what he didn't know was that Su Yao didn't tell Su Hanhai about what she saw in the restaurant that day. Moreover, she also vaguely sensed that Jang Chang's attitude was changing. Originally, she thought that he would be controlled by herself, but at the back, Su Yao gradually realized that she was the one being toyed with by Jang Chang. The next morning, an earthquake occurred in the underground forces of Magic City. Of the three major forces in the Magic City underground forces, Wulong had the most seniority but was ranked second, while the third was Wang Hu, who was trained by Song Chang. But last night, Wulong discarded the fastest money-coming industry in his hand overnight. It's worth $2 billion. Guaranteed. Seeing this, Wang Hu directly swallowed it, with a huge appetite that shocked all the underground forces. While the first power, Magic City's underground queen Zhang Hongyan did not make any moves, as if she did not react. So far, among the three major forces in Magic City, Wang Hu successfully squeezed Wulong out and ranked second. No one could shake the first Zhang Hongyan. After the start of the new century, with the increasing development, those former underground forces have long since dissipated. The old generation is almost dead, did not survive, also sat in jail for life, washed ashore, became successful entrepreneurs, such as Lu Feng family. Development is getting better and better. For security, the above is also a strict grasp of the crackdown. The entire Magic City can no longer come out of the year that kind of unification of the underground forces of the Godfather level characters. As long as one does not cross the line, basically no one to move them. Mr. Jiang, your requirements I have done all last night. In their view, my behavior last night is to show weakness. Everything was given to that guy Wang who was is. On the phone, Wulong and Jang Chang explained the matters of last night. Jang Chang was lying on the bed with his back against the soft pillows, making a phone call and looking at the computer at the same time. Jang Chang slowly said, well, do a good job, the next you will be under the hands of all the unclean things are dealt with. Should let a person to cover the bag, let a person to cover the bag. Remember, the treatment of the person to give enough, do not hurt that little money, so as to avoid future changes, understand. Find those older, family pressure underlings, and then give enough money, let them carry all the things, do not be the Song family people find a handle. For these arrangements, Zhang Changsure experienced thoughtful, to help Wulong White, the same also want to avoid themselves to get into some unnecessary trouble. On the other end of the phone, Wulong nodded solemnly and said, yes, I understand. Concerning his own whitewashing, for the sake of revenge, for the sake of his son, he did not half slacken. Moreover, as long as he hugged Zhang Chang's thigh, did he still worry that he wouldn't be able to earn this money back? Now these money, he is not comfortable with it, afraid that one day it will be checked. Zhang Chang satisfied, understand, do what I explained to you, you will not regret. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Hanging up the call, Zhang Chang gazed at the computer and could not help but smile. People always will not be satisfied with the status quo, that the desire of the heart is not filled. Firmly grasp this, no one in the world is not in control. Interests of the fight, even if it breaks the head, but as long as you see the two sides to cooperate to get higher profits, how much hatred can be dissolved.
White and bony fingers gently landed on the laptop's enter key, and the web page quickly popped up a pop-up window.
Transfer successful. Relationships, everything is built on benefits. Creating benefits, of course, cannot be separated from the payment.
Closing the laptop, Jang Chang picked up his cell phone again and flipped through it, sending messages to several female leads, and after teasing them for a while, he sent a WeChat to Lu Feng. Fish farming daily life. Today, still continue to keep chatting with the girls, Lin Xingyan, because of those two idiots. Today I am a little cold, but it's okay, the opportunity is still there, Xingyan girl cannot escape. In addition, and Su Qingying relationship has no progress, she is completely immune to their network ambiguous method. It seems to have to find an opportunity, so that the little cousin to create a little chance for the two of us to meet again. Otherwise I can't see the depth of her. Evening arrangements, and Yao's sister to go to the Song family, quite good, and Can and Yao's sister to make friends, otherwise these days cold, a little strange, embarrassed. Today's summary: the relationship with the sisters has not progressed much. Putting down the pen in his hand, Jang Chang looked at the fish farming diary he had recorded for several days and nodded with satisfaction. A rater's daily routine on female main characters. At night, Jang Chang, dressed in a tuxedo, came to the garage and drove the Aston Martin DBS in the direction of Su Yao's villa. P.S. Damn, the last paragraph as a relaxation. I'll learn more in the future. The last whispered question: readers greatly hope that I get a June sheep? This is also the last chapter before the debut. La tomorrow start, not pressure la. I'm not going to press it tomorrow. Chapter 58: Bootlicking Song Chang. Outside Su Yao's villa. Jang Chang's car was parked beside the road outside the villa, smoking a cigarette, his eyes looking inside the villa. Not long after, Su Yao was wearing a one-shoulder-long evening gown. This evening gown perfectly showed Su Yao's collarbone. The slightly curled light brown hair had been carefully hairstyled, making Su Yao look very moving. The exquisite small feet, set with a pair of crystal high heels, looked very elegant. On that exquisite and incomparable face, light makeup was applied, and even though she did not show any expression, a touch of nobility and elegance could still be felt from her. A strand of surprise flashed in Jang Chang's eyes. Su Yao's dressing this way really made people can't help but be moved.
The temperament is full. Sure you want to drive over by yourself?
Looking at Jang Chang's car, Su Yao's eyebrows slightly knitted as she said softly. Jang Chang shook his head and said, "No, I just came over to put the car here with you." Soon, after seeing the two people appear, a black and white twin-colored Rolls-Royce Phantom worth $15 million not far away, drove over in their direction. Stopping in front of the two, the driver quickly ran out of the car and opened the door for the two. His eyes looked towards Su Yao, who then got into the car. When Jang Chang got into the car, the driver closed the door, then drove and ran to the driver's seat to sit down. After all, both of them were at the level of $100 billion president, and then go to attend the same level of luxury wine party, even if he didn't particularly have a sense of formality, the same way they couldn't drive themselves. The status position was there. Even worse, as the head of a business, how could they not drive? The driver, on the other hand, was Jang Chang's former driver, having gone through his cheap father who died and his bankruptcy fiasco. Lying at home for the day today, Jang Chang re-auctioned his former Rolls-Royce back and asked the driver to go and drive it over. At the same time, inside a manor under the Song clan that was specially designed to hold a party for the rich and powerful. It was brightly lit at the moment, and from time to time, a luxury car and supercar drove in. Some of them were company presidents who had received invitations and rushed here, or elderly people who were deeply powerful but had some physical problems that couldn't be cured. There were also some elite rich second-generation people who had come purely to attend the party. All in all, those who could come here tonight were all top upper-class people. Perhaps it was thought that there was no such thing as upper and lower classes in society, but there was indeed a gap between your poor and rich, and between the rich and the wealthy, the gap was even greater. Inside the manor house, Song Chang was wearing a suit and sitting on the sofa with Yi Tian talking about things. It looked very pleasant. "Brother Yi, many of the people who came here today could be aiming at your name, and there are quite a few who came to find you in the past few days," Song Ching said with a smile. For Song Ching and the entire Song family, these few days had seen more VIPs come than in the past year. Some clans whose power was only half a step lower than the Song family had likewise acted far too politely than before when they came to them. And the one who brought all of this to their Song family was Yi Tian, who was sitting in front of him in a cloudy manner. For the first time, Song Ching felt what it meant to have absolute strength. Even one person could be comparable to a powerful family. Yi Tian had nicely shown him this example. There was actually no need to make such a big deal out of it. Yi Tian was also a little bit excited. After all, he had earned quite a bit from treating those in high positions and top rich businessmen in the past few days. The important thing was to harvest a bunch of favors. As more and more people were healed, Yi Tian's medical skills also became very skillful. This was because the healing miracle scripture passed down not only medical skills, but also the senses of healing the sick and saving people, and as he saved people, these senses would gradually reveal themselves. The body's functions would also become better and better under the true chi enhancement of this wonder scripture. Ye brother, this you do not understand. Now organizing a reception, it seems a little high profile, but also let your fame resonate throughout the magic city upper awe. At that time, who does not know that you are the god of reincarnation of medicine? After all, some of the illnesses you've treated these days, but even the imperial physicians of Zongnanhai are unable to do anything about them. The more he spoke, the more excited Song Qing became. It was as if all these honors were his, but in his opinion, as long as he made a good relationship with Yi Tian, no matter what he did in the future, he would be able to have an incomparably smooth ride, and even if he took over the Song family, with Yi Tian's connections, he would be able to have the confidence to make the Song family go even further in his hands. After these few days together, Song Qing also sensed that Yi Tian seemed to have different thoughts about his sister. The imperial doctors of Zongnanhai are not comparable to a newcomer like me, they are all seniors who have been immersed in Chinese medicine for decades. Listening to Song Qing kissing his own ass, Yi Tian had a smile in his eyes and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Although he said that he had to keep a low profile, there was no way around it if someone wanted him to keep a high profile. Anyway, for him, Mordor could only be considered a springboard. A booster tool for him to jump to a higher level, compared to the entire Dragon Kingdom and the entire world. Magic City could only be considered a cornerstone. Only by entering that Kyoto and gaining a foothold down there would he be considered to be standing at the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom. No, the achiever is the teacher, brother Yi, you should not question your own excellence. Song Qing waved his hand repeatedly and praised Yi Tian, that good words were a bunch after a bunch. After saying that, Song Qing suddenly approached Yi Tian and said mysteriously, moreover, I heard that today there will be an old man with a horrible identity who will come. Author's words. Ooh, it's so hard, I'm so excited that I'm losing sleep, and the result is an Ouroboros, my mind is fried. Chapter 59 Floating Song Chang. As time passes, the parking area of the Villa Manor is already full of luxury cars, supercars. Even the asphalt road outside the manor is parked in a long line. It could be seen how many luxury families had been attracted to this not too prestigious reception. Many people wanted to meet the little divine doctor who had been rumored to be a god recently. Those who came to the reception might not have any major illnesses, but they still had some minor ailments that had accumulated over the years. Like what? Back pain, headache, chest tightness, and the main thing is kidney deficiency. Less vital energy. Because they had all heard that the Song family's little miracle doctor had recently cured a tycoon who had been seeking a child for many years without success. They also heard that the tycoon's wife was originally dissatisfied with him, but that night, there were cries of alarm, and the maid who came to clean the next day saw that the tycoon's wife was walking with a limp. After this news spread, it immediately made the entire Magic City mansion circle boiling. The young people were even more attracted to it. With the ability to add, they do not say knight to defend 10, at least they can also knight to defend 2 without waste pain. The Song family is still thriving. Song Yunqing only son, only of Song Qing and Song Yue father one person, but his brothers are quite a lot, are the year together with the business of the same brothers, open branch are quite good. The Su family, which was hostile to them, also had quite a number of direct line members, except that the only one whose offspring stood out was Su Yao's daughter, and the rest were basically second generation people who were just waiting to die. Compared to them, Jang Chang's family can be said to be shabby to the extreme. From his grandfather's generation is the only seedling, there is no relatives, at most, is the mother's family. Seeing the large villa manor inside and outside people walking around, those invited waiters also gradually became busy. Waiting for the back, those status or not too low status of the rich second generation came. Song Qing also personally walked out to meet, take them around. Talking and laughing, the topic is invariably which to make money, they have invested in those industries have good returns. Rich second generation is not all brainless, the vast majority of the family style is strict, from childhood contact is also a higher elite education, for investment stocks and funds futures these are incomparable understanding. Because they have stood at the end of other people's lives from the moment they were born. Young Song, will that miracle doctor from your Song family show up tonight? Can you introduce me to him then? A rich second generation with a tall glass in his hand and an unrivaled air of confidence looked at Song Qing and asked with a smile. That's good, we also want to meet this legendary divine doctor and see if we can ask for a prescription. It doesn't matter if you want a prescription, that thing of yours is all over the place. Haha, when it was carried out in a room, Luo Xiao's speed can stun us, my damn pants have not finished taking off, he has already wiped up there. A group of people laughed and walked, in their world, in addition to learning to make money and participate in various social gatherings, the rest of the hobbies, that is that. Which one of them hadn't all performed the 100-man slaying? Song Chang smiled as he heard, "Bai Shao, don't worry, the Divine Doctor will come over later, I still have a good friendship with Divine Dr. Yi." Speaking of this, Song Chang was still very confident. This was because he was the one responsible for leading Yi Tian to meet various tycoons in these few days, including his itinerary, which was all arranged by himself. In order to expand his network during this time, he didn't even go over to his clubhouse much. He just explained to Li Ruei and Wang Hu to pay attention to the point to come, and then never to pay attention to it, and put his whole heart on Yi Tian. And Song Yuncheng also intends to let him more contact with Yi Tian, how to say is also his own grandson. He laid down a large song, cannot give to their other brother's offspring. The young man who was called Bai Shao by Song Chang also smiled at his words. "That's good, when the time comes, Song Shao can introduce me to Sima. After all, my old man's body you are also aware of, if it is really cured. Count me as the Bai family owing you a favor." At those words, the 7 or 8 rich second-generation present couldn't help but reveal their surprise. Song Chang was shaken. The Bai family was not an ordinary family, perhaps the wealth on the surface wasn't much, but the power he had come into contact with was by no means comparable to the Song family. And just now, he said that he owed himself a favor, not the Song family. Song Qing was in a good mood. With these words, how could he not let Brother Yi help himself for once? "Don't worry, Bai Shao, I'll talk to Brother Yi." Bai Fei smiled and nodded. In fact, he didn't hold much hope, but as a model of fatherly kindness and filial piety, he still chose to come and try his luck. A few people strolled around the manor, and when they returned to the manor, they found a few old men coming down from the Maybach in the Bentley, greeted by the middle-aged Song Yuncheng, and walked into the hall with smiles on their faces. Seeing this scene, several rich second generation could not help but envy Song Shao. It seems that after tonight, the status of the Song family can be further in the Magic City. "Mr. Song, if you are rich and powerful, don't forget each other. We at least had a girl together back then." Listening to the crowd patting their asses, Song Ching was also fluttering for a while. However, the next untimely words rang out, causing Song Ching's face to sink. "I heard that the Su family took Jang Chang away, and it seems like they intend to let him and Su Yao get married. Do you guys think the Su family will come over tonight? P.S. The sea, I am all water tomorrow climax." Chapter 60 Gathering Song's cocktail party thanks to the paper waving a small whip. Jang Chang he is now said to break the sky, but also is a son-in-law of a flunky, or is there still a qualification to be compared with us? Song Ching's face was a little unsightly and he snorted coldly. He was looked down upon by Jang Chang from before, saying that he was simply degrading? What do you mean by degrading? Is it wrong for me to develop entertainment clubs and my own power? I'm degrading, but I'm still getting better and better. You're a civilized man who has become a bankrupt CEO and is now relying on the Su family to survive. I heard that Jang Chang and Su Yaoyao will also come here tonight to attend the reception, when the time comes. Hearing Song Ching's indignant tone, the young man who just spoke and raised Jang Chang immediately added. The other rich kids beside him sipped their wine without saying a word. They had no interest in meddling in the feud between Song Ching and Jang Chang. Coming here, that was entirely for the sake of meeting that young little divine doctor, and climbing into friendship with Song Ching was only so that they could get him to help introduce them. Song Chang frowned and said coldly, "Huang Wei, what do you want to do?" The young man who spoke was the Huang family's contemporary head of the Huang Qingxiang's eldest son. He didn't seem to be much smarter, but he had learned to flatter and flatter quite thoroughly. Huang Wei smiled. "Song Young, I just talk casually, you do not care." That day was Jiang Cheng door to humiliate the entire Huang family. Huang Wei has long been unhappy with it, that is, the Huang family rejected the matter of Jiang Cheng told Song Cheng, otherwise where would he have the opportunity to come up here to participate in the cocktail party? However, his words did give Song Cheng a bit of inspiration. If Jiang Cheng dared to come here, it wouldn't be impossible to arrange for his own men to come and make something happen. "Young Song, I think it's getting late, the old people have all gone in to chat, why don't we go into the living room as well?" Looking at the atmosphere is a bit delicate, Bai Fei stood out at this time and proposed. "I think it's okay to go in early to see what that little miracle doctor is really like. If young, we can also go up and talk to the doctor, better than blowing the wind outside. Let's go." With a word from you and a word from me, the rich second generation walked towards the huge villa within the manor. However, right at this moment, a red Ferrari LaFerrari roared into the villa manor, whizzed past in front of several people, and directly squeezed into a parking space. The crowd had sideways glances, only to see the butterfly door of the LaFerrari open, and a well-built youth came down from the driver's seat. Looking at a few people, the youth grinned, "I'm not late,
am I? When Bai saw the youth, he laughed. Foul pen Lu Feng, show your grandpa's car in front of me? Ferrari la Ferrari, the world's limited to 499 units, and not you have money can buy this car. Ferrari la Ferrari is equipped with purchase conditions. 1. The family must be worth more than $50 million. 2. There is no record of Ferrari resale, otherwise you can't get your hands on it. 3. I have to have proof of having purchased 5 Ferraris. The stringent conditions naturally created a supercar that not many people in the Dragon Kingdom own either. This car landed close to $30 million, you resell it second-hand, and you can even make an extra $10 or $20 million. Lu Feng, like no one else, directly spit. Bai, underlings defeated. Last time, if not you do not speak martial arts sneak attack me, with my drifting skills will lose to you? Turning the tables, Lu Feng added, you Bai is not never participate in this kind of reception, how come this time will come here? Bai's smile slowly disappeared. Light said, you are not unaware of my old man's situation, I came here to try my luck. Lu Feng heard silence for a while. I am sorry, you will soon inherit the family business, I should congratulate? Roll. Chatting and chatting, the funereal scene disappeared and Lu Feng mixed into this small circle. Chatting with Song Chang about dirty jokes from time to time. It was as if he didn't see Song Chang's group of people being beaten up that night. In fact, he saw it. And saw a few rich kids next to this one get scared and scream for their dads. Song Chang, your family that God doctor is what is the head this period of time was rumored to be God, even my old man said that if not something, he had to come over a trip. Coming to the hall, Lu Feng asked with a flash of his eyes. For Lu Feng's question, Song Chang naturally did not dare to be slow, although the Lu family does not seem as powerful as his Song family, but the network of relations is much more dense than their Song family. I don't know much about Brother Yi, I only know that he was brought back by my sister. Lu Feng was puzzled. I guess his so-called divine doctor is the one who fought ferociously in the bar that night. That night was also quite a coincidence. Jang Chang said he wanted to borrow his connections to come to the bar as soon as he did, but it turned out that Song Chang also came and brought that divine doctor with him. And both of them are a bit seedy about that schoolgirl who works at the bar. Just when Lu Feng thought he was about to reveal the truth, a shout of surprise pulled him back. Hey guys, look, Su Yao and Jang Chang really came to this reception. The crowd looked towards the main door. 2 excellent landscapes slowly walked in from outside the door. The woman was wearing a one-shoulder-long evening gown with slightly curled light brown hair and a faint smile on her face. Beside her, Jang Chang in a tuxedo had a dusty demeanor like an immortal. Angular perfect cheeks, the corner of the mouth hangs a ray of warm heart smile, starry sky-like deep eyes, flooded with charming color, a pair of sword eyebrow star eyes, all of them are in the flaunting nobility and elegance. At this moment, the Su Thug Orite is fully open, so that Jang Chang from the door is the biggest highlight of the entire reception. Although the crowd already can't look down on the broken Jang Chang, but will not underestimate the temperament and charm of him alone, such a person, if combined with the Su family, absolutely will not be much behind than the Song family that has a miracle doctor. There were people who lamented, and naturally, there were also few people who were cynical. There would always be some corner that would be flickering with unsuspecting eyes. When they arrived, the reception was considered to have officially begun.